live.
All right, I see your forehead. Ben, I see your forehead. It's not live. Okay, now. Hey, good morning. This is a day that so many people have been waiting for. We're waiting for Charlie Adelson, former dentist out of South Florida, to testify in his own defense in this murder trial. And if you noticed yesterday, he was so relieved he didn't have to testify. It was just like a ton of bricks off his shoulders. And from my experience and work with many defendants that have been falsely accused, what happens is they want to testify. They're not going to act like Charlie going, "Oh my gosh, what a relief," because they were so scared and nervous. So he's really terrified to testify, and that's really sort of surprising, the fact that he's considered himself a maestro and has talked his way out of everything his whole life. So Ben, there's a big echo, so if you want to check on that, please.
All right, I'll check on that.
Thank you.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm having to use a different laptop since I'm traveling, so I have to go through settings again.
But I expect this performance of his lifetime to be really that, a performance, a theatrical performance. And trying to explain himself away is just going to be a hot mess. And I would think, as an attorney, if you got somebody like this that's got a wild, crazy story like this, and it's got hours and hours of wiretaps and text message and all the stuff we saw from the government's case, it's going to be really impossible to deal with all that. What I equate it to is basically trying to explain away DNA. DNA is impossible to explain away. It's the same thing for him. Sorry, it sounds like I'm unwell. Ben is on a different computer. He's traveling. He's up in Alaska right now. And I don't know if his computer has something to do with it, but he's working on fixing that. So sorry about there's an echo here. Hopefully there won't be an echo when we have the jury. He's following the Tallahassee Democrat here for a live stream from the courtroom. And so I imagine Roshbaum might not spend as much time on Charlie, and as a normal, innocent person, I think he may want to just sort of not build too much of a record of what he's going to be cross-examined on. I think they're going to be ready to cross-examine on probably every single thing they've talked about under the wiretaps of all the code. I mean, ask them about all the code. What did you mean on this part of the code? What did you mean on that part of the code? Think about it. People talk in code when they're worried about the cops having them on wiretaps, right? That's the only reason they talk in code. Criminals don't have eavesdropping capabilities. Only the law enforcement folks do. So that right there shows they had murderous schemes behind this. If they're really innocent and they were being framed, they would bring that up, the fact they're being framed, extorted, and blackmailed by Katie and her cohort. So you never heard that one time. In fact, what did we hear? The most outlandish thing, I think, the person that he described basically is, it was Fredo, because his birthday was right around that time. So anyway, it's going to be a wild show here. So I think we'll get a verdict today of guilty on all charges. So I expect him probably on and off the stand within 3 hours for both cross, after cross is over from direct. So they could go all the way up to noon, though, or they could go all day if they had to. But I think when the prosecutor knows they got a strong case, they don't need to bury the guy with every single lie that he did and every single exposure of his motives. And so I think
Do you swear or
conclusion.
affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Mr. Adelson, you understand, I'm not going to go through the full colloquy on this once again, but you understand that you have the right to testify or the right to remain silent.
Yes, Your Honor.
After consultation with your attorneys, is it still your decision to testify today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything that you need to clarify concerning your legal rights or any other matter with counsel before the jurors are brought in?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions for the court concerning your rights as it relates to testifying or not?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rauschbaum, after your client testifies, will there be any other witnesses for the defense today, obviously pending the other examination?
Don't think so.
Okay. If the jurors are ready, bring them in.
Ben, is that on their end?
That's on my end.
No, brother. Huh. Keep in mind, he's not laid a single piece of a puzzle on the table yet. So Charlie's going to try to create his own puzzle piece out of thin air. Yeah, his hair looks like it's been poofed up there more than it has been any other day of the trial, so you can see he's trying to mat his hair down there. My prediction is Sarah is going to do the closing and then Georgia's going to do the cross on him. But I would think that Sarah could easily cover the cross on this guy. I mean, anybody could. He's got so much ammo against him here. It's really rare to have somebody talk that many hours as a defendant. And because normally someone like him is going to invoke, they're not going to talk to law enforcement. And so for him to talk to law enforcement via the undercover wiretap, where he suspected they were there, and that's why he talked in code. And that also, like I say, proves he had consciousness of guilt, that the law enforcement was onto him for this murder. He doesn't look confident at all.
Members of the jury?
He looks nervous, scared.
Everyone may be seated.
They can pick up on it that he just emits this radiance of guilt.
My assistant has told me that you all are making good progress on the snacks that we've provided to you. It's been a long trial, so you are entitled. Is the defense ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Charlie Adelson.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, sir.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Charlie, let's start with the most important question. Did you cause the death of Professor Dan Markel?
Absolutely no.
Did you hire anyone to kill him?
No.
Did you put any letters in any diaper bags of Katie Magbanoa to have Professor Markel killed?
No.
Before we get there, let's spend some time on your background. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Where were you raised?
I was raised in Coral Springs, Florida.
When were you arrested in this case?
I was arrested April 21st, 2022.
By the way, are you? How do you feel right now?
I'm really nervous.
Why are you nervous?
My whole life depends on it.
Where have you been living since you were arrested a year and a half ago?
Leon County Jail.
Growing up, what was your family like?
It was pretty normal. I was the middle of 3 children. My dad was a dentist. My mom was a school teacher. Played a lot of sports. Pretty normal upbringing.
Do you have a brother and a sister?
I have an older brother and a younger sister.
How close were you with your siblings growing up?
My brother, I wasn't real close with. My sister, I wasn't really that close with either, probably until I got into high school. And then we were probably closer in age and had more in common. And then I got closer to her as the years went on.
Your family growing up, would you describe it? How would you describe it financially?
I'd say it was upper middle class. And then in 92, my dad lost a lot of money. And then wasn't upper middle class after that. And then my dad worked hard and he worked until he was 78. He retired.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to public school in Coral Springs. I attended Taravella High School.
Was school easy for you?
Not really. I mean, I had to work really hard to get good grades, and I really didn't get good grades until I went to college.
Where did you go to college?
I went to UCF in Orlando.
And after graduating from college, what did you do next?
I went to dental school.
Where did you go to dental school?
I went to dental school at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale.
After dental school, what did you do?
I did a residency in periodontics, and I did that at Nova Southeastern also.
Briefly, what is periodontics?
Periodontics is the surgery of the gums and bone, and it's 3 more years after dental school.
During your residency, did you work?
I did. I'd moonlight and I'd work nights and weekends as a general dentist.
When your residency ended, what was your financial situation?
I had about $200,000 in student loans.
Now, after graduating from your residency, what did you decide you were going to do?
I started basically moonlighting when I was in dental school, and then when I got out, I really didn't have money to start a business. So I started working for just individual dentists, where I'd come in and do the surgery for them in-house, so they wouldn't have to send the work out, but the patients could still be seen by a specialist. So I'd travel from office to office.
When you started, and I think, when did you graduate your residency?
Graduated my residency in 2006.
When you started, how many offices did you travel to?
When I first started, it was just the first office that I was moonlighting in when I was in my residency. And then through an assistant that had worked there, she introduced me to a couple offices, and then those offices introduced me to more people, and it grew from there. By the end of the first year, I was probably working in, I would say, 6 or 8 offices.
By the time frame of 2014, when Professor Markel was murdered, how many offices were you working in, approximately?
Between 30 and 35 offices I would come in to.
When you graduated, where did you live?
When I graduated Perio, I lived in an apartment across the street from school, and then I bought my house. I still lived in 16 years or 20 years later after that
And that house is where?
on Whale Harbor. I moved in there in 2006.
Now, during this time frame of 2014, can you describe for the jury how far you would travel? In other words, how far were the offices apart from one another?
I never turned any work down, so I had an office as far south as Cutler Ridge, which is a little bit north of Homestead. It's a good hour and a half south of Fort Lauderdale. And then my furthest office I went to north was in East Port St. Lucie, which is a good hour and 45 minutes north of Fort Lauderdale.
Port St. Lucie is probably about halfway between Miami and Orlando. Is that fair to say, or closer to Orlando?
I'd say it's probably closer to Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, your typical work week, what did it look like?
I would work in usually 2 offices a day. I would start around 8 or 9 o'clock, work in one office till about 1 o'clock, and then I'd go to another office and I'd piggyback it. I'd try to be in another office that was in the same vicinity as the first office, and I'd just usually start there around 1:30. I'd have it where it's only a 5 or 10 minute drive to the second office. I would tell them I could stay as late as you need, and then when people had emergencies, which when you work in 30 offices, there's always someone that has an issue, I would come into their office. I would just say, just have an assistant stay, and when I got done with that second office, if it was 8 o'clock, 8:30, I would still go in and I'd work in the third office. So it was almost 2 offices on most days, and I would say 20% or 30% of the time there was a third office.
How many days a week did you work? And again, we're talking about the 2014 time frame.
I was working 6 days a week, and then I was still working 6 days a week.
Now,
And sometimes every once in a while there'd be a big case and my whole week was booked up and the patient needed something and it was hours and I didn't have time, so an office would open up on Sunday and I would go in on Sunday and do the work.
for the most part, in your job working in these offices, what form of payment were you paid mostly in? Was it cash or some other form of payment?
The offices would always pay me an office check.
Now, were you ever paid in cash from these offices?
I wasn't paid from the offices that I work for in cash, but if I was doing a work on like one of the assistants in the office or a friend of the dentist, and the dentist didn't want any money to come to him, and I was doing it as a favor, I would say just go ahead and pay me in cash for the materials. And then the materials were expensive. Sometimes they were $100, sometimes it was $1,000. And then but the dentist didn't want to take any of the money from that person. So he was like, I'm removing myself from the situation. So the person would pay me the cash just for the materials for the work that I did on them. And that was really just when I was doing favors, and it was sporadic. Sometimes more than other, depends on the month.
By the way, backtracking a little bit, growing up, what profession was your dad in?
My dad was a general dentist.
And did your mom work growing up when you grew up?
She had 3 kids, and she still worked as a substitute teacher, where she would come in sporadically, but she wasn't working full time after she had the 3 of us.
Did there come a time where she worked in your dad's dental practice?
Yeah, I would say probably after the kids went to college, or maybe probably towards the end of high school or college, my mom came in and was doing front desk work and helping my dad out.
And what other roles did she have in the office?
She did the bookkeeping. She helped me with all my financial stuff as far as like paying insurances, making stuff with anything that was due at a certain time, licenses. She paid salaries at the office, and then also did front desk with Erica.
All right. Let's talk about the Adelson Institute. When you became this traveling periodontist, were one of the places that you traveled to your dad's dental practice?
Yes.
How often did you work at the Adelson Institute?
I would work at my dad's office, I would say every 4 to 6 weeks. And I would piggyback it. There was another office that I worked at every 2 weeks that was in the same plaza as my dad's. So I would finish there usually about 4 o'clock, and then I'd go into my office, and then I'd start working there at 4:15, and I'd stay as late as I needed to, 10, 11 o'clock.
Do you remember what the full name of the practice was called?
Well, originally, or when we changed it to,
Well, let's start with what you changed it to.
okay. Well, when I graduated my residency in periodontics, I thought, since I was joining my dad's practice and it was now going to have a periodontist there, I thought we'd rename the practice and give it a fancy name. So we called it we copyrighted the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry.
Okay. Now, growing up, did it have that name?
No.
It was just a plain old dental practice, right?
Yeah, it was just my dad and his 3 employees.
How many people worked at the Adelson Institute?
There was Erica Johnson, Clarissa. Erica was the front desk. Clarissa was my dad's assistant since 1979 until he retired 2 years ago. And then Amy was the hygienist. And then my mom when she would be there.
And your mom controlled the checkbook?
Yeah, she handled that stuff.
Who did all the billing for the practice?
My mom and Erica
Okay.
did the billing.
How many dentists were in the practice?
Just one dentist, just my dad.
Did there come a time when you bought the practice from your dad?
Yeah, my dad was going to sell the practice, and I thought it would be a good idea for me to buy it, and I thought maybe I'd run it and it would be something that I would always have. I didn't like the idea of it being sold, so I bought it from my dad when he wanted to slow down in 2012.
During the time period of 2014, who owned the practice?
In 14, I was the owner of the practice.
Okay. Now, during the time frame of the wires in 2016, who owned the practice?
I had sold it back to my dad in 2015.
Why did you sell it back to your dad?
Because I didn't have any time to run it, and even though I bought it, nothing had changed. My dad was still the same dentist that was there. My mom was still the same person doing the books, and they were spending all their time running it. And I was so busy with my traveling periodontics, I didn't have time to dedicate to it, and it really wasn't financially, it wasn't feasible, and there wasn't a benefit.
I want to talk about cash a little bit. Do you like to collect cash?
I always have, yes.
Why?
I like, it probably goes back to when I was a kid. I mean, I get $1 a week allowance, and I would save it up, and I just like the feeling of looking at it. I'd rather look at it than put it in the bank. So whenever I had cash, I always saved it up.
Now, were there several ways that you accumulated cash?
Yes, there was.
Did you have a real estate business, or some real estate in 2014?
In 14, yes.
Okay. And would you accumulate cash through this business?
There was some cash that came in through that, yes.
Did you rent out dock space behind your house?
Yeah, I rented out my dock space behind my house since 2006, and it's been rented ever since.
And how would you be paid for that dock space?
The guy would come down once a year, and he would pay me in cash for the year.
Were there other ways that you would accumulate cash over the years?
From whenever I did work on someone as a favor, and they were just paying me for the materials, I got paid in cash on that. And probably the biggest source of cash through the years is every time I went out, every chance I could, I used my credit card to build up the airline miles, and I'd always pay the tab, and whoever was there would just give me the cash, and it added up over the years. I've done that 20 years.
And once you had this cash, what would you do with it?
Whenever I had $1,000, I would staple it, and it was a packet. So and it was really, I stapled it because it was just being saved. I wasn't spending it. And I was always using my credit card, so the cash built up.
Where would you put the cash?
I put it in my safe.
When you I want to go back to your business a little bit. When you started your business, did you make a lot of money the first couple years?
No. I mean, it took off pretty quick, but it wasn't where it was in 13, 14, or 15.
By 2011, approximately, how much money were you making?
I was probably making $350 a year.
And what did your income look like in the 2014 range?
14, I made between, I think, around 850 to 900,000.
What were your best years financially?
13, 14, and 15.
Have you ever been married?
No.
In the time frame of 2013-14, did you have any kids?
Back then, I didn't have my son.
During this 2013-2014 time frame, how would you succinctly describe your lifestyle?
Work came first. I, worked my whole life to get to where I was. So I wasn't turning any work down, and I was single. So I worked. I'd go to the gym late at night, and I'd probably go out one night a week, usually on a Saturday night is when I'd go out.
Now, do you have any children now?
I've got one son.
How old?
5.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with your parents as an adult. Fair to say you're close with your mom and dad?
Yes.
As an adult, how often would you talk with your mom and dad?
I would talk to my mom more often, a lot more often, just because my dad was always working. But I talk to my mom every day.
Once a day or multiple times?
At least once a day, but most likely probably twice a day, because there was always, usually one thing was a personal thing and one thing was something having to do with the office or scheduling or something like that.
During the 2014 timeframe when you owned the office, did your mom work for you?
You could say that. Yeah.
Did she control the books?
She wrote the checks. Yeah, they had the checkbook at the house.
Now, was there any particular time that you would talk to your mom more often than other times?
Yeah, in the morning driving into work, I'd call my mom, and usually on the way home from work, I'd call them. Just depends on how long the drive was, really.
How involved was your mom in your life?
Business-wise, very involved because she was running the office. Personal-wise, I would tell them things and keep them up to date with stuff and my life, but it was my life. I did whatever I wanted to do.
We're going to get to this later, but how involved was your mom in your sister's life?
I think she was more involved. And I think my sister involved my mom maybe more. And it just depends on different issues.
I want to talk a little bit about your sister, Wendy. As adults, before she married Professor Markel, how often would you talk with her?
I'd call my sister, I'd say about every 10 days or so we'd talk. I'd call her, but she was busy and she wasn't real good with the phone. So I would call her and she would always take a day or two to call me back. I spoke to her half the time when I called. Half the time she didn't pick up.
How often would you see her, again, pre-marriage? How often would you see your sister?
Not a lot. In 1995, I left to go to college. In 97, she left to go to college up in Boston. So it was pretty much, I would say, holidays, like every 3-4 months. You know, Thanksgiving, Christmas time, sometimes during the summer. So maybe 3-4 times a year I'd see her.
There came a time when Wendy started dating Professor Markel, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first met him?
I do. I think he was in town, and I remember all of us going out to lunch. I think we went to a deli.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was a nice guy. I mean, he kind of seemed like all my other sister's boyfriends she's had in the past. I've never really had much in common with them. And she kind of seemed like the rest of them, but that was pretty much it.
Now, after they got married, what was your relationship like with Professor Markel?
It was the same as before they got married. I mean, we texted each other on our birthdays. I don't think we ever really called each other or hung out. I mean, I would just see him when he came over to the house with my sister.
And how often would you see him and your sister?
I would say twice a year, maybe, or roughly around there, maybe 3 times a year.
In the years that Professor Markel and your sister were married and living in Tallahassee, how often did you come to Tallahassee?
I'd only been to Tallahassee. I was there twice, I believe, when her children were born. And then once when I was working in Alabama. I had a research fellowship, and I was passing through Tallahassee. I spent the night with them, and I saw them that time too.
When Professor Markel and your sister were married, did you still communicate with your sister about the same amount of time?
It may have been a little less, because I remember when she had kids, I mean, she had even less time. So I probably spoke to her. I'd call her, and then probably more times than not, she didn't pick up the phone. And then I'd get a call back a couple days later. So it was pretty similar.
Did there come a time when you became aware that Wendy and Professor Markel were having marital issues?
Yes.
What did you learn?
I took my sister out to dinner when she had come to town, and we went to the Melting Pot, and I remember her telling me that they were having issues, and it was pretty serious.
Did she tell you that they were going through marriage counseling?
Yeah, that's when I found out, and because that's what I was going to say, is like, if you tried to work things out, and that's when I found out that they had been in counseling for 6 months. I didn't know about it before.
Now, what were some of the issues, if you remember, that she told you they were having?
He was becoming very, very religious. There was becoming issues with diet and how she was cooking in the house. She wasn't really respectful he wasn't really respectful of her career. He would belittle her. He obviously seemed like he lost his eye for her, and she seemed like she'd lost his eye for him, and she wasn't happy.
Now, did she complain about violence or danger or anything like that?
Never.
Did she complain that he was not a good father?
No, he was very attentive to his sons.
Did you learn at some point that your sister was going to file for divorce?
I did.
And when you heard that she was going to file for divorce, how did you feel?
I felt bad for her. I mean, she was sad. I mean, no one goes to get married to get divorced. But she seemed like she spent 6 months in therapy with him, and it didn't change anything, how she felt, and he didn't change how he was. And I said, listen, you kids need to grow up in a happy household. Like, they can't have fighting. They can't have a miserable mom who's unhappy. You need to have, the kids are better off growing up in 2 separate households where there's a positive environment instead of negative.
Did your sister seem angry to you?
No, she seems sad.
How involved were you with the divorce proceedings?
I wasn't really involved with the divorce proceedings on the day-to-day stuff. I would definitely hear stories, most of which would come from my mom when I'd be driving to work in the morning or driving home. I would hear the latest update of what's going on, but I would say probably 20% came from Wendy and 80% came from my mom.
How did Wendy seem to you during the period when they were going through the divorce proceedings?
Extremely stressed, very stressed out.
How did your mom seem?
She was upset because my sister was stressed, and it was almost like a telephone game. Like my sister would vent to my mom, then my mom would be vented to me.
In general, was your perception that the litigation was very litigious?
Yeah, I did learn that. I mean, he was fighting over bicycles and all kinds of nonsense, and it seemed not to end.
Now, were there some big issues like relocation that were issues as well?
Yes.
Let's talk about relocation. Did there come a time that you learned that your sister filed a motion to try to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And do you know why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Primarily, it was because she had no family in Tallahassee, and she had 2 young kids. And my parents lived in South Florida. I lived in Fort Lauderdale. And she wanted to be closer to family, and she had a better, more secure job for her career in South Florida.
How did you feel about the idea of your sister and the boys moving to South Florida?
I thought it would be great. I mean, I hadn't lived in the same town as her since 1995, so I thought it'd be great to have her in town.
How important was it to you?
I mean, it wasn't real important to the point like I thought about it all the time, but I mean, if I thought about it, I'd be happy to have her back home.
How important was it to your mom and your dad?
Oh, to them it was very important. They wanted her to come back because she had no family in Tallahassee.
And what was your understanding of what Professor Markel thought about this relocation effort?
I knew he was against it, and he wanted her to stay in Tallahassee with him.
Did you learn at some point that the petition was denied for relocation?
Yeah.
And when it was denied, how did your mom feel about it?
My mom they were very disappointed. They were unhappy.
How about your sister?
She wasn't that disappointed, I guess, because she's a lawyer and she knows, what's the probability of something like this happening. And she said it was a long shot. She said she wasn't really expecting it, but it was worth it just to take a shot to see if it would happen.
Were you angry?
No. I mean, it didn't change anything in my life.
Now, we've seen some emails regarding converting the boys to Christianity. We've seen some pretty out there emails from your mom. Do you recall seeing those emails in this trial?
I do, yeah.
And do you recall whether you saw those emails when they were written, back when they were written?
Yeah, I would get forwarded to me all kinds of stuff, for sure.
Did you come up with any of those ideas?
No.
Now, on some of those emails, we'll see that you respond, "I like it." Why did you respond that way?
Well, my sister tried being really nice to Danny. It got her nowhere, and he was being really litigious, and he was looking to give her a hard time. And I thought that it was a way that she would go ahead and give him a hard time back and kind of push his buttons the way he was trying to push her buttons. So basically, you know, if he's being a jerk to you, just be a jerk back and see if maybe he'll stop. So I didn't think any of those things she was actually ever gonna follow through with, you know, but I thought that it would really push his buttons, so I thought, why not, give it a shot.
Now, I want to talk about the $1 million offer. Did you ever become aware of efforts by your family, including yourself,
Yes.
to offer Professor Markel money to allow your sister to relocate?
I did, yes.
And do you recall who came up with that idea?
It was my parents.
What were the terms of the offer? How much was it for?
The offer was for $1 million to have him move down south to South Florida with my sister and the boys, and that would afford him enough money that he could easily commute to his job in Tallahassee for the days that he worked, just the way senators in South Florida commute to Tallahassee all the time. And that was the idea behind it.
Now, how were you involved in this idea?
Not super involved, but I definitely said to my parents, I said, I will help, and I will pay a third of that $1 million. And when Wendy one day starts making real money, you know, and she's able to, I want to be paid back.
At this point in time, were you making more money than your parents?
I was, yes.
Did you or your family ever speak with an attorney about the legality of this offer?
I didn't, but I know they wanted to run it by an attorney. I think they used Gary Cohn to run it by.
Do you know if the offer was ever made?
As I sit here today, I know that the offer was never made. But back when the offer I thought it was made and I thought it was turned down.
Did you, Charlie, you like to talk a lot, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I talk until I listened to all those tapes, and evidently I do. I mean, I knew I liked to talk, but didn't realize how much.
When you got involved in this $1 million offer, would you talk about it with others?
Yes.
How would it come up?
It would come up when people would say, you know, doesn't your sister want to move back home? You know, how's she doing? And I said, yeah, no, she definitely wants to move back home. We tried everything we could. Like, we even offered $1 million to Dan to see if he would move down with her, and it didn't work. Like, he turned it down.
Now, did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa? And we'll talk a lot about her in a little bit. But did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa about that $1 million offer?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember telling her?
The same thing I told everybody else. Is it came up when she was asking me about, you know, doesn't your sister want to move back home? And I said, yeah. I said, you know, we tried everything we could. We even offered Danny $1 million to move back to South Florida, and it didn't work. And the same thing I said to her is what I said to a bunch of people.
How did she respond?
She was like, wow, that's a lot of money. She's like, you got to take out a loan for that? And I said, no, I got cash, I can pay for it.
Now let's talk about gifts to your sister during her divorce. In general, did you provide any financial assistance to Wendy during the divorce?
No, she never asked, and I never gave her any money.
Did you pay for her lawyers?
Never.
Now, did you give her any gifts? And let's just start with the broad question, and then we'll break it down. Did
Yes.
you give her any gifts?
Yes, I've given her gifts during the divorce.
Okay. Do you recall giving her a TV?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Well, when she was moving out of the marital home, and she was starting, you know, from scratch in a new house, she didn't take any of it, only took her belongings. I said to my mom, I said, what does Wendy need? Like, what does she need for the new place? And she said, actually, she's leaving the TV sets. She needs a TV set for the house. So I said, all right, fine. I said, go to the store up there and go to Best Buy and pick out a really nice TV set, and I'll pay for it. I said, buy it and I'll give you the money.
Now, do you recall making a joke that buying her a TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman? Something to that effect.
Yeah, it was. Want me to say what?
Yeah, tell me what the joke was.
What happened was, when I gave her the TV set as a divorce present, the stupidest thing I ever said in my life. And I said, I was going to get you a Hitman, but the TV set was a lot cheaper, so I went with the TV set instead. And I said it as a complete joke, and it was stupid, but I do that a lot.
Did you make that joke to others?
Yes.
Did you make that joke many times throughout 2013 and 2014?
I made that joke when she was having problems and she was fighting and she was upset. I recycled the joke, and it was stupid.
Did you ever say that joke to Catherine Magbanowa?
Yes, I did.
Just to be clear, did you ever look into hiring a hitman?
No, never.
Are you aware that the divorce proceedings settled in July of 2013?
Yeah, I believe it ended in summer of 13.
Now, how did your sister react to the settlement?
I think she found it as like a sense of relief. It seemed like she had closure. She knew what she was going to be doing and where she was going to be living, and I think she was just looking. I think she was happy. Happy in the sense that she was able to put it behind her.
What was the custody arrangement? Do you know what the custody arrangement was?
I know it was 50-50.
After the settlement, how were things with Professor Markel and your sister?
I think they were calm for a little bit, and then it got litigious. There'd be little brief areas of calm, and then I think he was kept trying to bring her back into court, and it started becoming litigious again.
What was your understanding of this mostly based on?
Things that I'd hear from my mom, probably 20% from my sister, 80% from my mom.
Was your mom upset?
She would get upset when my sister would tell her about Danny pushing her buttons and filing all these things in court and giving her a hard time.
What about you? During the period of all this litigation, what were your feelings about Professor Markel?
I thought he was being a jerk. I mean, hearing stories that he's showing up at her work and bad-mouthing her to other colleagues and saying horrible things about her, I thought he was just being a jerk to her.
Now, would you think about this all day long, in the morning and at night? I mean, how important was this to your life?
It wasn't. I mean, I would only think about it when I'd be listening to a story, and I'd be driving in the car talking to my mom. She would relay the latest that my sister told her, and then she'd be telling me, and that's when I would think about it. But I mean, I never for a second was at work thinking about it or doing activities that I enjoyed thinking about it. When I wake up in the morning, I never thought about it.
Were you panicked at all about it? Were you concerned that your sister was going to be disbarred? Anything like that? Was that a big issue for you?
No, I mean, that was a nonsense threat.
When you would learn about things, though, would you talk about what was going on to others?
Yeah, I did talk a lot.
Why would you, considering your sister's divorce and her issues with Professor Markel weren't a huge part of your life, as you've testified. Why would you be talking about it to others?
One, I talked a lot,
How would it come up?
and it would come up when I'd be sitting at the dinner table and I'd hear this crazy story that my mom told me from earlier that day, and I guess it's more interesting than talking about teeth. So I would sit there and I'd share things with my girlfriend or friends, and I'd relay stories.
By the way, during this time period, and now I'm talking about late 13, second half of 13 and 14, were you still speaking with your sister about the same amount or more?
I would say it's probably about the same, that every 10 days or so we talk.
Did you travel to Tallahassee to check on her after she filed for divorce? How many times did you come to Tallahassee during this time period?
Never. I think the last time I came to Tallahassee was 2011 or 2010.
Now, what was your understanding of how Wendy felt about the idea of staying in Tallahassee as time went on?
I think she understood that's what her life was going to be. I mean, she loved her job up here. She was getting excited about things. She was dating people. She was embarking on her new life in Tallahassee.
What was her, did there come a time when she won an award, and what do you remember about that?
I remember, I was real proud of her. She wrote a book, and the book was selected by Florida State to be the mandatory reading for all incoming freshmen. And she was chosen to be the speaker to the incoming class, and that was to take place in August. And I know she was super excited about it, and we're all planning to come up there and be there for her.
Okay, I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanua. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanua. How did you first meet Catherine Magbanua?
I met Katie in the summer of 2013. She started working the front desk of a dental office that I worked at.
And what was that dental office? Where was it?
The name of the office was Sophie Dental, and it was in South Beach.
What did she do for the dental office?
She was the front desk and office manager for the office.
How often would you work in that office?
I was there, say, every 3 weeks. I was there for half a day every 3 weeks.
Was that office a big generator of income for you?
It was one of my better offices, yeah.
Now, you said you met her in July 2013. When did you first go out with her?
We first went out, it would have been first week of October, around October 10th.
And who initially pursued who?
I pursued her.
Why did you ask her out?
Katie was really cute. She was friendly. She went to she actually graduated from UCF also, different time, but she graduated from there. She was a really smart girl. I mean, she was extremely smart and witty, and that's why I pursued her.
Once you went out with her, did you learn that she had 2 kids?
I did.
Now, initially, did you learn anything about her ex-husband?
No, the only thing I knew is that she'd been with somebody for about 10 years, and that she was now single.
After you dated her a couple times, What did you like about her?
Well, and aside from the initial things, what attracted me to her was she had a very busy life also, and my life was so busy it was hard for me to be in a relationship where someone wanted to go have dinner at 5 o'clock and hang out with me a couple days a week. So she was working full time, had 2 kids, so she was fine seeing me once or twice a week, and we both had very little time.
Now, you said that your first date was sometime in early October 2013.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real date. We just went and had dinner. There's a restaurant in the building, and we finished late. And I said, "You want to grab dinner?" We ate at the building.
Did you ask her just 2 weeks later if she could find someone to kill Professor Markel?
No, not at all.
Did you have a Halloween party with her or go trick-or-treating with her, and after the party say, hey, do you know anyone who can take care of my ex-brother-in-law for me?
No, absolutely not.
Now, back to the relationship. Over time, did it become more serious?
Over time, in the beginning, it's always like you're just trying to see who each other is, and then as time went on, she wanted to get more serious. I'd say probably by the springtime, probably around March, she started asking me.
Now, did you consider her to be your girlfriend, though?
She was my girlfriend, yeah.
Did you consider yourself to be exclusive?
After the first 3 months together, yeah, for sure.
Did you ever see a possibility of marriage with her?
No, I didn't.
During the time that you dated her, how often, and let's be clear, we're talking about now the beginning of 2014.
Right.
So let's keep it far away from July. During the time that you dated her, how often would you communicate with her?
We talked every day.
When would you talk to her?
I'd call her when I was in the car driving to work. We'd text throughout the day, and then I'd always talk to her at night time.
Where was she living at the time?
She was living in North Miami.
And again, you were living in the same place in Fort Lauderdale?
Same house in Fort Lauderdale, yeah.
How often would you see her?
I would see her once a week. Sometimes every once in a while it would be twice, but I would say more often once than twice.
And when you saw her, what would you typically do?
We'd go to dinner, hang out, watch a movie, hang out at my house.
Did you have any relationship with her children?
No, I met her children on one occasion, maybe twice, but definitely no more than twice.
Did she go to family events with you?
She did meet my family a couple times, yeah.
She met your sister how many times, if you recall?
2 times.
And how many times do you think she might have met your parents?
I would say maybe around 8 times, 8 or 9 times.
Was she a patient of your dad's?
Yes, she was.
We're going to get into this in more detail later, but let's be clear right now. Did Catherine Magbanoa ever work for your dad or for you at the Adelson Institute?
No, never.
Now, I think you alluded to this a little bit earlier, but as time went on in 2014, did she want to be more serious?
Yeah.
And what did you think about that?
I liked it the way it was. I mean, it was good in the beginning. My life, I wasn't looking to change it. I was still in that workaholic mode. But she started asking me, what are we? What are we doing?
At the time that you met her, and I want to talk a little bit about your knowledge of Sigfredo Garcia now. At the time that you met her, to your knowledge, she was single, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that initially you didn't learn anything about her ex.
Nothing other than she was completely single. She was done with him.
I want to show you defense exhibit. It's not in evidence. I need a sticker. Yeah, Coach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit 34. Please take a look at it. Are these text messages between you and Catherine Magbanoa on November 27th at 2:13?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Defense Exhibit 34 at this time.
Response?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Please
Come on.
approach.
All right, so I just made the comment that Charlie's trying to come across as a nice guy. Charlie, he's just a good old guy, wouldn't do anything to harm anybody. He's just trying to work a hard job, taking care of people's teeth problems and whatnot. But like I say, the jury's going to look through and think about what has he said in all those tapes. It's just a night and day difference between that Charlie and this Charlie here. So they already, because they already know about all that, they're taking all this kind of stuff with a grain of salt. And the comments he made about Dan being a jerk and other comments like that about him and that Wendy was in the right, it's just not going to be credible to the jury here. They see it and they know that he's part of this hatred against Dan, and he was the operational planner for this. So this isn't going to last too much longer. Than more going into the details, and then of course on cross-examination, more will be coming out on his eye blinking and whatnot. Notice he was blinking his eyes when he was doing some of those big lies, just like Wendy was. So apparently that's a normal thing for them to do. Now, Harvey and Donna are not in the gallery there. I saw some comment that somebody said it looked like Donna was there, but no, I can assure you she's not there. Nor is Harvey. They've not been here for the whole trial. There's the court TV's doing the scan there, or is this Tallahassee Democrat? I'm not sure. But yeah, the courtroom is packed. But keep in mind, there's not a single character witness that's going to testify for Charlie being a good guy, being a law-abiding citizen, being a non-violent person. That's another character trait, the character trait of peacefulness. You're not going to hear anything about that because they're going to bring up all this other stuff. And in fact, by the question of lifestyle that Rashbaum asked, in a normal court of law, that's something that would open the door to any criminal activity.
These text messages, are they a true and correct reflection of your messages on November 27th, 2013?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Exhibit 34 at this time.
Any further objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Now, you see the timing is in military time, so it says November 27th at 13:42. We can agree that's 1:42.
Yes.
Katie says, my ex knows about you. I'm pretty sure I know how he knew because he even knows your name. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you say, do I know him from my past? You see that?
Yes, I do.
What are you asking Katie here?
I have no idea who her ex is. That she's saying he knows me. So I'm saying, do I know him?
And that's in late November 2013, right?
Yes.
That's after 1 month almost, after Halloween, correct?
Yes.
Now, as time went on, did you learn more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Yeah. I remember her coming over my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They'd gotten into an altercation, and he ripped a necklace that he'd given her off her neck. And she was crying, and she was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
Now, why did you continue to date her after this?
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me. She just was like, you know, it's a part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
I want to show you a couple other texts related to your relationship with Miss Magbanawa in January, February, and March of 14. And these will be Defendant's Exhibits 35, 36, and 37. And I'll give a copy to the government. I might have handed you one as well. The January text is 35. The February text is 36. And the March 24th text, do you have that one?
Yes.
Is 37.
I have March 15th.
That's a good one. There you go. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
can you take a look at these items? Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes, I do.
Were they kept, are they accurate reflections of your text messages?
They are, yes.
I would move these exhibits into evidence now, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor, I'm still reviewing them minutes.
You can show me a copy of the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach?
Exhibits.
I have, Your Honor, my objection is hearsay.
Attorneys can briefly approach.
Keep in mind, Charlie, what we heard on the tapes yesterday, the wiretaps, he was talking about buying a birthday card. He was still talking in code, but it was obvious from the FBI agent, based on the timing, he was talking about a birthday card, which would have been for Sigfredo, whose birthday was in a 2-day window of the time. He was talking about getting this card with something along the lines of a nice surprise inside. So why would he be buying why would Charlie be buying Sigfredo a birthday card with a special gift inside? So I'm thinking maybe that they were doing it to appease him just in case the bump person was tied to Sigfredo. And keep in mind, what Donna had called up the agent back and said, "Leave us alone. I didn't have anything to do with this." So I think that was maybe a two-pronged defense for them to on one hand say we're not going to pay you your money, but then behind the scenes, Charlie's painted through the channels of people he was relying on to commit the murder in case it was them. So I think that was sort of like they're trying to play both sides and trying to neutralize that threat. Charlie's doing his body language is not coming across good. As soon as you start talking about details of the case and whatnot, he starts doing the eye flutter. He doesn't have really the type of composure you're looking for if somebody's innocent. And he does seem like he's just defeated still. seems like he's super tired and just sort of like, in a way, wants to get this over with. So that's the kind of stuff a jury's going to pick up on. Yeah, the camera angles are really good for this. They've done a great job of showing Charlie's body language in reaction to a lot of stuff. He just doesn't seem like a guy who's really trying to defend his honor.
So let's talk about Defense Exhibit 35.
Sure.
Text from January 19, 2014. And in this exchange, what is Miss Magbanawa asking you about?
She asked me if I wanted things to be different, and she was saying how much she missed me.
And did you want things to be different at this point in time?
No, I wanted things to stay the way they were from when we just started dating.
Now, if you turn to Defense Exhibit 36, text messages from February 5th, 2014. What is she asking you? What does she start by asking you about? And you don't have to read it. Just tell the jury generally what she's asking you about. What is she concerned about?
She's asking if I'm talking to a bunch of other girls.
And what do you tell her in response generally?
I say, no, I'm not.
And again, in this text message, she's asking you whether she's telling you that she wants more, right?
Yeah.
And how do you respond?
I ask her, are you thinking about getting back with your ex?
And then what do you say after that?
Yeah. I say, you're the coolest and most fun girl, that I'm always happy when I'm around. And then I said, I know it's not easy, and I think we're doing a good job at not rushing things. So,
And what were you trying to tell Miss Magbanawa in this text message?
I was trying to say, I like you and I have a good time hanging out with you, but I don't want to rush things.
Now, moving to text messages in March of 2014. Ms. Magbanawa texts you, you've mentioned me to your mom, and you say yes, and she says, I love you, aw baby. Why was this a big deal to her?
I guess when I'd spoken to her, I brought up that I'd mentioned her to my mom, and she thought I was making things more serious. So I think she got excited over that.
Okay, you can put those aside.
Judge, I'm gonna object regarding Defense Exhibit 37 and ask for best evidence that it be published to the jury.
I'll sustain on best evidence grounds. Please publish Defense 37. Members of the jury get to reach your own conclusions as to the context of the statements.
Okay, let's publish it to the jury and see if it says what I said. March 24th at 12:17. You see she texts you and says, you've mentioned me to your mom?
Yes.
Do you see that you respond, yes?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that she responds, that made me so happy?
Yeah, she took it the wrong way.
Any other clarification, Your Honor? Is it fair to say that she was excited that you had mentioned her to your mom?
Yeah, she was happy, and she got overly excited. I wasn't expecting that.
Now, in the early summer of 2014, what were you telling your friends about your relationship with Catherine McBanoa?
Objection, relevance?
Sustain, please lay a foundation if you can.
Was your relationship coming to an end in the summer of 2014?
Yes, she wanted more, and I didn't want anything more.
And were you communicating that to friends?
Yes, I was.
I want to talk to you about a dinner on March 11th, 2014, a Yardbird dinner. One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Do you recall going to that dinner?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember who was the dinner with?
I met Katie down in Miami on Lincoln Road, and my sister was in town, and I was already working down there. I remember I was in my scrubs, and my sister came and she brought the guy that she just started dating, who's Jeff Lacoste.
Do you recall where you sat?
Yeah, we sat outside the restaurant. There was a few tables set up on the sidewalk, and it was the four of us sitting there.
Did you know that you were being watched?
No, not at all.
Did you know that Sigfredo Garcia was thinking about killing you that night?
No, not at all.
Now, this is March 11th, 2014, right?
Yes.
During the dinner, do you recall discussions about ex-husbands between your sister and Catherine McBanoa?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall who initiated those discussions?
No, I don't.
Do you recall making a bad joke again at that dinner?
Yes.
And that's the same joke that we've already discussed.
Yeah. I do.
Now, after the dinner, who came back to your house?
My sister and Jeff Lacoste came back to my house.
What about Catherine McBanoa?
No, she went home just to be with her kids.
And was it a normal night when your sister and Jeff Lacoste came back?
Yeah, but it's the first time I've ever had, I think, my sister and her boyfriend sleep over at my house. So, but it was normal.
Did you ever have any conversations other than some text messages that Jeff Lacoste sent you with him after that night?
No, I never spoke to him again.
Did you know anything about a first attempted murder of Professor Markel in early June?
No.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about birthdays and your dad's birthday and a birthday present. And you may remember some text messages that the state showed during their case regarding wanting to talk to your... Give me one second. Do you recall the state showing text messages where you're texting with your mom and she tells you that she can't talk right now, that she'll call you when she's alone, she's driving back and she's at a stop in Gainesville, and to erase the text message?
Yeah.
Do you recall what that is all about?
It was about my dad's birthday.
Who was your mom with at that stop at Gainesville?
She was with my dad, so she didn't want to talk in front of him
And why didn't she want to talk in front of him?
because it was a surprise. Originally, we were thinking about doing a cruise.
What was a surprise? That you were going to kill Professor Markel, or that you were going to have a surprise birthday party for your dad?
No, it was going to be his 70th birthday party.
And do you recall in that text message talking about a caterer?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed this caterer as far back as April and May with your mom, correct?
Yes.
And those are reflected in text messages as well, correct?
Yes, they are.
On June 5th, do you recall your mom texting you and asking you, don't forget to get information on the caterer?
Yes.
Now, what did you get your dad for his birthday gift?
I paid for the catering for the party.
And what type of catering was it?
It was a chef came to the party and they cooked paella and seafood, and then we had a bunch of desserts also and salads.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 43. Showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 43. And these are a composite of all of your text messages between June 2nd, 2014 and June 7th, 2014. May I approach, Your Honor?
Ma'am?
Can you look through this and see if this is an accurate reflection of all your text messages during that period?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move in Defense Exhibit 43 at this point in time.
I'm gonna need to review the exhibit. State, do you have any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, hearsay and relevance.
Please bring me a copy of the exhibit.
If you notice, Rajbom's talking very slow, loud, and clear, and he's trying to really drive home these points he's trying to make. But I just think as a counsel, you're better off talking quickly, getting right to the heart of the matter. So yeah, this is really dragging out. So, gosh, we could be on the stand here another hour and a half or two or more. So that's something to consider as well, because the juries want to get straight to the matter here, and he seems to be going too slow. And if he does have a lot of emails or whatever, so
Take you back
get to it.
room. We will resume with the testimony momentarily.
I could not hear what the judge just said. Did anybody hear that? Can you please type that as a comment?
Seated. If the attorneys can approach.
So he's only put up one series of text messages. He's talking about other documents. We've not seen those other ones, so I'm not able to hear what the specific objection was. And now on the sidebar, obviously we don't hear what's going on, but yeah, the jury wants to, I would, from my experience, the jury wants to get straight into this stuff. And so if you got a lot of stuff to go over, you got to have a quicker pace of asking questions instead of doing this drawn out method of questioning. Because you wind up alienating the jury, from my experience. And so even if you got good points, they're sort of going to be more of having a less critical eye over what you're trying to present. So it's sort of weird. Also, I noticed that Rashbaum isn't really laying foundations much for emails, and he's not asking if he recalls specific email at a certain date and time. He's just sort of going straight to the document and then trying to introduce it that way. So it's just sort of a little bit different. Notice compare this to how smooth and brilliant Sarah Dugan had her questioning of all those voluminous documents and text messages and whatnot. So they're not being very smooth and effective here. And keep in mind, there is co-counsel for Rashbaum. He has a co-counsel there that can be working this overhead projector and whatnot, so the jurors can see exactly what he's talking about in a much easier, smoother format. I don't know who's going to cross-examine Charlie. I would really like to see Sarah do it, but I think it's probably going to be Georgia and then Sarah doing the argument. I think whoever does the opening should do the closing. That's I think a good thing for consistency. And what the person that did the opening statement said the government would prove is the one actually arguing and saying, here's how we did commit to and follow through on our promises to you for what the evidence would show. Yeah, we haven't heard anything about really how the jury's reacting to this. I think they're just probably sitting there and, maybe taking a note or two, but there's probably not a lot to read on them right now. Yeah, Charlie doesn't come across very confident here, so there you can see the jury is to Charlie's left. I think he sometimes is looking over in this direction to the left of the podium that way, but he's not looking directly at his 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. He's looking more like over here to the 11:30, right past the podium, it seems like. Notice his nervous eye blinking.
Until 10:30. Mr. Adelson, if you need to step down and go back to counsel table, you're permitted to do so.
Okay, so they're on a 10-minute break. If there's any questions to ask, please show them now. I'll ask a few minutes of questions before I also go on a break. Thank you, Don. Carl, what do you think about the fact that Adelson's retained a top-notch criminal defense attorney for Wendy? Rosh seems more of a white-collar attorney. I don't know, not commanding the courtroom. You know, that's a question that sort of makes sense in view of the why. Well, actually, I don't think Lauro is either a violent crime type lawyer either. So I think they're looking at some other thing, like maybe personal connections with the attorney, or maybe because they have the same faith as Roshbaum. So I don't. Maybe they're in maybe the same Jewish circles in South Beach, Miami area. So who knows why they picked him? And remember, they had another attorney first for Charlie, and now he's then he had Roshbaum, I think, a few months later. So I don't think it really matters though. But yeah, I mean, in terms of fees, I think John Lauro probably charges a lot more than Roshbaum does. That's just my guess. I don't have any insight into that, but I mean, I think Lauro would probably charge $700-800 an hour, and if it's flat rate, it'd be probably millions of dollars. So it's big bucks either way for both of them. So my impression of Charlie so far is he's looking down, defeated. He looks depressed. He looks like he's either on meds or something that's just got him down, and he's trying to look like he's alert and alive, but he's just really not doing good. And I don't see any points that Charlie Adelson's made that are helpful to his case. How come no one pressed Katie for who paid legal fees? They must believe that she legitimately did come up with the money and that it wasn't the Adelsons. And apparently, it seems like her attorneys did it for really cheap, super cheap, where they basically were barely able to survive in paying their bills kind of thing, just to get the publicity. I know Tim Jansen had said that. You'd think they'd work this out. Well, a lot of defendants don't want to cop a plea. I mean, the kind of lifestyle he led, he wants to just roll the dice, go to the jury, and see if he can get them to believe. And if just one person holds out and doesn't vote to convict, like we happened in the KD1 trial, then he's figuring go it again, and I'll get another hung jury, and I'll just keep doing hung juries, and the government will just finally give up after the first or second time. So that's what his mindset is, and he probably thinks he's going to walk out of the courtroom today or tomorrow. So yes, Sarah's good. I agree, Katie girl. Sarah's good at opening and closing. She has good tone of voice, good delivery, very structured. No, I don't think that Jose Baez would get an acquittal here. Don't know if they'd work on weekends. I don't think so. They'll come back Monday. They're not gonna take away the jury's weekend time. Mr. Stubbs, 75, can he be cross-examined on anything, or can questions only be surrounded by what the defense opened up? They can impeach him with other stuff outside of it, and by Roshbaum asking about his lifestyle, and the courts I've been in under rules of evidence in states I'm licensed in, that would open the door where they can pretty much talk about anything about his lifestyle, unless the judge thought it was so inflammatory it'd be prejudicial to the case. So I don't know if the prosecution will go into that. I would go into some of it, but they may not go into it at all, and that's okay. That's just the prosecutor preference. I do think they'll be charged soon, hopefully both of them at the same time. And I think they'll have a confidence builder by knowing they did good on this case. I don't know what case that is about a woman killing her child. It seems like there's so many of those nowadays. It's like, which month are you talking about? Which state? Do I think better attorneys turn down the case? There's probably a possibility. Don't know for sure. Will the jury be sequestered during deliberations? Yeah, they're back in that jury room. They have their own restrooms back there. They're not going to be able to leave the jury room. If they want to leave the jury room, they're only going straight into the courtroom until the judge tells them you're dismissed from the courthouse per se. But yeah, otherwise they're going to be hunkered down back there in the jury deliberation room. And obviously they can go home at night and stuff. So sometimes you can have jurors that are basically locked down. They don't go home. They're basically just at the jury deliberation room and then going straight to a hotel or something. But so that's not the case here, though. Donna or Wendy, I mean, hopefully both. I mean, if they were going to go after one, I think they'll go after Donna. We've got so much more digital evidence on Donna now with everything that's played out. I think a jury would easily convict Donna. It's just really baffling that her and Donna aren't charged here as well. You'd want to bring in more evidence on the stuff Wendy was doing than what we've heard so far. But I think the jury thinks she's guilty as well. And I just want a little bit more of the details of what Wendy was doing, of the 100 plus indicators. Hi, LJ. I think that they're not so much a joke as this, that they have nothing to work with here. So I think the thing I'd be mostly worried about is alienating the jury by taking up too much time and going over minutia of stuff that's not really getting you anywhere. Just think about it. We've been in there. We've been there going on almost 2 hours, hour and 45 minutes nearly. Or I guess with almost 10-minute break. So maybe an hour and a half, 90 minutes. So granted, he's got to humanize his client, bring out a lot of his background and whatnot. But, this slow questioning is the thing that sort of irks me. If I'm sitting there listening to a case, I don't like it as an attorney. If I'm in the whatever side I'm on, I don't like when the other attorney's asking questions really slow. Get straight to the point, get straight to the jugular of what are you guys fighting about. Yeah, go Georgia. I did not miss that. Katie said to the Adelsons try to pay for her brother, or they try to go to her brother to pay for her lawyer. That's what we did here. So if you recall, that's something that Rashbaum right away tried to talk over Katie on. I thought that the prosecution would bring that up and say, hey, Katie, what were you trying to say before Rashbaum cut you off about who was paying? What about Charlie offering to pay for your lawyer by communicating that with your brother? So the prosecution didn't bring that up. But yeah, I think probably some of the jurors might have. Maybe they'll come up in the deliberation room. He didn't mention his real estate holdings, and we heard about that's something that I would have thought Rashbaum would have brought up, because we heard how he's making $3 to $3.5 million during around this time frame of the murder, and they did testify though it had to do with other real estate stuff. So he didn't cover that at all, and now this screen here, I don't know why we got cut out of the courtroom there. I'm going to call Ben and find out if he can switch that to a different channel. So stand by, please. Hey, Ben. Ben.
more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Yeah. I remember her coming over my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They'd gotten into an altercation, and he ripped a necklace that he'd given her off her neck. And she was crying, and she was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
Now, why did you continue to date her after this?
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me. She just was like, you know, it's a part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
So, Dave, what do you think about that? That, Catherine McBanoa had Sigfredo Garcia, who's one dangerous guy, and I'm kind of the victim in this. Isn't that kind of what they're
Here, I'm going to find a quieter
Yeah,
feed.
we all knew that Sigfredo Garcia was a dangerous guy. He's a Latin King member. He's a murderer.
Ben's trying to find a live feed since the other one got stalled out. We have been bouncing between the Law and Crime Network and also the Tallahassee Democrat. The I'll be the judge question has asked, why is Georgia objecting to hearsay? I didn't think these text messages were hearsay. Well, under generic definition of hearsay, they would be that, but the there's always exceptions to different things. So with all these stuff that the prosecution got in, I probably wouldn't worry about this. I'm more of a mindset, let the opposing side present their case if I'm a prosecutor. I don't want to try to shut them down. Let them throw whatever they want against the wall. If they really think their clients got a shot and whatnot, then I'm not opposed to that, because everything that's a falsehood will be destroyed on cross-examination or through rebuttal. So I'm really not worried about that kind of stuff so much. Thanks, Ben. It looks like we're still on break here, so they're going a little bit over. I'm going to step away as well, so I'll be back in a few minutes.
session. The Honorable Judge Stephen Everett now presides.
Everyone can be seated. Is Mr. Rauschbaum back?
He stepped out for a moment, Your Honor. He'll be back.
All right. And let them know we're resuming. All right. I'm prepared to rule on the composite exhibit. As a composite, I am going to sustain the objections on the grounds of both hearsay and relevance, and also on 403 grounds, as it may create confusion of the issues themselves. If there are isolated portions that you wish to offer on grounds of relevance, that are relevant, I should say, and also you have a hearsay exception for, I can reconsider that. Are there any statements that you wish to pull out of the composite and offer separately?
I'll stand on the record, Your Honor. I believe they all go to his state of mind, as I suggested to you, showing what he was thinking on these relevant time periods. And without seeing them in the collection, you don't see his state of mind. So I'll stay on the record, but you're taking away a defense of his, which is his state of mind, and the jury should be able to see that. I'll ask questions about it, but
You certainly can examine as to generally what was going on during the time period. Again, part of this as well goes to the subject matter, which we discussed at sidebar. I don't want the jury to take away from what could even possibly be relevant in the composite to then also make that a prejudicial aspect of the deliberation in any way. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. We're happy to redact those sections, but if that would change your ruling, but.
Well, even with the redactions, I think we still have to get back into specifically the 403 aspect of it and also the hearsay. But the court's ruling is what it is concerning that matter. You may examine, though, concerning the subject generally of the messages.
Judge, just for the record, I planned on doing the same thing. Oh, I have it. Oh, maybe not. No. What date was it? July 14th. Judge, I planned on doing the same thing for July 14 through 19. I won't do it considering I assume it's the same ruling, but my same arguments apply to that.
Very well, Ms. Kabelman, do you have similar objections for the entire composite block of text messages?
Yes, sir.
All right, again, if there are portions that you wish to extract from the composite that you believe that are both relevant and are not hearsay, I will certainly consider those, but as a composite exhibit, I am going to find that they would otherwise be not relevant or hearsay or create 403 issues with confusion of the issues at trial.
Judge, I understand your ruling. May I
Go
make
ahead.
just one additional argument for the record?
Go ahead.
Just for the record. In the state's case in chief, they were allowed to put in phone calls showing arrows that they have no idea anything said on those calls. they're essentially the same thing as putting in text messages like this, except you actually see the content, right?
The chain of the traffic versus what is actually said.
They put in every call, okay? They put in every call between these participants on those particular days. Which, by the way, correspond mostly to the days that I'm offering these text messages for. They put them in for their own purposes. I think I should be allowed, under a 403 analysis, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, to put in the text messages, to show the pattern or a lack of pattern of anything. And that's what these text messages show. But I can just ask the questions, but I would like the record to reflect that under a 403 analysis, it was allowed for them, it's not being allowed for us.
I wouldn't exactly say it boils down to being that simple, but your objection is noted, specifically as to what the state was permitted to demonstrate in their case in chief, goes to either demonstrating motive or direct evidence of what they believe show the elements of the charges. As to these composite exhibits, and again, I don't want to get very deep into what the subject matter is, there are messages that either go to embarrassing of the other witnesses or litigants in this matter, matters that are wholly irrelevant, or matters that do not demonstrate in any way the theory of defense as the court understands it. If there are portions, again, that are specifically relevant to negating either the motive or any of the elements of the charges and are not hearsay, as argued by the defense, I will consider those separately, but as a composite on the whole, the 403 issues, the relevance, and hearsay issues, I believe, compel me to deny their admission.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's bring back in the jurors and we'll continue.
All right, so I don't know exactly what was on those emails, but for whatever reason, there was a lot of information there. It was just too much for the judge to accept as being relevant and not having the effect of also confusing or prejudicing the case and other witnesses and whatnot. So
Everyone may be seated.
the prosecution did win, yes.
The state's objection to the exhibit is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had an opportunity to review your text messages from June 2nd to June 7th, 2014.
Yes, I have.
Anything in those text messages out of the ordinary?
No.
They're text messages about what types of subjects?
Work, personal life, just
Anything about a first attempted murder in Tallahassee?
no, not at all.
Anything about any sort of violence?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of panic?
No, not at all.
I want to talk briefly about July 1, 2014. And just kind of to give you a roadmap. In March, you had dinner with your sister, correct?
Yes, at Yarborough.
And we've learned that at that dinner, Sigfredo Garcia thought about killing you.
Yeah, he was stalking me with Luis Rivera.
And we've learned through this trial that a first attempted murder on Professor Markel's life happened, give or take, 6 weeks later.
Yes.
Now let's talk about July 1, which is about 3 or 4 weeks after that. By the way, up until July 1, had you ever talked to, texted with, met Sigfredo Garcia?
No, not at all.
What happened on July 1?
July 1, I was going to take Katie jet skiing, and I had the jet ski attached to the car, and I drove to her place in Miami, and I went to pick her up, and I actually I remember so well. I got flowers right before I picked her up. I bought flowers from the guy selling them in the middle of the street, and I picked Katie up, and we started driving out of her complex, and we got about 100, 200 feet, and this blue car comes flying out of nowhere, flies in front of us, and slams on the brakes. And I've got a car, and I'm towing a 1,200-pound jet ski behind it. And she started screaming, "That's T, that's T, that's T." And I'm like, I almost rear-ended this car. And this guy gets out of the car, and he comes over, and he's screaming every kind of four-letter word at me, threatening me. I mean, his face was real red. My windows were up. And the guy was going crazy. And, you know, I'm kind of a little bit boxed in because the front of my car was almost against the rear of his car, so I couldn't drive past it. And I had a big jet ski and a trailer behind my car, so I ended up putting the car in reverse, doing like a little bit of a three-point turn, a little bit, swinging the car around. He then got in his car, chased alongside of us, and you can't, if you're towing a jet ski with a car, you can't go real fast, you don't have much acceleration. He was right alongside of us, rolled his window down, was screaming all this stuff at us, and when we got to the light, it was just turning yellow, and I gunned it. I remember making a left-hand turn, and I said to Katie, I go, "That guy's fucking nuts." And he goes, "Nuts?" She goes, "He's really calmed down." And I go, "What do you mean he's calmed down?" And she goes, "The old T I know would have broken your window and dragged you out into the street and beaten your ass."
Now, that evening, by the way, let's talk about, you say T. Did you know Sigfredo Garcia under another nickname as well?
Yeah, well, she referred to him as T or Tuto,
Okay.
or Sigfredo.
Now, that evening, did your father call you?
Yeah,
And what did your father say to you when he called you, Harvey? What did Harvey say to you when he called you?
he was worried about me
Why?
because he got a threatening message on his voicemail, and the guy was saying, you know, something effective. "Next time I see you, it's going to be mano a mano. You know, don't fuck with me. You know, you don't know who I am." Something like that, and then hung the phone up.
Okay. Again, this was July 1, correct?
Yeah,
And this is now 17 days before Professor Markel was murdered, correct?
it was.
So we have Sigfredo Garcia thinking about killing you in March before the first attempt, right?
Yeah,
And now we have him threatening you and trying to run you off the road just 17 days before the actual murder occurred, right?
yes,
You're aware that the state's theory is that you are co-conspirators with Sigfredo Garcia?
that's their theory.
Now let's go to July 5th. Your dad's birthday party. By the way, what was served at the birthday party?
We had the paella and the chef there cooking it.
Okay. And how many people approximately attended the party?
It was in their apartment. They probably had, let's see, roughly about 30.
Okay. Did you invite Catherine McBanoa to the party?
No, I didn't.
The party was in their apartment, which was where?
It was in South Beach. It was in South Beach, at the Continuum.
Now, what time did the party end?
It went from probably 7-ish to probably about 11:30, 12 o'clock.
How far is the Continuum in South Beach from your house in Fort Lauderdale?
It's every bit of 45 minutes, depending on traffic.
That evening, where did you sleep?
I slept over at Katie's house
Why did you sleep over at Katie's house?
because my brother was in town for my dad's 70th birthday party with his wife and their kids. And then my sister was in town, and then the whole family was doing stuff the next day, and it was going to be at my parents' house, at their apartment. So I didn't want to drive all the way back to Fort Lauderdale and then all the way back to Miami.
Does Katie live closer to South Beach than your home in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, she's probably 15 minutes away, up to 15 minutes.
And did you go back to your parents' apartment the next day on July 6th?
Yeah, I slept at Katie's place. It was one of only 2 times I probably ever slept there. And then I went back to my parents' place, like for lunch the next day.
Did Katie come with you?
No, she did not.
Now, I want to draw your attention to June 16th and a late night work with your assistant, Erica.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
I do.
I know you're not going to know specific times, but how late did you work with Erica that evening?
We worked till about 10 o'clock at night.
And what did you do after work?
We'd worked through dinner, so we were both hungry. So me and Erica went to go eat dinner.
And what time did you get home, approximately?
I got home about 11:45.
When you got home, did you speak with Catherine McBanoa?
I did. We texted or I called her.
And during that conversation on the 16th, but it's really the morning of the 17th, I think, because midnight.
Yeah, it was after midnight.
What happened on that call?
Katie was questioning where I was and who I was with, and was saying it was suspicious because I think I ended up calling her probably about 12:30 that night because I came home, changed, took a shower, and then when I finally called her, it was like 12:30. So she thought I was cheating on her.
And was it a heated discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I worked hard all day. You know, I didn't do anything wrong. I went out to dinner with Erica, and like, she was just questioning on who I was with and what I was doing, and she was unhappy with me.
Towards the end of the discussion, what did you agree to do with Katie the next day?
I told her I actually my morning off is canceled. I don't start work until 1:45 tomorrow. I said, if you want, come up here and we'll grab lunch.
And did you have lunch with Miss McBanoa the next day?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you had lunch with Catherine McBanoa on the 17th?
She started all over again with like questioning me about the night before, and then she wanted to make plans with me to do dinner on Friday night, and she got very upset at me, and she was just like weirdly adamant, like, this Friday night I want to do dinner with you. Like, why are you saying you don't know? Like, you don't know you're fine to go do dinner with Erica and not call me till 12:30? And just didn't stop, and we got into a fight at lunch.
So let's take that a little bit slower. So you meet with her on the 17th, and on the 17th, your testimony is that she was adamant that she wanted to have dinner with you on the 18th. Is that right?
Yeah.
And where did she want to have dinner with you?
She wanted to make dinner plans and go down to Miami.
Was that odd?
I mean, it was Friday night. She was my girlfriend, so from that perspective, it wasn't odd. What was odd is that she was so adamant, and when I pushed back on it, there was no push. She was like, started questioning me even more.
Now, where were you going to work on the 18th?
I was working in Jupiter.
Okay. So we're in Tallahassee, so let's just make sure everyone knows where Jupiter is compared to Miami, where Catherine McBanaway is, where she wanted you to have dinner. How far is Jupiter from Miami?
I would say with no traffic, it's probably 2 hours and 15 minutes, maybe 2:30.
And so, and I might have said the wrong month. We're in July. It's July, not June. July 17th, correct?
Yeah, that's what.
Okay. So, why did you want to go all the way back down to Miami, and what did you tell Catherine McBanaway?
Telling Katie I'm going to be in the car for at least an hour and a half driving up to Jupiter. My back kills me when I'm in the car for that long. I got to drive back another hour and a half home. I got 2 offices I'm working in. I got 10 hours of surgery I'm doing. I'm like, I don't even know what time I'm getting out. And she was just like, oh, so it's just going to be another late night and you don't want to see your girlfriend on a Friday night?
And how did the lunch end?
I told her that, I said, you're acting like a bitch. I didn't call her a bitch, but I said she was acting like a bitch.
And did you leave the restaurant?
Yeah, we had some words, and I put some money down on the table, and we both walked out. And I'm like, I gotta get to work. I can't deal with this now.
Did you contact her, or did she try to contact you during the day of the 17th, July 17th?
She called me while I was at work around 6:30, but I was still working, and I didn't pick up the call.
When did you speak to her again?
I was pretty pissed at her, so I didn't call her until after 12 that night. After I came home, I went to the gym, took a shower. I called her after 12.
And when you called her after 12 that evening, did you apologize?
We eventually smooth things over a little bit. Like I felt bad for saying that to her, and she was still mad at me and still wanting to see me. So I did smooth things over, but not entirely.
Now, the next day you have several text communications with Miss, Judge, may we briefly approach?
Approach.
I think the jury's really picking up on the fact that Charlie's just really a guy that's hanging out with the wrong type of people, and he's just really just a sort of a cringe-worthy type of guy to listen to. The way he's talking about women throughout this trial, it is not going unnoticed on these jurors. You have more than half the jurors of the 12, I think, will be females. I think it was an 8-7 mix, and I think there was 8 females, 7 males. And of course, there's 3 alternates of this 15, and I'm sure they're just so fed up with listening to the way Charlie talks about women. Him just openly saying the B word like that in court, that's just really embarrassing. I think if I was his counsel, I would not let a client do that. Just really a bad thing to alienate yourself from the jury. So. But that's the real Charlie. So some of the real Charlie's coming out now. So it's actually a good thing for the prosecution. It's also good for the prosecution because Charlie, his own words is the thing that got him indicted, and it's the same thing that's going to be getting him convicted. So good job, Charlie. Your real personality's coming out, and they haven't even begun to get to cross-examination. This is also something that gives his defense attorney an out, because he's going to say, you're the one that sunk yourself. I did the best job I could representing you. Your testimony was atrocious, and this is your story, your words. Defense attorneys don't fabricate and tell the client this is your best defense to say. They shouldn't anyway. It'd be unethical. So Rashbaum, if he's going by the ethical rules in any state court across America, defense attorneys are not supposed to concoct a theory and then tell the defendant what to say. So this is his own words that he would have related to his counsel, and his counsel's is following what he's saying.
Now we're on the 18th, July 18th. Did you speak with your sister that morning?
I did.
What do you recall talking to your sister about?
I called her in the car on the way up to work, and I ended up talking to her. She's told me that she was having the TV set repaired. I thought she had told me that Lincoln had thrown something at it and broke the screen. So she was getting a TV fixed. And then I was also, the reason I called her was because I was in a fight with Katie and I wanted to get her opinion on something. So I spoke to her and told her what I said to Katie, and she gave me sisterly advice like she usually does.
And again, that morning, you're in the car for quite some time?
About an hour and a half.
Where were you were working at one or two offices that day?
I was working in two offices, but they're across the street from each other in Jupiter.
Okay. And during the call up to Jupiter, did you make several phone calls?
Yeah, that's my morning routine, and I was in the car for an hour and a half, so I was on the phone a bunch.
Now, there's several times where there is a phone call made, and then immediately after there's another call, and there's short calls, and then immediately after there's another call. Do you know why that was the case?
Yeah, because there's a stretch of highway between West Palm and up in Jupiter where you'll get drop calls constantly. So you'll call somebody and then you can't hear the person or it doesn't go through, and they start talking and you hang up and call them again. So the calls drop constantly up there.
Okay. Do you recall having some text message communication with a friend named Mike and also Catherine McBanawa about dinner that night?
Yes, I did.
And without getting into too many specifics, what was the general issue?
Mike had wanted me to get dinner with him because his house is kind of close to Jupiter, and sometimes when I'm up that way, I'll see him. Katie was still upset about the other day and feeling like I give more time to other people and questioning why it's a Friday night and I don't want to spend it with her. I eventually just texted with Katie and I apologized for calling her a bitch and telling her I said she was acting like one. I didn't call her one, but evidently to some people there's no difference. And I shouldn't have said it, so I ended up apologizing and making dinner plans with her.
So you chose to make dinner plans with Katie that night, correct?
Yeah.
And where the dinner plans were going to actually happen, did you get that far in making specific plans?
No, but I said I just want to do something casual in Fort Lauderdale. I don't want to get all dressed up and head to Miami.
Okay. Now, the second office you're working in for a little period of time, right? That evening.
Right.
In other words, let me rephrase.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of surgeries in that second office, right?
Yeah, they're usually packed.
And do you recall from a text message that around a little after 6, you were about to start a big procedure?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you hear from your mom. How do you hear from your mom?
I had a missed call from her, 1 or 2 missed calls, and then she texted me, call us ASAP.
And why did you miss the calls? What were you doing?
I was in surgery.
Okay. After she texted you, call her ASAP, what did you do?
I stopped what I was doing. I could see the text messages on the phone as they come in, so I knew it was important. I stopped what I was doing, and I called her right back.
When you called her back, what did she tell you?
She told me that Wendy had just called her and that Dan had been shot and that it was serious and that her and my dad are going to be going up to Tallahassee to be with her.
How did you react?
I was shocked. I said, is he okay? Is he going to be okay? Are the boys okay? Or Wendy's okay? Like what happened?
And what did your mom tell you?
she said she didn't know any details, that it was really serious, and that Wendy's with the police right now, and they're questioning her.
Now, after you got off the phone with your mom, what did you do?
I went back to work.
And did you have some communications with people after that through text messages about how you were feeling?
I did.
And generally speaking, how were you feeling?
I wasn't feeling great. I was pretty upset about what I just heard.
Now, around what time, if you remember, did you leave the office?
Probably about between 8:20 and 8:30.
Okay. And again, it's a pretty far drive, correct? Even
Yeah.
at that time of night.
Yeah, there's no traffic at that time, so I could speed a little bit. But
On your car ride home, did you make phone calls?
yes, I did.
And in particular, and we'll do it one at a time, did you speak with Catherine Magbanawa?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell Catherine Magbanawa on your ride home?
I told her that my brother-in-law, my ex-brother-in-law, had been shot, and it's serious. And I just told her I really didn't feel like going out tonight, and just hang out at the house if you still want to come over. She said, no, I'm still coming to see you.
How did she seem?
She seemed normal. I mean, she seemed concerned, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Now, are you aware that after that phone call, Catherine Magbanawa had to frantically go around and try to get a babysitter for her kids?
No, not at all.
Now, did you speak with your mom on the way home to your house?
Yeah, I called my parents also from the car.
And what did you find out from your parents?
That they were getting ready to leave, and that they were heading up to they were going to head up to Tallahassee, and that they were going to probably stop up in Orlando because it's late, and they wouldn't get up there till, so they're going to spend the night in Orlando and then go up to Tallahassee.
Now, you've seen text messages in this case where there's some indication. Your mom says outside your house, and 20 minutes later, after that text message, you say 10 minutes. Do you recall those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you see your parents that evening?
No, not at all.
Okay. When your mom says outside your house, does that mean to you that she was actually at your house?
No, it meant that she was passing by my house outside it on the vicinity, seeing if I was home.
On the phone call that you had with your mom on the way home, did you discuss anything about your parents stopping at your house?
Yeah, I said, text me when you're close. If I'm home, stop by and see me, because my house is a football field length away from the exit of the turnpike.
And when they were close, were you anywhere near your house?
No, and I missed their text. I didn't get home for 40 minutes after that text came through.
When you got home, what did you do?
When I got home, I changed, took a shower. I took a shower, changed, and I played phone tag with Katie to see where she was at. I think I talked to her after I got out of the shower, and she was going to be heading over to hang out with me.
You have a text with your friend Mike that said you went to the gym. Do you have a gym? Did you go to the gym?
No.
Okay. Do you know if you worked out in your house that night?
I don't know if I've got some workout equipment in our house, so I may very well have, but I didn't go to the gym that night.
Your friend Mike wanted to have dinner with you that night, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you get to the house you said you called Katie after your shower. Why did you call her?
To see if she was still planning on coming over and what time she was going to be there, because it was already like 10:15.
And did she come to your house that night?
Yeah, she said she was going to be leaving shortly, and I think I even said either text me or call me when you're on your way.
Did she actually come to your house that evening?
Yes, she did.
Around what time did she arrive?
She got there about 11 o'clock.
What happened when she arrived?
When she arrived to my house, she came in through the garage, entered into the kitchen from the side door like she always does, and she just looked panicked and upset. I mean, she walked straight in and gives me this big tight hug and asked me, like, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, just a horrible day." But she looked more upset than I've ever seen her. I'm like, "Are you okay?" She's like, "No, I'm not." I'm like, "What's wrong?" She's like, "Just come sit down. I need to talk to you."
Where did you go?
We walked into the living room.
And what happened when you got to the living room?
We sat down on the couch and she started to talk to me. And she said, "Listen, this is all my fault, but I had no idea anything was going to happen, but this is totally my fault. I spoke in too much detail about your family's personal problems, about your sister, Dan Markel, and the $1 million offer."
What did you say?
I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And she's like, "My friend killed Dan, and he wants to be paid $1/3 of $1 million."
How did you react?
I was like, "What did you just say?" And she's like, "My friend killed Dan, and he wants you to pay $1/3 of $1 million."
What happened next?
I stood up and I started cursing it. I'm like, "What the fuck? Are you kidding me?" And she's like, "No." I'm like, who did this? Who's your friend that did this?" And she's like, "I don't want to say. I can't say." And I said, who was it? And she just kept saying, "I'm not going to tell you." And I was like, was it Sigfredo? And she's like, "No, I'm not telling you." And I just walked in my bedroom, sat down on the edge of my bed.
What happened when you got in the bedroom?
She came into the bedroom, followed after me. She sat down next to me. She started telling me, like, "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault, but I didn't know any of this was going to happen." And I'm like, "Katie, I'm not going to be part of this shit. Like, I'm not going to be part of paying for a murder. This is insane." And she's like, "Look, if you don't pay in 48 hours, they will kill you." And I said, "Katie, I feel like I'm getting extorted now."
How did she respond to that?
She got really mad at me. She got angry. And she's like, "Look, I'm not extorting you." She's like, "I got dragged into this the same way you got dragged into this." She's like, "It's my fault for running my mouth the way I did, but I'm not extorting you. Like, I'm trying to help you." So she's like, she goes, "What are you going to do? You're going to go to the police?" She goes, "You go to the police, they'll kill you."
Did she tell you that they would just kill you, or they would also kill other people?
She said, "He'd come after you, he'd come after the family. Like, Charlie, you don't have a choice. Just pay the money. You said you had the cash. You said you were going to pay a third. Like, just do it. Like, I'm trying to help you out."
What did you do then?
I said, "Katie, I don't have $1/3 of $1 million in cash." And she's like, "You said you did." And I was like, "No, cash isn't. I can write a check for $1/3 of $1 million. I don't need to take out a loan." And she's like, "Well, you have a ton of money in your safe." And I said, "Katie, I don't have that much in my safe. I do have a lot." And I said, "Come, take a look." And I walked over to my safe. I opened it up. And I'm like, "Here, take a look." And I took it out in piles and put it on the dresser next to us. And I said, "Go ahead and count. That's not $1/3 of $1 million."
And did she count it?
Yes, she did.
How much money did she count?
138,000.
So it wasn't 100,000, it was 138,000.
Correct.
What did she do with $138,000?
She had a big purse. She put it in her purse. And she asked me, she goes, how can you get the rest? And I'm like, "Hey, that's all the cash I've saved up from forever." And she said, "Can you go to your parents and get it?" And I was like, "If I go to my parents, my dad will go to the cops in a second. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to stop my dad from going to the police. Like, I could never say anything to him."
What happened next?
She asked me, she said, "Well, can you pay like can you pay like $3,000 a month? And I said, yeah, I can do that.
Now, at this point in time, did you have any idea that she was part of the extortion?
No, she kept saying it was all her fault and that she didn't know any of this was going to happen. And I mean, she was upset.
What did she do next?
She took her purse, her keys and her phone. And she's like, I'm going to go call my friend and see if this works for him, and I'm going to try to help you out. And she walked out of the house, and my bedroom was right next to the front door. She walked out of my bedroom outside of the front door and closed the door behind her.
When she went out of the house, what did you do?
I just paced around my house, and I remember sitting in the living room. I got a wood coffee table, and I was just sitting on the coffee table, just in shock, thinking, what the fuck just happened?
What happened when she came back in the house?
She came in the house, and she was being the good guy and telling me that she's gonna look out after me, and she's so sorry this happened. It's the same thing she was saying beforehand, and that she was gonna make sure that nobody pays me a visit. And she's like, I spoke to him. You can pay $3,000 a month, or you can pay the rest off. She goes, but the $3,000 a month you're paying doesn't go towards the balance.
What did you do after she told you that?
I just said fine, and I walked downstairs into the kitchen, and I was shaking, and I took a bar of Xanax,
Where did you go?
and I walked outside from the kitchen through the sliders into the backyard. I closed the sliding glass door behind me. I think she got the picture. I wanted to be alone, and I just sat outside behind my house for a while.
Now, when you came back into the house, what was she like?
She was just apologizing, just telling me that her friend's crazy and she's so sorry, and she ran her mouth too much about everything and about the $1 million offer, and she was telling me that she was going to protect me.
Did she take a Xanax as well?
I don't know if she did. She may have, but I didn't give her one.
Did she spend the night that night?
She did sleep over that night.
Now, why didn't you kick her out?
I was in a state of shock, and I didn't think she had anything to do with it. I didn't even want to believe that she had anything to do with it.
When you came back in the house, what happened to you next?
The Xanax was really starting to set in. It's probably about a half hour I was outside. I remember going into the bedroom and sitting down. I sent the text to my parents to see if they were up in Orlando yet or where they were. And then I laid down in bed, and I passed out pretty soon after that.
The next morning, when did she leave?
She left about 8:30 in the morning.
And how was she in the morning? How was she acting?
She was apologizing and telling me how sorry she is, and she was blaming herself and saying it's all my fault for running my mouth, and telling my friend about this. And she was just telling me that she was going to protect me and that I wasn't going to get a visit from anybody.
What did she tell you anything in particular before she left the house?
Yeah, she told me, whatever you do, she said, please don't tell anybody about what happened. Like, don't tell anybody about this. Never talk about this. Never talk about it on the phone. She said, never call me up and start talking about this. And the last thing she said to me is like, can we just pretend like this never even happened?
She leaves the house, and we're going to get into specifics, but that day, July 19th, where do you go?
I don't leave the house. I was home all day.
What were you thinking and what were you doing when you were home on the 19th?
I was sleeping a bunch. I think I took probably some more Xanax, just trying to relax, and I was just real upset.
That morning, did you speak with your parents and with Wendy Adelson?
I did. I talked to my parents that morning.
And what did you find out?
I found out that Dan had died.
And why did you call Wendy Adelson?
Because that was the first call I called after my parents told me that, to see how she was, see how the boys were.
Now, you're home alone the entire day of the 19th. Did you think about going to the police?
I thought about it, but I thought I'm gonna get killed if I go to the police. It's not gonna bring Dan back. It just seemed like a bad idea.
Over the days following, did you continue to go back and forth about whether to go to the police or not?
Every time I thought about it, I thought through what could happen to me, what would be the benefit versus the pros versus the cons.
And why didn't you go to the police?
I thought if I went to the police that they'd kill me.
Now, there are some text messages into evidence on the 19th. Text messages between you and Catherine Magbanawa. I think there's 3 of them. Do you recall those text messages?
Yeah, we texted during the day.
And there are text messages about the weather and pool and and Catherine Magbanawa going to the pool. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What are those text messages about?
I was trying to show her that I was trying to pretend like this didn't even happen. Like, I think one of the texts said I'm going to the gym. I didn't go to the gym that day. My phone will show I never left my house.
Now, you say that she said that you could pay all at once, or you could pay $3,000 a month. That's what her friend would accept, right?
Yes.
Did you think about paying it all at once?
I thought about it. I thought, if I'll do it and it'll get these people out of my life forever. But then I thought, this is extortion. One thing I know about extortion is it never ends. So if I paid it all at once, I thought that may be more of a reason that they come kill me. Or if I pay it all off, they're going to come back and ask for more money.
In the days following the extortion, did your sleeping habits change?
Yes.
What did you start doing?
I slept with a gun in my nightstand ever since then. And then I started carrying my gun on me also.
I'm showing you it's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 51 and Defendant's Exhibit 52. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay.
Take a look at those. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
Judge, I would move Defendant's Exhibit 51 and 52. Well, before I move in 52. The 52 are some text messages. Are those text messages that you recognize that you kept in your ordinary course of dealings with text messages?
Yes, they are.
I would move in at this time 51 and 52.
Any objection from the state?
I have not reviewed them.
Please let Ms. Keppelman look at 51 and 52.
Not very smooth by the defense counsel here. He should have shared that with prosecution before he goes up to try to hand it to the witness. But this is just terrible, terrible testimony.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense 51 and 52 are admitted at this time.
Now, on within 11 days after your extortion, did you do anything in particular to your house and to the Adelson Institute?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
A few days after it happened, I called up a camera guy and I got a whole system set of cameras installed in my house and in my office, and in my office, like pointing out to the parking lot also.
Judge, may I publish? I'm showing you what's marked as showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 51. Is this a check for the cameras?
Yes, it is.
And how much did you pay for the camera system?
I paid $2,140.
And what date was the check made out for?
7/30/2014.
And in the memo line, what does it say?
It says camera.
I'm showing you some text messages from a couple days earlier. And these are text messages between you and your parents and you and camera Adriel. Who's camera Adriel?
Adriel is the name of the guy who installed the cameras, so I just put his name in my phone as camera, so it's easy to look up. Camera Adriel.
And here are you indicating that you put cameras in your house as well as the Adelson Institute?
Yeah, that's why there's 2 DVRs. There was one for the house and there was one for the office, and it's 23 cameras in total.
Why did you think it was so important to put all of a sudden a camera system up?
It was, I was worried about my safety. I fully expected these people to come back and possibly try to kill me. So I just wanted to beef up my security system in the house and the office.
Okay, I want to switch gears a teeny bit. What was your sister like in the weeks following the murder?
She was a wreck. She looked horrible. She didn't leave the house. She wasn't eating.
Before we go into that subject, I want to bring up one other thing about the cameras. Are there text messages earlier in the year where your parents are asking you to put up cameras at the Adelson Institute?
We talked about it, and I actually had a camera system at my house, but it was older and it was antiquated, and it didn't work really good. It was from like 2008, so the technology was 6-7 years old.
Those text messages earlier in the year to put up a camera system at the office, had you ever acted upon that?
No, we talked about it, but I never got around to it.
It's not until within a week or so after you're extorted that you act upon that, correct?
Yeah, I called the camera guy about 3 or 4 days after I got extorted, and then it took him like a week to get the cameras and to set up an appointment to install it.
Let me ask you another question. And we're gonna get to your mom learning what happened. But before we get there, after you were extorted, did you tell anyone about what happened to you?
No, I told nobody.
Why not?
Katie told me before she left my house that morning, she's like, you cannot talk to anybody about this. Don't ever talk about this with anyone. Don't ever talk on the phone about it. Don't even talk to me about this ever again. Like, nobody can find out, but I'm gonna protect you.
Let's get back to Wendy.
Okay.
So, I think you said Wendy was a mess.
Yeah.
Did there come a time when you went out to dinner with your sister?
Yes.
And how long after the murder was that?
I'd say it was about 2 weeks after. Maybe even a hair more, but around about 2 weeks.
And what happened when you went out to dinner with her?
I picked her up. I said, what do you feel like getting? You want to get pizza? You want to get sushi? And she's like, I love sushi. So I said, all right, I'll take you to I'll take you to a really good place for sushi.
Where did you go?
We went to a restaurant called Juvia. And it's actually a pretty fancy sushi place.
What happened during the dinner?
She got really sick. When we got to the restaurant, we didn't have a reservation or anything. They sat us at the bar. They served us a drink at the bar. It was really, it was one of those like martinis that have like 3 shots in them, so they're strong. And then we sat at the dinner table.
Were you drinking and celebrating the death of Professor Markel?
Absolutely not. We sat at the bar waiting for a table for an hour, and then when we sat at the table, we each had one drink.
Now, I want to move on to August. Well, before we get there, sorry. In July, did you break up with Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
How did you break up with her?
This happened on a Friday night, and I'd say within a week, I met her. I said, "Come, let's have dinner," and we went out for tacos. And I said, like, "We can't do this anymore. I don't want to be in a relationship with you."
How did she react?
I think she knew it was coming. I mean, there was no surprise on her part.
Now, in August, did you see her?
I saw her one time in August.
Why did you see her in August?
I saw her one time in August to pay her $3,000 for her friend.
When you paid her the money in August, how did you pay her?
I paid her $3,000 in cash.
And at this point in time, did you know that she was actually part of the extortion?
No, I thought she was not part of it. I was a little suspicious, but she just kept telling me that how sorry she was, and she was adamant that she had nothing to do with it and didn't know this was going to happen.
When you gave her the cash in August, did she make any request of you?
Yes, she did.
What request did she make?
She said, "Look, none of this money's going to her. She's giving all the money to her friend." She said, "Could you do me a favor? I need to get health insurance for my kids. Like, I'm helping you out. Nobody's gonna ever pay you a visit. Can you give me $2,000 in cash for my friend and write me a check for $1,000 every month?" And that way, she said she'll cash it, give the money to her friend, and then that way she can get health insurance for her kids.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. She says to you she needs health insurance for her kids,
Mm-hmm.
and she says to you, "I'm getting none of the money at all."
Yeah, she said none of this is going to her.
But it would really help me if 1,000 of the $3,000 can be in the form of being on the books of your business, essentially. And did you say to her, "Catherine, we just did a murder. I can't put you on the books of the business because that creates a paper trail"?
No, we didn't just do a murder. I just got extorted.
Now, what did you say to her when she made you that request?
I said, "I'll do it for you. No problem." I mean, I wanted to keep her happy.
Now, before you did that for her, what did you have to do?
I had to call my mom because she does the books at the office. I don't even have the checkbook. And I called her up and I said, "I want to put Katie on payroll at the office for $1,000 a month."
When you called your mom, what did she say to you?
She said, "Was Katie going to be coming into the office? Is she going to start working for us?" And I said, "No, she's not." And she's like, "Well, what's Katie going to be doing?" And I go, "Oh, she's just going to be helping me out with some stuff and different things." It's a long story. And I think my mom was someplace when I was talking to her on her cell phone because she didn't question me much after that.
Did you make any special requests to your mom about how the checks would be made?
Yes, I did.
What was your request to your mom?
I said, put them as like, give me like 4 or 5 checks at a time because I just want to hand them to her like that. So I said, write me a bundle of checks at a time.
Why did you want your mom to give you a bundle of checks at a time?
Because I only planned on seeing her one time a month, and that was to make the extortion payment. So I figured if I gave her 4 or 5 checks each time, that's all I planned on seeing her.
Now, sometimes did you give her less than 4 or 5 checks at a time?
Not that I can recall.
Now, Did there come a time when you went to go pick up the checks from your mom?
Yes.
And where did you go to pick up the checks?
I went to my parents' apartment.
And who was there when you came to pick up the checks?
My mom was there, and I don't think my dad was there at the time. He wasn't there at that time.
Was he there or
No,
wasn't he
she
there?
was alone. There was no one else there.
Now, when you went to go pick up the checks, what happened and what do you remember?
I remember walking in, saying hi to my mom, and she's like, "Oh, the checks are over there on the counter like you asked for." And I saw there was a white envelope and there was a stack of checks sitting there. And she said, what's Katie doing for you? And I thought we'd already addressed it, but she's working at the office, and I'm like, no, I told you she's not. She's like, well, $1,000 a month is a lot of money to pay somebody. And she's like, what exactly is she doing for you? And I said, it's a long story. And then she said, well, I'm your mom, like, tell me. Like, don't just tell me it's a long story. So this time she was like, and I was face to face with her, and she was more persistent in asking me, you know, what the heck's going on? Are you still dating her? And I'm like, no, we're definitely not dating anymore. She's like, well, why are you giving her $1,000 a month? This makes no sense.
What happened next?
I told my mom, you know, I wanted to tell somebody, because if I get killed, at least somebody will know where to look or what it could have been about. So I wanted my mom to know what happened, but I also didn't want her saying anything to anybody. So I told my mom, I said, listen, I'm going to tell you something, but I never want to talk about it again. I never want you to talk to me about it on the phone. Don't talk about it anywhere. And please, whatever you do not say anything to Dad. Do not say anything to Wendy. Do not try to make me go to the police, because I'm not going. You got to promise me all that, and then I'll tell you.
And what did you tell your mom?
I told her that the night of the 18th, I got extorted for $250,000.
How did your mom react?
She flipped out. She's like, well, what do you mean? Like, what is this about? Like, you know who killed Dan?
What did she want to do?
She wanted to go to the police.
And what did you tell her?
I said, absolutely not. I said, it's not going to bring Dan back. I go, you're just going to end up getting me killed, or they'll come after somebody in the family.
What was agreed upon between you and your mom that evening?
That she was never going to say anything to anybody.
How about to your dad?
Not my dad, not my sister.
Why were you so persistent with your mom that she couldn't tell your dad or your sister?
Because I thought they'd go to the police. I didn't think there'd be any way to stop them. These people told me that. I mean, I was told the night of the extortion, you got 48 hours to pay up or you're going to get killed. These people were not messing around.
Now, your mom gives you the checks, the first set of checks,
Yes,
that day?
yes.
And do you remember what month that was?
That was in September.
After she gave you those checks, would you periodically have to meet with your mom and get more checks?
Yeah, but not. I didn't even realize the staff got paid bi-weekly, so they got their checks every 2 weeks. So when I'd asked her for 4 or 5 checks, I was thinking like that would be good for the month. I didn't realize that was going to be like, 8-10 weeks.
Did your mom bring this subject up again?
She would ask me, "Are you okay?" She asked me, "Do you need anything?" She asked me, "Do you need money?" I'm like, "No, I don't want you guys getting involved. It's bad enough that I'm involved in this."
For the next 20 months, what did you do with regards to money and Catherine McBanawa?
Every single month, when I met her, I gave her $2,000 and the stack of checks to carry her forward.
And again, what did you think she was doing with those checks?
I thought she was cashing the checks and giving the $3,000 to her friend.
Now, we've heard a lot about gifts. We've heard about Lexus with 160,000 miles. We've heard about plane tickets. We've heard about, I guess, breast augmentation, but let's put that aside because I think that's a different category. We've heard about a whole host of gifts regarding over the next 20 months, you giving a bunch of gifts to Catherine Magbanua. You recall that testimony in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
The gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanua, was that part of the extortion? Were those extortion payments?
No, not at all.
What were the gifts?
The gifts were me trying to keep Katie happy. And I didn't think Katie was any part of this extortion at all because she was constantly broke. I mean, she'd be hitting me up for $300. I mean, there's no way that she was getting that $3,000 and then asking me for $300 or running short on this or running short on that or can't pay a car bill.
So I want to make sure that we're crystal clear here. The fact that she was always saying she was broke, did that make you more certain or less certain that she was not part of the extortion?
It made me more certain that there's no way that she's involved. I mean, she's telling the truth. The extortion never went up. I mean, she could have just raised the extortion payment instead of having to ask me for money. Every time she was asking me for money, I actually felt good. I felt like she wasn't part of it.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
Notice that Don and Harvey don't want anything to do with this train wreck of a defense. They're not testifying, they're not subpoenaed anymore, so they could show up there and be behind Charlie to support him. So they're not even being there because
56 and 57 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize these text messages?
I do.
One of those text messages from December 2nd, 2014,
Yes, it is.
and is one of them from November 25, 2015.
Yes, it is.
Are these text messages, do you recognize them as being kept in your ordinary course of business?
Yeah, there was text messages from my phone.
Judge, I would move in these exhibits at this point in time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted at this time. Defense 56 and 57, I believe.
Yes. May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
The first message is from December 2nd, 2014, Defendant's Exhibit 56. And Katie is, oh boy.
Just wait for it to move over.
Go away. Do it a different way. I have to make everyone sick. Do you recall her asking for a favor that she needs to borrow from you in December of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall in November of 2015, she's talking about how she's embarrassed because her credit card was declined?
That old David said, yeah.
Now, as time went on, let me back up. After the extortion, you break up with her
Yes.
and you see her only once a month or so.
It was once a month, except for the occasion of maybe there's one other time, 1 or 2 times.
Now, your communications with her in August and September, and maybe the first part to most of October of 14, through text messaging, do they dwindle, stay the same, or go up?
No, I was trying to have limited contact with her.
And as time goes on, however, what happens to your relationship?
I become more sure that she's not part of the extortion at all. And it really would, what I was going by is how broke she was. There's no way she got all this money and she's so broke and she's still working. And it, you know, we became friendly again. You know, our relationship was very different, but it was different but stronger because I needed her for my safety.
Okay. And so you've seen some of the emails, and I'm sure the state will show you a bunch of these emails in cross-examination where it's clear in the emails that you're learning a lot about each other, you're texting each other somewhat, you're talking as if you're friends.
We were friends. We weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. That ended, but she was protecting me.
Now, during this entire period of time before the bump, we're not at the bump yet. During this entire period of time, did she ever tell you who was extorting you?
No.
Did you have a pretty good idea of who it was, though?
I did. I absolutely did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Yes, you do need 12 jurors to all vote in unison to convict. Has to be unanimous. Or to acquit. If somebody's acquitted, that meant all 12 jurors voted to acquit. And if you can't get all voting for either a conviction or an acquittal, then that would be a mistrial and a hung jury. Chinese water torture, yeah, I mean, this is so painful to watch. So I'm not sure if they're on an FBI watch list. I've not seen that from Susan on True Lifestyles, but potentially they are. Hopefully they are.
Before we get to the bump, yesterday we heard a call, which is SX-130, where your mom and you are showing your love for Wendy's boyfriend, who she doesn't love, Dave. Do you recall that?
Dave, yeah.
Was your mom involved in Wendy's life?
Yeah, she was involved, but I mean, she cared a lot about her. I mean, she was her mom.
Now, during that call, you talk about how Professor Markel's death was a tragedy. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you have any idea at that point in time that you were being listened to by the police?
No idea. I was driving home and I was in the car for a long time, so I was just talking to my mom about everything.
Now, during that call, there is some discussion about Wendy winning the lottery. If you look at the context of the call in its entirety, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to meeting Dave. Dave was a one-of-a-kind catch guy that I liked him a lot. I guess I liked him more than my sister did. But he was a great catch. He was super successful. He used to work for a government agency. Sold his company for a tremendous amount of money. But most importantly, like, he really loved my sister. He really loved my nephews who don't have a dad anymore. And I mean, I even on that call, I was talking about like a 6-year-old farting on his head. I was over there, the kid was farting on his head, and he left, and it didn't bother him. So I thought he was a great guy. And he actually even met the Markels, Dan's parents, once with my sister when they were visiting the boys. I mean, he was just a great guy, and it was my sister's birthday. That's why there was so much chatter caught about Dave, because I don't think she was inviting him or something. So that's why he became a topic of conversation. And The Wire was from April, and my sister's birthday's in April. So those are probably the most amount of Dave calls I've ever had in my life, but the FBI captured a bunch of Dave calls.
By the way, I saw you get a little emotional there. Do you love your nephews?
Of course.
Would you ever take their father away from them?
No, never. Never in a million years.
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
You may.
That's sort of odd to stop right in the middle of questioning your defendant client right in the middle of a murder trial to ask for a sidebar. So I don't know what he's going to do next here. I saw some comments saying that Rashbaum was unethical for presenting this defense, but if this is what your client tells you, your client gets up on the stand, as long as he's not telling Rashbaum that he's concocted this story and he's going to get up there and lie. Pretty much as an attorney across America, you got to take the client's word for it and go ahead and present the defense. Now, if this was my case, I would have cross-examined him and exposed all these ridiculous stories he's telling. So, and not taken the case, but you know, it's America, and you got to have somebody defend you. And everybody, no matter how guilty you are, they have to have a constitutional right to counsel.
Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction that you've gotten since jury selection. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not seek out any news coverage or any information pertaining to the case. We will resume with the testimony of Mr. Adelson at 1:30. Please report back by 1:20.
Apparently, he was letting the judge know he's not done yet. He still wants to continue on direct examination of Charlie. So that's what he was doing there on the sidebar. And obviously, it is around lunchtime. A lot of times they're going way past lunch. So yeah, so it is a longer lunch break as well. So this will give time for the prosecutors to regroup. Of course, defense is also going to talk to Charlie. He'll go back in a holding cell, and there's going to be jailers around. They may give him some privacy to sort of coach him some more on how to act, how he's coming across.
Are you planning to go through all calls or just selected calls?
I'm not planning on playing all calls. I am planning on going through a lot of calls, but not playing them all. And we probably will be adding, I think, 1 or 2 calls as well.
Very well. Do you intend to finish with your direct by at least the mid-afternoon?
How long was I up there right now?
Let's say it took the morning.
I have no idea, Your Honor. I anticipate this could go all day. But maybe it'll go, it's going a little quicker than I had anticipated, to be honest with you. I know that's surprising. But I would think that it's gonna go at least another, it'll be a while. It may leak into tomorrow.
Yeah, wow.
Unless either party has anything further to raise, we'll be in recess. Please report back at 1:20.
Wow, this strategy where you're just going to keep asking questions, and think about how much Rashbaum is talking versus Charlie. It's sort of like a 50-50 right now, how much verbiage defense counsel raising. I just don't like that approach as advocates where you're basically not letting your client tell their story, what happened. You should just do little prompts, in my opinion, to get your client to really tell their story, give the details that are necessary. And so this looks more like a controlled environment for Charlie. They don't want him rambling because they know once he starts rambling, he slips up like he already did with some of the derogatory stuff he's talked about in addressing Katie and also Dan Markel. So he just is coming across terribly. And so he's going to try to put his spin apparently on a lot of these wiretaps and whatnot. And so it's going to be painful to watch. and it's not going to be effective. So this is what they want to do for their defense. So he has a right to present a defense. It's a constitutional right, and I would say that boring the jury to sleep like this is never a good tactic. And the jury right now has already made up their mind. They don't need to see this. In their minds, they're already checking out, and they can tell the dialogue, the body language, the the vibe they're getting from this dialogue between the defense counsel and his client. It's just not coming across good at all. And then you basically have the jury having to sit there and painfully watch this. So yeah, it's like Chinese torture. Yeah, Ben, I agree with you. It's sort of like a filibuster type narrative. And Charlie, this looks like he's sort of zoned out still. Not as bad as he was in the beginning of the trial, but I think if his strategy is, I don't know, just delay this out, go on and on and on, because he's got no witnesses to corroborate. He can't call Harvey and Donna to corroborate that they have these conversations about this being an extortion attempt and whatnot. So this extortion on a payment plan attempt. And I mean, just think about the nature of Charlie. Charlie is the maestro. He knows some cops that are on the take in Fort Lauderdale. He knows gangster types there in Florida. He knows drug dealers in Florida. And now all of a sudden, Katie of all people is going to come to him and say, oh, by the way, I have some guys that are demanding $333,000, as somebody pointed out. Who asked for $333,000 on an extortion effort? So $333,000, what is that? $333,333.33. Really? That's not the way it really works, right? So this is it's really just a laughable defense story, as we've been saying, and as all the commenters are noting as well. So the notice he said that his mom wanted to go to the police right away. So really, it's like, and you never thought about it. So think about what his mom said, Donna. She said that when the bump happened, when she called back that undercover agent, she said she talked to 10 or 12 of her friends, and yet never once do they talk about, hey, should we go to the police? And that wasn't brought up by Rashbaum, so I think that'll be brought up on cross-examination. Really, you're not going to talk about going to the police and calling the police right away? So you're going to let these extortionists continually milk you for money with the threat of your lives over your head? I mean, it's just so ludicrous. And the fact is, this is so far beyond the norm of any credible defense. Like I've said before, this is, from what he said in opening, this is the most preposterous, far-fetched, radical, weird, bizarre story I've ever seen on any serious case. I can't even think of a misdemeanor case that somebody concocted such a ridiculous story. So I think it's, as someone said, it does insult the juror intelligence, and it's not going to do anything but speed up the deliberation, because the longer he holds them, I think the quicker they've made their mind up and said, you know what, they've been stalling us. I'm so done with this guy. Let's just get to the conviction. So it's really bad acting. So Donna is saying Wendy's such a great actress, and Charlie, I'm sure, was propped up all those hour-plus long phone calls every day. She was probably talking code and disencouraging that his performance of a lifetime is going to save the family honor. So Joe Indy says, Rosh said that you didn't finance a hitman, but you can, jumped away. Sorry about that. You didn't finance a hitman, but you can finance an extortionist. Give me a break. Yeah, that's totally the way it works. Anybody reading the jury, I think if this keeps going on, I bet you we'll have some comments where yawning, like I saw John mention, and I saw Katie Kool-Aid did that as well. I think they're going to start just shutting down. They're probably going to, like put their notebooks away or whatever their notepads they have, and just sort of like sitting back and closing their eyes. Really, that's the kind of effect you will have on a jury, because what a jury will do is want to start giving body language feedback to the lawyer, saying, look, you're wasting our time. We're taking time away from our families, our jobs, and a lot of them could be losing money away from their high-paying jobs as well. So sitting here listening to this ridiculous story is so preposterous. So they, I think, will be conveying a message back to Rashbaum, but I think Rashbaum is just totally checked out. He's not reading the jury. He's not looking at the jury to see their effects on his questioning. So that's something that me as a lawyer, what I'm looking for is like, I'm playing this to the audience. This is not a dog and pony show with me and my client trying to make my client feel happy and feeling good about this story. You gotta be knowing in your mind, how is this coming across to the jury, and what kind of language is the jury feeding back to me? So Rashbaum is not even, from what I've seen when they scan to him, he's not even looking at the jury or trying to connect with them at all, or having Charlie connect. He's just sort of going into this real slow process of asking a very tightly controlled question that Charlie is not going to be able to answer too much, and then he's going to go to a long drawn out question again and again. Charlie's going to be more confined in his answer. So a lot of his client control type techniques he's using here, which obviously he has to some, because Charlie otherwise is going to start rambling. So question is, it's not good for Charlie to have no witnesses but himself. Looks like terrible strategy here. I think it was Sarah that asked, it's like, where's the receipts for what they spent for this birthday party? Where's any other documentation? The only thing he's talking about is conversations really between him and the other co-conspirators. So this is such a bad defense that he's got nothing to corroborate. Now, keep in mind, the burden of proof is on the government. Defense doesn't have to present a single shred of evidence. They could have just rested as well, and his presumption of innocence has to be weighed against what the government has proven. So has the government overridden his presumption of innocence to the high level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt? But here, if you stop to think about it, what the jury is gathering from this right now, what they've seen this morning, is just nothing but a theatrical display of nonsense, really, complete, utter garbage nonsense. And so they're going to go back there and go, you know what? He helped prove this. He helped prove this case, and maybe, subjectively, the defense counsel is thinking, you know what? The longer I let my client talk, the more they're going to be able to find him guilty for this. So, yeah, it's just really, there's a lot of different drama things going on here. So, yeah, I saw that Katie has her first proffer there. I've not seen it, but from I've heard, if she doesn't have her counsel there with her, I think she was going to slowly try to not really tell the whole truth. It was going to be like pulling teeth. It was going to be sort of like, well, I don't really want to tell you the whole story. And, so she's just really, really just a bizarre witness of all these witnesses, her not willing to come forward, her having full immunity. I mean, that's just some of the most bizarre thinking, and the fact that Sigfredo wouldn't be willing to flip. That's what makes this story, this case of what has happened to get Dan murdered, and how these people just wouldn't be like a normal criminal case. They would have been like Louise. Everybody would have flipped. The lower end people that they were really manipulated and used as opportunists by the Adelsons. They exploited these people, right? Adelsons are not going to do the dirty work of having Dan Markel killed. They're going to let these people that are desperate for cash and some nice things, finer things in life. They wanted an easy money ticket out of their poverty. And so think about it. If they're getting $350,000, as Charlie calls it, $350,000 for just doing a job that takes such a short time. Granted, they went up there the first time in June, and then they had to come back and do it a second time. But that's a lot of money for not a lot of work. And but they didn't have the guts to do it themselves. They didn't have the courage to do it face to face, and so they let other people do it. And so they thought they could never get caught, they'd get away with it. Let me look at some other questions here. Yeah, no pun intended with a dentist pulling teeth. Yeah, the judge's reaction when he said he's going all day, I think the judge is like, what? And to keep in mind, Rashbaum is not a advocate where the judge is trusting what he says, I would gather, because remember Rashbaum said, I guess it wasn't this judge, it was a previous judge, who he said, yeah, Your Honor, with our witness list, we could go 6 or 7 days of the extra on top of the government's case for our witnesses. So was he really talking about Charlie, or are we going to be looking at Charlie through tomorrow as well? And so this is just really bizarre. I don't think this strategy is as good as getting in and out of there quicker. Don't try to bring up too much, because the longer he testifies, the longer defense can cross-examine him. And maybe what he's trying to do is prevent the defense from cross-examining him so much, because they don't want to really hear much cross-examination after this long direct, because they've already made, like I say, they've already made up their minds that the guy's a liar and that he's a murderer. So why drag this out? So anyway, it's just really the part of this continuing saga. This is like the most bizarre case you've ever seen of any court case that's been broadcasted in America. So really outlandish. Yeah, this story's so bad it deserves 10 years in prison all on its own. So yeah, looking at the character of Charlie, where he's basically a nighttime thug when he's not working on people's teeth and gums and mandibles, and then all of a sudden he's just like he's like a baby seal. All of a sudden he becomes like totally submissive to Katie asking him for over $300K, and you don't call the police, you don't get your own surveillance on a conversation, or you don't record a conversation with the people that are extorting her. You wouldn't demand, who's telling you this, Katie? I want them right now. Where are these people? He would have gotten law involved so fast, but he would have said, yeah, right, you're joking, ha ha. And there's not even any of that dialogue that was brought out. So why would you even believe Katie's telling you that? So really, all Katie had to do was like, oh yeah, I know the people that killed Dan Markel. I want 300 plus K right now. Clean out your safe. And keep in mind, his safe, where he had $138,000, he said he'd been collecting cash his whole adult life. So this is like 20 years of cash he's been collecting. He's just going to freely turn it over to somebody who says, oh yeah, cough it up, I know who did it, and we're going to sort you, otherwise we're going to blame you for doing it. Yeah, right. This is so bizarre. I've never seen anything this bizarre. Also, keep in mind, Charlie did not show any signs of emotion for Dan Markel's death. Not a single ounce of remorse or concern. Now, granted, a lot of years have passed, and for anybody that's had a death of a loved one, it's easier to talk to as time goes on. So that 9 years would help in that regard. But you can just tell this family despised, hated Dan Markel. And keep in mind, he went right back to work. So when this is right and fresh in his mind, the father of your nephews is shot twice in the head, is not expected to survive, and you're just going back to do your dental work. So just another day in the office for Charlie. And the conversation, like I said, there's no details of the conversation with Katie. Keep in mind, there's no cross-examination of details of how the threats occurred. It's just so poor acting. It's just really, wow. Oh, and the whole thing about this, remember when they're bringing up through other testimony that Charlie's house is right near this interstate there? The reason they were bringing that up was because they're trying to bring out through Charlie. They knew they're going to bring out through Charlie that they were going to try to set the scene that Donna did not actually stop at his house. So despite the fact that Donna texted him and said, we're at the house now. At the house means you're either in the house, because I'm sure she had access to the house, or you're sitting in the driveway. So one of the two is probably the first, that she's in the house, they're delivering the money. And what's Charlie trying to say through questioning now? That, oh, well, I'm a stone's throw from the interstate. She was just driving by the interstate. So it's, wow, it's just really far out there. Yeah, so the other point, and I know a commenter said this as well, keep in mind, once the hitmen were arrested and he knew who it was, then he knew that this threat was over, right? Or is he going to say that he didn't know who the hitmen were? So either way, you would find out who it is. You're not going to just say to Katie, well, I don't know who's telling you this. Oh, I can't say anything. Oh, okay. And you don't say anything either. So, I mean, this whole silence mode thing is just so insulting to jurors' intelligence. Anyway, we could go on some more, but I'll go to lunch break now. I think, let me see, scroll down to the bottom here. Yeah, Kenor, Spielman, if anyone extorts you, you go to the police unless you're hiding something. Yeah, same thing with the code. You don't talk in code unless you think the police are eavesdropping on your lines through a court-issued wiretap, because criminals don't have access to your phone lines. Totally unreasonable. Yeah, money was moldy because it was washed in June since first attempt. Yeah, that's a good point, Barbara. I hadn't thought of that. It'd been sitting around. Maybe they put it in a bag that couldn't get air to it, and that's why there was some mold on there. So that's a unique, very signature item that Katie would not have thought of on her own. I think that's a real good indicator she was telling the truth. At this time, she finally came clean. And then the mom doesn't think about, hey, we're going to write checks off our business account. So this is a business expense that they used, and for the payment plan for the extortionists. I mean, this is like wacko world, right? Yeah, that's what I've said before, Brad Watson, that Charlie rages to Katie when he thinks he's being extorted for $5K. And keep in mind, they're willing to kill the hitman. I mean, the bump guy. They thought he was, they didn't know who he was, but they're willing to kill him and flee the country over $5,000. But when it's $333K, yeah, just, oh, hey, somebody's asked for money. You got to tell me who it is. But so-and-so is going to threaten my life with it. Oh, really? Okay, well, here, let me give you all this money. Just, I'll keep paying you for life. Will this crazy defense hurt defense counsel reputation? I would imagine so, but this is crazy Miami where he's at down there, so who knows what would happen. Charlie does look pathetic. He doesn't come across as innocent as all the times I have clients that are innocent and they're up on the stand. I mean, they're really engaged or leaning forward. They're not sitting there sloughing off like he has been through this whole trial. I mean, they are perked up and they're very precise in their questioning. They want to tell their story. I just have to sit back and sort of like just feed them the right questions because they got their own story to tell. And I don't have to sit there and, control them with questioning or try to go really slow in what I'm asking them and boring the jury to no end. So yeah, it's just, you can just tell from this whole setup, with my experience anyway, that this thing's sort of a canned rehearsal of a concocted story. All right, so we got still a little over an hour left, so I'm going to sign off for now. Ben is going to keep it on and put on standby mode. Right, sorry, folks. Thanks for clarifying that. This is actually, break was till 1:20 instead of 1:30. I heard 1:30, so I apologize for that. Thanks for you, those of you that spoke out and said no, it was 1:20. So Ben updated the time tracker. Yeah, Godzilla man. Even the judge hung his head when Rashman said he'd go into tomorrow. So this is like really bizarre. I cannot believe this. I predicted Rashman beyond in and out of there about an hour and a half, but I also saw a comment by an attorney that said, yeah, this is what you do, sort of like the slow, controlled questions when you're worried about your client not being controllable. And no, that's exactly right, because he's you do have to worry about what Charlie said. He's already come across really bad. Just I understand the jury is going to be just totally disgusted by the way he talks about women, degrading comments towards women. And we got a lot of women on the jury here, so it's not looking good for Charlie. And as Earl Grey points out, what happened to the tough guy Charlie on the phone? All of a sudden he sounded like he's just complete imbecile and unable to defend himself and just being pushed around. And so it's like a night and day difference. What happened to the maestros figuring out how to scam the second hit, the extortion, and this slow roll approach by Rashbaum, if he's going to go through all this afternoon and then continue on and direct with Charlie in the morning, what it's doing is basically going to alienate the jury. They're going to get ticked off. I talked to John on break here, and he said that he's not coming back unless there's a cross-examination by the government. So that looks like that's not happening today. He said a couple other YouTube commenters weren't coming back either. They're just sort of like so bored and put off by this kind of just ridiculous storyline. So that's what's going to happen. The probably my prediction is the gallery back there is going to start clearing out. People are just going to be falling asleep, just trying to get out of there. And John said it's more like church pew benches that they have to sit on anyway. So probably the Markells will still stick through this in honor of their son. But it's got to be really painfully tortuous. In fact, when I talked to Katie Cool Lady at the lunch break, we're just sort of like laughing about this thing because it's so ridiculous. And I made the comment, it's sort of like this is like extortion 3. They're trying to hold out the jury and just hold them hostage, and they're trying to extort time out of their life away from getting back to their normal activities. So. From my experience, this doesn't work well. They're totally tone deaf, the defense. They don't understand what's going on. And somebody's got to throw Rashbaum a lifeline, I think, from his law firm, maybe that's looking at this saying, Rosh, what are you doing? This is like totally alienating yourself from the jury. And so if there was any chance that they were going to have a long deliberation about this, I think the longer time you spend wasting the jury's time, it just conveys to the jury that you're not really buying your own story. You don't buy this at all, and you're just trying to basically take up time and just try to act like maybe somebody will feel sorry for you, and maybe they'll vote for not guilty just because they feel sorry for you, and your attorney's being like a Chinese water torture on you, drip, 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 slow questions, drip. I mean, this really is tortuous. I know Katie said that, and it is for me too here. So I may step away from the chair here as well. We'll keep the film going, but I may get so fed up with listening to this nonsense. And so yeah, I think it was good that they called Katie, because leaving somebody out like that you don't know, you can't read what this person's like. We don't have any background on Katie, on how she comes across and what's her story to this. And granted, she's just been a really flawed person, a flawed character, the way she's lied and done all this nasty stuff. But keep in mind, from my experience in criminal law for many years, that this is what people do when they're looking for somebody to do their dirty work. The higher ranking folks, just like a Don in an organized mafia crime, they don't do the dirty work themselves. They always have the underlings do their dirty work. So Adelson's needed some underlings to do the dirty work. That was Jeff Lacoste, that was Katie, and Katie was able to solicit those that would do the dirty work. So why is the why is it not surprising that, the people that have all the baggage as doing a dirty work, they do have a criminal history. They do have a bad, shady background usually. And that kind of stuff is the reason why they use them, because that is easy to impeach them. They understand their weaknesses of their personality, and these sort of exploitation type leeches of those, the higher ranking criminals. They always use the lower ranking ones. And so they're always able to usually get away with it that way. But here we had the excellent idea to do the bump, and that was really able to lead them right up to the top of the food chain of criminality here, if you will, where Donna was at the very top, and Charlie was the one that was the operational planner. So she ordered the hit, and Charlie had to figure out a way to carry it out. And think about how actually bizarre this is, that this was that many months in the planning. Months and months and months. This was in the planning. This was something that was going to happen. And the closer the pressure dialed up on Wendy, and she was going to have a horrible day on the witness stand in that deposition, facing what she had done to Dan, and the way she was denying him normal visitation. That was what they agreed to. I mean, it was not going to be going good. I don't see how that lawyer can say that Wendy had nothing to worry about at that upcoming motion. Think about what Tamara Demko said, and she was interviewed like the day Dan was murdered. I think it was that Saturday there with the Tallahassee Police Department, and she said that, the timing of this is so weird. It just looks really weird for the Adelsons. And remember how she said that Harvey couldn't look her in the eye, and it was this really a surreal, creepy moment. And of course, Donna, she could act fine. She's the best actor of the whole family. But I really think these Adelsons think they're going to get away with this still to this day. And so they think the investment in the jury selection crew is worth it. They think Rashbaum's doing a great job. I'm sure Charlie's back there probably feeling really good. And so, I mean, if you're Rashbaum, what are you going to say? Oh, you're just coming across terrible across the jury. They're not. I can tell they're not believing you. He's not even looking at them. It's just sort of like a dog and pony show among themselves. But the problem is you got 15 jurors there that are looking at this, and they're just ready to poke their eyes out. They're so tired of this. So, Ben, are we still not starting up now? I guess maybe it was 13:30. So we came out early. I guess we can take questions until they start. So maybe they're going to start in a couple minutes here. Diana Fancy says, my whole reason for watching this is because Dan Markle's Canadian. Thank you for covering his trial. Of all the YouTube channels, you make sense. Thank you, dear. Canadian law and American law are very different. Yeah, I don't know if I think you guys probably still have a jury trial system, because we're modeled after the common law of the British. So I imagine you guys are. But yeah, most countries in the world, you can't have a jury trial like this. So, so Joe Indy says, Carl, should there not have been an objection when Wendy's attorney said that the property in question was Wendy's prior to the marriage? Is that in evidence? Well, that was she doesn't actually know for a fact. Yeah, that could have been hearsay or whatnot. But keep in mind, when they brought up any evidence, any jewelry that Wendy's disclosed on her affidavit, she put zero jewelry. Okay, so there is jewelry that was not put down on that form. So obviously there's something else, some other piece of jewelry we didn't know about. Well, that's something that the court should have known about. And what about this Holocaust survivor heirloom, the heritage one from the Markel side of the family? That wasn't disclosed as a joint marital asset. So why wasn't she, how was she going to get away with that? So in any event, I don't think that's really that big a deal. I think it goes to show, though, that they're obviously going to say, oh, we didn't have anything to worry about. The question I would have liked to see of that attorney is like, well, have you ever had an attorney threaten your bar license? What's she going to say? Yeah, many times. Well, wow. Okay. Well, that shows you what kind of lawyer you are, and or at least been accused of things. So she obviously still is practicing law. But the other flip side of it is like, well, so this is the first time you've been accused of doing something so underhanded and unethical that now you're being called down on it. Well, of course that would generate a lot of anger. So for an attorney to sit there and say a frivolous attack on my credentials and ethics as an attorney didn't even faze me. That I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe any attorney would do that as well. So as an attorney, if somebody's making you accusations against you for your ethics, you don't have to go face the bar. You don't have to go through all that rigmarole. So I think that that would have been a good follow-up question. But the fact that Georgia didn't go into further details on this matter, I'll give her a pass on it, I guess, because in the end it's not going to matter. And so they just need to also keep a good mythology going on. The methodology here of the defense is such that they're just going to drag this thing out to oblivion and not care what the jurors think. And so as I said right after the court concluded here for lunch break, I said that, in case you missed it, I said that what happens is the jury gives body language to the attorneys so they know what's going on. So if the jurors are tired and just fed up with listening to this ad nauseum nonsense coming out of Charlie's mouth, what they do is they'll start sitting there like this. They're going to roll back in the chair. They're going to, instead of taking notes, they'll just put their pad down. They'll just sort of go like this. And I mean, they're going to do stuff. The longer this lasts, the more they're going to be doing stuff to telegraph to the defense attorney, Rashbaum, that you are wasting our time. We're tired of this. Get on with it. We're ready to vote. So, but the problem is Rashbaum is not clued into this at all. He's really tone deaf to how he's alienating the jury. So there's a couple of jurors I understand that have, when I talked to Katie, they have put down their notepads. Some of them are swiveling around in their chair a lot. They're getting antsy. This really is like a form of Chinese water torture. Drip, drip, drip. So, no, I've never convicted somebody that turned out to be later innocent. I know there's one technicality on a case that somebody, the technicality had happened on an issue that was something that was beyond my control, and we knew about it at time we litigated trial. The judge ruled one way, and on appeal they ruled the other way. But no, I don't want to go after somebody that's innocent. In fact, I'm looking to see whether somebody is actually being falsely accused before I look at whether they're guilty or not. I don't assume they're guilty. If I'm a prosecutor, I'm looking at both sides, keep an open mind. And what I've found from working both sides over the years, whoever goes to the police first has sort of like a golden shroud of credibility. And that's why a lot of times cops got it wrong. So I would say, like on certain types of crimes that I had clients charged with something, I would say like 90-some% of those I got dismissed or acquitted at trial because they had this tunnel vision. They believed the first one that came to the police was credible, and they never really do a scrutinizing, detailed look at their character. And so character evidence really shows motive evidence, and motive evidence is what reveals who done it. So same kind of thing like this. Look at the character, what Charlie had, look at the way they were talking, look what the kind of people they're surrounding themselves with. And then you look at the motives as well. Their character revealed their motives of hatred towards Dan, and all that sort of feeds into them having the motive, means, and opportunity and desire to have Dan Markell murdered, and that's exactly what happened. So it's pretty straightforward and clear. Do I think it's their first murder? I don't. The stuff Charlie's done, it'd probably be Charlie. I don't think that the parents were involved in anything, but who knows what Charlie's capable of doing and what he's done in the past. I mean, the way he's...
Court is now set. The Honorable Judge Stephen Everett presiding.
Everyone can be seated.
Yeah, burst out laughing. I agree. I mean, it's like, wow.
Computer setup.
Before we
Hopefully
bring
they're going to short it up
jurors,
here.
There was one thing that I needed to
And not hold the
address
court
with
session
Galloway.
on until tomorrow.
I believe during the testimony there was some head shaking going on. This is precisely the thing that I advised everyone about before. Regardless of your own personal opinion of what is coming from the witness stand, do not make any gestures, do not make any motions, do not move your head in a way that would otherwise suggest you agree or disagree. The jurors have to make up their minds based on the evidence. There cannot be any outside influence coming into that process. For anyone who cannot abide by this, the bailiffs are going to remove you. This is the last time I'm going to address this topic. Mr. Rauschbaum.
Judge, two things. First of all, I just need 1 second to set up the computer.
Go ahead.
And also, if we could approach on a new attempted exhibit.
This is from the prior composite.
Yes.
You may.
Given a copy to the state as well. Just taking portions of it that are quote unquote, as the court said, relevant. There are prior objections we will keep for the record.
On this, I'm glad you brought that up because there was one additional matter I wanted to place on the record concerning the composites as well. Given the composition of the jury, which contains certain members of a minority group which may find offensive subject matter that was in part contained in those composites, this is in part the court's ruling to protect the defendant from any unfair prejudice caused by either his words or the words of those communicating with him. As to the new edited version, does the state have a position?
Yes, Your Honor, I would raise the same objection, hearsay and relevance. These are text messages offered to prove that the defendant didn't text about the murder. There's been no allegation that he texted about the murder. It's not challenged, it's been testified to. This is extrinsic evidence to prove it. It contains the right amount of relevant hearsay, so I would object.
Mr. Rauschbaum, were these statements ever inquired with Ms. McBanawa or specifically presented to her?
Yes,
Which ones?
the one about the fight the day before, the ones about the fight the day before, but not kind of. I think the short answer is not directly. They're not going toward, our argument wouldn't be towards impeachment, our argument would be going towards state of mind, Your Honor. Charlie Adelson's state of mind. I know that the state doesn't want the jury to be able to see the evidence, but it's the exact same evidence that they have put in regarding
Save it for them.
phone records.
Your audience of one on this topic is also an attorney. I understand these matters. All right. As to this specifically, the fight I will deem is admissible. The other portions I'm still going to sustain the objection as to relevance and hearsay. The text on the fight, I believe this would be 7/18/2014. Starting at 13:09. And then those would end at 18:20. The other portions, the prior ruling applies.
May I make one additional argument for the record?
Go ahead.
So the state has put in a phone record in which they talk about a pattern of calls. These emails explain why there are those pattern of calls. These text messages explain that. So for instance, they bring in calls on their sheet, their CDRs on the evening of the 16th. Calls with Catherine McBanawa. Those calls relate to Mr. Adelson having dinner with Erica Johnson. It explains those calls. Similarly, they bring in calls on the 17th and 18th that relate to these text messages. In other words, the text messages explain. I'll give you an example. Call me ASAP, and then there's a call, right? So it gives context to their very evidence. It explains to the jury why these calls are happening. They're highly relevant, and to not allow it in, I think, is prejudicial against Mr. Adelson.
As it relates to the fight, I believe the 718 messages between himself and Ms. McManawa cover that territory, do they not?
They do, but their argument is going to be that that's not what they're speaking about that night. The text messages are from the next day, right?
No one is going to be permitted on either side, excuse me, to present any factual issue out of proper context. Now, I believe, as it's been presented already through the direct, your client testified to them having a fight. This otherwise demonstrates his state of mind and shows what was going on the day of the murder, which is relevant. Getting further into the fight, which doesn't go to the elements or any other matter, why again is this relevant?
It's relevant because they have a chart that shows that Charlie calls Katie at 12:45 in the morning. I'm making up times. Katie calls Sigfredo at 12:50 in the morning. Charlie calls Katie. These text messages show what the calls are about. Now, I was able to ask my client the question on the stand. These text messages are corroboration for him.
Any further argument, Ms. Keppelman, as the context for the 716 texts?
Argument that text messages show what the content of a phone call was?
The context of what was happening on 716.
No, sir. I don't think we're disputing that they appear to have had an argument on 716. I don't remember that being an issue in the case, so I'll stick with my prior objection.
Right, over the state's objection, the text between the defendant and Ms. McManawa will be admitted on 718. As far as the other texts, the court is not going to admit them on grounds of relevance and hearsay. Any other matters to address before the jurors come in?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Rauschbaum,
I don't think so, Your Honor.
please bring in the jurors.
Should I have Mr. Adelson take the stand first?
Yes, come on up, Mr. Adelson.
There's a question here on the crime and law channel. An attorney stated Charlie was calm and doing well on the stand. I didn't get that. I thought he looked terrible. What do you think about his comment? I mean, if any attorney thinks Charlie's doing good, I would say they're not a trial attorney, and I wouldn't want him prosecuting case or defending a case I had a vested interest in. So I think any trial attorney would agree this is a complete hot mess disaster.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Charlie. You're aware of something called the bump, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware that as a result of the bump, a whole host of calls happened after it, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I promise not to play every call, but we're gonna play some. So, at this point in time, permission to publish already in evidence, State Exhibit A.
Please proceed.
Bloomingdale says, I had 2% reasonable doubt before Charlie opened his mouth. Today he's erased all doubt. I try to give an open mind up to the defense of the juror and have given up. Yeah, of course, you want the jury to have an open mind. You don't want this to be a unfair process and where an innocent person is convicted. But that's the good thing about Charlie testifying for the state, is that he's going to help perfect this case on appeal. Any appellate judge that looks over his testimony is just going to be shaking their head, laughing and snickering.
Take your time.
How crazy this is. It's
Before they'll sit through it again.
the judge is even laughing. I mean, they're looking like a clown show here. So it looks like we're going to have to go through some of that wiretap evidence, and they're going to try to replay it, because the wiretap we couldn't hear very well. So this is why he's got the headphones on. So keep in mind, Charlie's defense, he's telling this jury that Katie said, I'm being extorted. I can't tell you who, but I need $250,000 within 48 hours or the killing starts against you and your family. And Charlie said, I don't have that much on me right now, but I'm going to give you all I've collected over my entire life, my life savings of cash and my safe. I'm going to give it to you right now, without even knowing who's demanding it, how realistic the threat is, and just saying, okay, here it is, and I'm going to continue to make payments. And I don't know what's going on at all, but I believe you. I believe I will die, and I'm not going to try to set up a sting operation with the police and nab these extortionists. So I'm just going to play along with it and be on the life hook line, and even write checks, so then it does look like I paid for the hit, and I'm the one that ordered them to do it. So it's just such circular, crazy logic, and it absolutely insults the intelligence of the jury and anybody listening. So
Audio in your headphones. All right. Please give a thumbs up so that way I can be sure everyone can hear it.
for taking all this extra time, wow, this better be really, really explosive piece of evidence to assist in Charlie's defense. in the real world, the criminals would just go rob Charlie, right? The criminals are in Miami area. He's in Miami area. They know Charlie's got all that money in his safe, cash sitting there. How is Charlie going to prove how much he had there if they did get caught? So it's just so bizarre. Yeah, discount extortion monthly payments. You know, and he was also talking about,
Take you back to the
Katie was saying,
room
oh, I'd like
and
your
fix the
boat.
audio issue.
He goes, oh, you
And
deserve
then
a better boat. He was buying her silence because he knew that he had a controller. Otherwise, if she flipped on him, he's going to face murder charges. No, Mary Patterson, I don't think a Miami jury. I don't think any jury in America could fall for this this bizarre story. Yeah, I think Donna writing the checks is another indicator she's a part of this. You tie her with the checks, and also the ordering their code for the TV repair, and all of her conversations on this. Yeah, she's up to her eyeballs. That's why she should be sitting right there next to Charlie and have a couple more lawyers there for her, as well as some for Wendy.
volume control, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is a really, it's another way to say it, complete train wreck of a defense. These puzzle pieces that he promised in his opening statement, they're no pieces of anything except just ripped up, shredded garbage that reeks to high heaven. Yeah, so the jury is, let's see, it's going on 2 o'clock there, and he's been on the stand all day, minus the lunch break and another quick break or two. You know, and the other point is that I saw somebody made a comment as well. Once the hitmen were arrested, and Katie then told them, I believe I heard that she told them then who it was. Okay, the threat was gone at that point. Well, why didn't you go to the police then? So it's just, it's a house of flimsy cards that just doesn't pass any muster of any kind of credibility. And so just keep driving these crazy points home with the jury, and you're just reinforcing their views already that government's proven their case, and they're just scrambling and presenting this sham type of evidence out of Charlie's mouth. Yes, that's a good point. Katie wasn't invited to the this big birthday bash. We still haven't heard what this present was for the birthday party. Bring a caterer? That's not the gift. The $100,000 gift was what they don't want to admit. That's what it cost them to pay the hitmen through Katie. And then some on top of that, because they had to keep funneling their silence, funneling them money to buy their silence. That's why he gave a birthday card to Sigfredo with a bunch of cash, no doubt, in there. Yeah, if anybody says they believe Charlie at this point, I'm not worried about it. I mean, there's tons of people on the Murdo case talking about how he's innocent. They even had attorneys up there talking stuff about how government screwed up the case and all that kind of stuff. I was asked this morning on the local radio station there in Tallahassee as to, there's a judge there that said that the government's case isn't going well. And I'm like, I don't know who this judge is. They said the name of the judge. I'm like, I don't know who that judge is, but maybe they haven't looked at enough of the trial, and that's all you can really say, because it's not something anybody with any extensive trial experience, or even, you don't even have to have any trial experience to see if this is not a credible defense. And that's what's great about our justice system, is that we get to be tried by folks that are randomly pulled from the community. You got a good cross section of the community, and it's not a political connection that's going to get you convicted or acquitted. Because if you didn't have a jury trial, right, and you had a judge there, then people that are tied to politics could get an acquittal. And I think that's a good sign that Charlie's not relying on a judge in Tallahassee. That shows that they don't believe that connections to any judge there in Tallahassee is going to cut them any favors. So, and you can tell from this judge's demeanor, as well as the other judges we've seen from Tallahassee, they're awesome judges. They're stand-up people, high character people, and they're not going to do anything to jeopardize their standing and respect in the community and the judicial community as well, and in the legal community, as being somebody that's underhanded. So it's a very, very good sign that their last stop measure effort was to try to bamboozle and trick a jury. And as we see here, since we've been on day 6 now, this stuff is not working, and the state's the one that's had credible evidence, credible testimony on how this all went down. Just the amount of forensic digital type evidence, it's almost like DNA with Charlie's prints all over it at the crime scene. And it's really that strong of a case. So I'm not worried about any kind of a hung jury or anything like that. Could it be a remote possibility? There always is that possibility, but I think that they did a better job of screening the jury this time, and so I think they're going to see right through it. And as I've heard some of the body language of the jurors, they're already fed up with listening to this nonsense. But they'll patiently wait there, and that's what they're supposed to do, and they're just going to take it all in. But some of their mind might be tuning out because they're just so over this. Look how much time and delay this has taken now. Jury hasn't been able to hear evidence. So Rashbaum was able to convince the judge that he wanted to show sort of like a completeness of build a record. And so I think that's fair. I think he's being fair. The judge is very fair and impartial, and that's fine. You don't want, if you had nothing but prosecution wins on every ruling, that would be pretty bizarre, and it wouldn't be a fair justice system if it's rulings based on who you are rather than what the substance of the objection is and the basis for it. Yeah, the key takeaway, he's admitted to funding the hit, just calling it extortion to the juror. Yeah, it's a matter of semantics. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's already admitted to paying the hitman, right? The question is, which came first? The ordered hit or them extorting him after the fact? So if you're already that close to admitting guilt, there is nobody, especially a maestro.
Let's see how it sounds.
Somebody said, think about what we know about Charlie. If somebody was threatening him and his money that he's been holding all these years, he would take them out, just like he was ready to kill that undercover agent posing as a Latin King gang member, or he would have him arrested by the police. One of the two. He's not going to just freely willy hanging over money. So maybe they just want to drag this thing out and have the jury forget about it over the week arguments, and have all this information go stale in the minds of the jurors. I don't know. It makes zero sense.
Hearing what's coming out of the speaker.
All right, let's do a test run for the jurors. If they're fine with listening to the speaker, we'll move on. If not, they can put back on their headsets. I don't want to spend much time messing around with the headsets either.
It's all working, so maybe you just, if they want to use the headsets, they can. If they don't want to, they don't have to.
All right, please bring them in.
There's a lot of business type professionals on the jury, middle-aged folks, diverse backgrounds, and I'm sure they're really sitting there thinking, gosh, we got to listen to more of this. I could be back to work. I could be with my family. Yeah, notice Jeff Lacasse, he was exonerated. Remember, Wendy tried to say that he was had jealousy issues, and yet the FBI proved in monitoring her records that she was dating that Dave guy the entire time. So they were dating from 2013 to summer 14, and he was dating. She was going out with this other guy behind Jeff's back, and then lied about it on the witness stand. All right, jury's coming back in.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, we're going to test the speaker first to determine whether you can clearly hear the audio coming out of the speaker. If you can clearly hear the audio, please give a thumbs up. If not, you'll have the option of putting back on your headsets. I believe where is their audio ability to change their volume levels? Okay. Does everyone understand how to operate the volume switch? Please test away, Mr. Rauschbaum.
Test it first.
Okay. Just tell her write a letter to you or something?
Okay.
Okay, everyone's good? All right, so we're not gonna do the screen. That's just causing for more problems. All right.
What was that
Continue
about?
at your own
Can anybody
peril, but you may
about?
continue.
So, Charlie, I'm gonna play for you call A. This is a call on April 19th, 2016, 2:09 p.m. It's the first call with your mom after the bump, okay?
The time tonight after work or some other time in the very near future and need to keep it.
Okay.
Okay.
Just tell her write a letter to you or something?
That's paperwork. And delivery.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, you know, maybe, have to figure out something, can tell us what we, wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in Skyline, Chile, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
So the goal is to finish the piano lesson around 4-ish, and they, the traffic will be, and they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's, the IRS or?
You know, these IRS people, they're kind of foggy sometimes, but fortunately not me.
Okay.
So I will talk to you, I'll give you a heads up if I'm gonna drive up that way,
Alright,
okay? And,
just letting you know that, because it's all one
no,
year.
no. So let me just talk to you later, and,
What is it? Is it a house okay?
yeah,
Alright, does it involve me or other people?
well, probably,
What's that?
probably the two of them. So, probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
Alright,
So let's just find some time to talk to each other, and take the boys for a while, okay?
you're gonna take the boys up there? So it's harder to talk to me today.
Or, tomorrow,
Alright, well, I'll be up at Ms. Klein's office. You wanna come up? Oh, yeah, so really like.
I'm just concerned that I can get up there and get back and go into the desk, and sometimes she gets out a little earlier.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork has them?
I see them, that's great. I can see hands of him, today.
He was it rank, was it anonymous or?
Oh, no, not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it. I'll discuss it.
Right, whatever it is, it is.
No.
I was silly, but, if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
yeah, no, I know. You want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I actually have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually starts later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So,
Whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS, but I
I just
will,
would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay? So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he stops at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
Alright, I'll come down in the afternoon, that way I can hang out with you and see this, you know.
That would be great.
Perfect, alright, I'll talk to you later.
Let me come down.
Charlie, where are you when this call happens?
I'm at Skyline Chili, eating a bowl of chili.
Your mom says that she had some paperwork delivered to her. Do you have any clue what she's talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
What do you guess?
I thought it was the IRS.
What else do you guess?
Is everyone's health okay?
Do you think it has anything to do with either your extortion or Professor Markel's murder at this point in time?
No, not at all.
Why are you asking so many questions?
My mom, I know my mom my whole life. She's talking weird on the phone. She's like, it's like something's obvious. I can tell something's bothering her, but she's beating around the bush.
Now, your mom says, you say, does it involve me or other people? And your mom responds, well, probably both of us. Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. And I want to focus on those statements, okay? When she says that to you, did you have any clue what she was talking about?
No, I think I asked her a few more questions after that.
Now, as the calls progress, do you know what she's talking about?
By the time I got to the end of the third call, I knew exactly what she was talking. I felt like I knew pretty much what she was talking about.
By that point in time, and I want to go back to this line, does it involve me or other people? Her answer, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. By the end of figuring out what this was, what did you understand her to be saying here?
By the time I got down to third call, I realized fully what she was talking about in this call, in that she's getting extorted.
And so why the two of us?
She knows I was extorted 2 years earlier, and it's the same people that are coming to extort her for money. So she's trying to say like it's the same thing that happened to you is happening to me.
And just to be clear, about a month and a half after the extortion of you, who did you tell?
My mom. She's the only person I told.
Now, when she says it's probably the both of us, probably the two of us, you understand the state's theory is that this murder conspiracy was, in addition to Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera, you, your mom, your dad, your sister. Do you understand that?
I do now, yeah.
She doesn't say probably the four of us, does she?
No, she does not.
She doesn't say all of us, does she?
No.
She says the two of us, right?
Yeah.
Now, the bump, what was the bump?
The bump was an extortion from Latin King gang members. Or actually, it was the FBI pretending to be Latin King gang members.
Now, on this call, there's discussion about your dad's schedule. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Why was it important? Why do you learn later that it was important what your dad's schedule was?
Because my dad never knew what happened to me. And my mom was going to want to talk to me when my dad wasn't around.
If we could go to B, which is a call right after, and it's you calling your mom back.
Sure.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the Sun Pass? I'm
No.
just kidding. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No.
Okay, because I'm in the same company.
Mm.
Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into a lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay. Do you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them in a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
You know, do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried. So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one.
But I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't. If someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So. But anyway, I will. I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly because I have the day off.
Okay. So I'll make you take me out to dinner. So make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay.
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, it's like if you take me out to dinner, I'm gonna
I want to pause it there. you call your mom back and you start talking about the Sun Pass. Does that have anything to do with this case, the Sun Pass? Is it code?
Sun Pass is not code.
Why do you mention the Sun Pass?
Because a couple weeks earlier, my Sun Pass had gotten stolen out of the car from a valet. I didn't realize it. My parents were getting all these bills, so they make a big deal about little things sometimes. So whatever it was, I was making fun of my mom. I thought she was like a small issue, like a Sun Pass thing.
And you then start talking about Brown and Brown Insurance. What's Brown and Brown Insurance? Is that code?
No, that was actually the reason I called her back. Is that for the last call I forgot to tell her that I had to pay that insurance. Otherwise, if my insurance lapses, they'll cancel the policy, and it was due. So it was due by the 29th.
You then start making more guesses. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, still at a loss for what's going on.
You bring up Yelp. You bring up getting sued, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, any clue whatsoever what this is about at this point in time?
No, she just sounded really weird on the first call.
Okay. Then we get to the part that we just stopped. And she says to you, I will make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you. At that point in time, what happens to your demeanor? You can hear it on the call. What happens?
I stutter and I repeat back to her what she just said. I'm like, I got to bring cash with me. Like it was so out of place.
Why did that happen at that point in time?
I think she was trying to hint to me that she's getting extorted.
So what was odd about you bringing cash to dinner?
I put everything I possibly can on my credit card. That's how I ended up saving up so much cash.
And let's hear how you respond.
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah. Was this, I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
No, I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I can share.
Was it, can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
Well, let's just say it's a possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all?
Difficult because they don't finish the ground is really easy there. So it's sweet. And even if I came up there, got there with 5:15, it would still be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for the month.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like, whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who is the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you? That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
That was a pretty good idea. But, just talk to them just later. Either, I would like to, I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm gonna get back here in time for them to
Is it, so whoever sent you the letter sent you an anonymous letter? Did they sign it? So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
What I did was,
It wasn't. Where did they come to you at?
when I walked out of the building, and they were late, and the transport drivers at the airport.
Right.
And I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to get the doors open.
Right.
And just put that on the sidewalk. Okay, Steve, so you say.
So let's talk about this call. You ask your mom after she tells you to bring cash, is someone blackmailing you? And she says it's a good possibility. Now what are you thinking?
I'm starting to evaluate, I still don't have an idea, but I was extorted 21 months earlier. So I'm starting to evaluate, is it related to that, or what could it be?
And are you growing more concerned?
Very, yeah.
And you ask her who the letter was addressed to. Why do you ask her that?
Because I was the one who was extorted 21 months earlier. I had no idea why they'd be going to my mom. If
Now,
it was related to me.
you then mentioned the possibility of seeing your mom tonight, and she doesn't want to see you tonight. Why doesn't she want to see you?
Because she's watching the boys, and she didn't want Wendy to ask her, where were you? And have to tell her, what's going on.
Now, again, I thought, according to the state's theory, Wendy is a co-conspirator in this case, right?
That's part of the theory.
Now, you then say on this, is the person threatening you or anything? Why are you asking that?
Because on the night of the 18th, I was told if you don't pay in 48 hours, you're going to get killed. So I was trying to compare it to what happened to me to see is this related to what happened to me.
You later tell her that your advice to her is going to be to go to the police. Why would your advice to her to be to go to the police at this point in time?
Because I don't think it's related to what happened to me. When I asked my mom, are they threatening you? She was like, well, maybe. You never know how to interpret these things. And it was very clear what the threat was to me on the 18th. So okay, then it's something unrelated to, at that level of seriousness. Maybe it's something involving code enforcement or OSHA or somebody messing with them. So I was just like, all right, just go to the police.
Now, towards the end of the call, you say it wouldn't be the first time I'm being threatened. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What were you referring to?
When I was extorted 21 months earlier, I was threatened. So I was trying to compare it to that to see, is it possibly related to what happened to me?
At the end of this call, do you know what is going on yet?
No, I don't know what's going on yet.
Let's go to the third call, which is 12 minutes later. And this is C. This is at 3:00 p.m. between you and your mom.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
No, obviously,
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic,
white.
and they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away for me for a while, and then handed it to me.
Really? And were they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. Describe them to a T.
What's that? You could describe them?
To a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But if someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like go to the police, but
They have to, but they'd rather talk to you first and then.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, no.
So,
That's why, just let me father upset.
Don't say anything to Dad until I take a look at it, because Dad flies off the
Absolutely.
on everything.
That's what I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
It's clear what's wanted.
What is it? Tell you exactly what they asked for.
You know, I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy. Yeah.
And then she, you know, like, you know, girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, come on in. Good, how are you? Good. Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Listen, your turn. Lincoln's going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah.
Now, in the 12 minutes before this call, had you started to put the pieces together and figure out what was going on a little bit?
A little bit. I was thinking about the first call, the second call, and the more I thought about it, I thought this is related to what happened to me. Somehow this is related to it.
And what does your attention shift to in the very beginning of this call?
I wanted to compare it to what happened to me 21 months earlier to see are these the same people that are doing this.
And so the first question you ask, were they black, white, or Hispanic? Why do you ask that question?
Because I always suspected that it was Sigfredo that did it. I mean, process in my head, that was my first guess, and that's who I would have guessed it was. When I met him, he was an angry guy, and I was trying to see, is this somebody fitting his description that's maybe coming to my mom and doing this?
Why do you ask her? Did they give you a time frame?
Because that night I was told you got 48 hours to pay up. I'm trying to compare it to, is this person telling my mom you got 48 hours to pay up?
Now, she says no, but it is clear what is wanted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then she says, this TV is probably about 5. Now, before we get there, in the very start of the call, you say don't talk about anything in the apartment or any place. Why do you say that to your mom?
Well, that was one of the first things I told her when I told her what had happened to me when I got extorted and was picking up the checks from her, is to never talk about it with anybody, not talk about it on the phone, don't talk in the apartment, is that there's always a chance that the police are listening.
And what would you be afraid the police were listening to if you didn't do a murder?
I never wanted anyone to know I was extorted.
Why didn't you want the police to know you were extorted? What would happen if the police knew you were extorted?
They would come talk to me.
And what would happen if they came and talked to you? What did you think would happen at that point?
If they came to talk to me, if I decided to talk to them, I'd have to tell them what happened to me. And if I told them what happened to me, my life would be in danger. These people would come find me, they'd find someone in my family. I mean, they don't care.
Now, going back to the TV comment, where she says, this TV is probably about 5. Did you have code words with your mom that TV, I think they said, did you have that sheet what TV equals? Did TV, was it a code word?
There is absolutely no code word involving TV whatsoever.
Now, by the way, your response isn't, no, it's an air conditioner. Your response is, They want $5,000? Was there any code there?
Not at all. I just wanted to clarify what was being said to me, to repeat it back.
Your mom then brings up that they brought up an ex-girlfriend. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, Ms. Kappelman, in her cross-examinations, went through how you had several ex-girlfriends after Katie Magbanawa. You recall that?
I do.
Did any of your other ex-girlfriends become involved in a situation where you were extorted?
I only had one ex-girlfriend whose friends extorted me.
So once she brings up your ex-girlfriend, did you have a pretty good idea of what was going on?
Oh, I knew exactly what was going on at this point. Well, almost exactly what was going on.
By the way, also during this call, you again remind your mom not to say anything to your father, right?
Yes, I did.
At the end of this call, what do you decide to do?
I'm going to give Katie a call.
And why are you going to reach out to Katie?
I want to see if her friends extorting my mom that she knows of, because she sure knew when it happened to me.
We're going to now publish D, Your Honor, already in evidence.
You may.
This is a call between you and Catherine Magbanawa at 4:27 p.m. on that same day, correct?
Yes.
You want to use your headphones?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on? No, are you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
Talk to you now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. It's like loud, like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside. Alright, so you better not. Alright, somebody, hang on, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay, I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you, in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
but my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
If she didn't want to elaborate,
Uh-huh.
but she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it,
Yeah.
and somebody was. She really wouldn't go into detail, and I have no idea what this is in reference to,
Uh-huh.
but something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, yeah. I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving the IRS or a patient
Yeah.
or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody can like bump into your mom like that?
So they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine. They must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name.
Uh-huh.
They handed her an envelope.
Uh-huh.
And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And then she said there were making reference to my ex-girlfriend, which I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And that they explained that they needed to be paid for money.
For what?
I don't know, my mom didn't want to talk to me on the phone. But look,
But like, is she be the person, or was she like, you should have like?
oh yeah, that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Right.
right, running you like that.
I said, you got to go straight to the police. And she's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want you to see the person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
So the Olympics stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
What I'm doing wrong.
Let me pause it right there. You say, and I quote, I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom.
I did say that.
What were you asking her?
Are your friends extorting my mom that you know of? Are they up to this?
Now, during this call, you say, I have no idea what this is in reference to. Why do you say that to Katie?
I'm calling her up and talking about something that she'd asked me to never talk about. And I never planned on talking about it. So I wanted to let her know that I wasn't setting her up and that I needed her help. That's why I was calling her up.
And you make reference to an ex-girlfriend, but you're kind of wishy-washy whether she's the ex-girlfriend. Why?
Because I was implying it was her, but I didn't want her to feel like I was setting her up.
She says to you, when you say, I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. She says, what would I do with your mom? And you say, just checking.
Oh.
Katie seems surprised on this call.
Very.
How did that make you feel?
That made me feel good. It made me feel like it wasn't her friends that were doing it. I mean, she knew when it happened last time. She definitely wasn't acting surprised.
What was your level of concern at this point in time?
It was probably medium. I mean, I was still pretty concerned. My mom didn't sound right on the phone.
Now, there's a call that occurs after this call that is not in evidence, where Katie calls you back. Do you recall what Katie wanted you to do when she called you back?
She wanted me to go down there that night to see my parents.
And did she seem very concerned?
She was extremely concerned when she called me back.
Did you go to see your mom that night?
No, I finished work probably after 10, and I went down there the next afternoon.
Okay, so let's talk about the next day. So just to be clear, the bump happens and these calls happen on April 19th, 2016, right?
Yes.
We're now at April 20th. Where did you meet your mom?
I met her in the lobby of the building.
And did you go anywhere with her?
Yeah, we went for a short walk and ended up sitting on a bench.
What time approximately did you get to Miami and see your mom?
I'd say like 1:30ish.
Okay. Why did you meet her then?
Because she wanted to wait for my dad to go to work.
Where did you, when you walked to this bench, it's outside of a restaurant called Monty's, right? Not far from a restaurant called Monty's?
Yeah, it's right next to Monty's, actually.
Did you notice anyone following you?
No.
As you sit here today, do you know that you were being followed?
Today I do, yeah.
Okay. Now, I think State's Exhibit 54 has been put in evidence. It's a picture of you and your mom on that bench outside of Monty's. Is that a fair depiction of where you were?
Yeah, we were sitting.
There's been testimony, I think, by Special Agent Sanford that you and your mom were whispering or trying not to be heard. Is that testimony true?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted some privacy for sure.
And how was your mom acting?
She was very scared.
What did she tell you?
Well, she told me that she went to go pick the boys up from school, and that this really big guy came over to her and said that you've been helping out Katie and Tuto, and my brother Tato is going through a hard time, and he's incarcerated, and my brother Tato did a big favor for you, and you need to do what's right. You need to take care of my brother Tato. My mom was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And the guy handed her a copy of an article, and it had $5,000 written on it, and it also had a cell phone written on it.
At this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever who Tato was?
No, I've never heard of Tato in my life.
Okay, so let me make sure that we're all on the same page. You knew who Tuto was, right?
Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia.
But you had no idea of anyone named Tato or Luis Rivera, correct?
Never heard of that name before.
Did your mom show you the paper that was given to her?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall if you took the paper with you or whether you wrote down the phone number from the paper?
I don't know whether I took the paper with me or I just took a piece of paper and wrote the phone number down to the paper. One of the two, but I did have the number with me when I left.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, when you're meeting with your mom, what was she concerned about?
I mean, she was concerned that she was going to get hurt, and that they were going to hurt her, and then someone else in the family was going to pay. And she wanted to go to the police.
What did you tell your mom in response? What was your theory at this point in time?
I was telling my mom, this is so different than what happened to me. I said, you know, it could actually, I was actually thinking it could have been Sigfredo Garcia, because him and Katie were in this explosive fight, and I always suspected that it was him, and that he's now extorting my mom, and that's what it was. So I thought it could be that. That scared my mom a lot. But then I said, you know what, this is probably the police. I said, it's, you know, they're not telling you 48 hours or you're going to get killed. They're not hiding who they are for the first, you know, even at that point, I only suspected Sigfredo. This guy's not even hiding who he is. He's not wearing a hat. He's not wearing glasses. He's not trying to conceal himself. You know, the first time I wasn't given a cell phone number. This time they're giving cell phone numbers. They're giving names. They're giving all this information. I'm like, Mom, I think this is the police.
What did you tell your mom you were going to do?
I told her that I was going to go ahead and go talk to Katie and see if she thinks that this is possibly, if this is Sigfredo, who I was suspected, and if it is, see if she could get him to stop.
Now, did your mom during this meeting tell you anything about your dad?
Yeah.
What did she say?
She was really worried that her safety was an issue now, and my dad's with her all the time, and she's like, look, I know you don't want me to say anything to Dad, but I have to say something to him. Like, this has gone too far. I can't not. So I told her, I said, if you tell him, you got to promise not to say anything to Wendy. Please do not let him go to the police. Like, this is gonna, you're gonna put my life at risk. You're gonna put your life at risk. Like, let me just figure out if Katie could get these people to stop, if she's related to them somehow, and identify them and get them to stop.
Why were you so adamant that she not tell Wendy?
I thought Wendy would go to the police, and I thought my dad would too, but my mom swore that she'd be able to get him not to go.
What did you tell your mom about what you would do with your dad after she told him?
I said, after you tell Dad what's going on, I said, I'll be happy to have him come over to my house, or I'll meet him. I'm sure he's gonna have a whole bunch of questions, and I'll talk to Dad tomorrow.
Now, After you left your mom, what did you do next?
I left, and then I drove up to see Katie. She was probably she was working for a real estate company, and it was about 15 minutes away from my parents' place.
And I think we heard the calls. I'm not going to play them again. Did you call her to find out the address and where to meet her?
I got the address, and then I called her again as I was pulling into the plaza because I'd never been there before, and she walked out of the office that she was working at.
Okay. Now, when you got to her, by the way, where she was working, was it in a strip mall?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, where was she?
She was standing in front of the I think it was Optimar Realty. She had just come outside so she could wave me down.
And did you go straight into the restaurant, or did something happen before you went into the restaurant later?
She walked over to the car. I pulled up into a parking spot. She walked over to the car. I wanted to talk to her, so I said, hop in the car. I need to talk to you.
Now, did you know that you were being followed?
No, not at all.
When she got in the car, what did you learn and what happened?
Well, she asked me what happened to my mom. I told her, and I said, do you think this is T? I said, well, I said, was T behind what happened to me? And she looked at me. She said, yes.
And what did you ask her about the information your mom had received when she was approached on the street?
I asked her if she thought that this was T. Do you think he's doing this to my mom? Because you guys are fighting. Like a week or so earlier, they had this explosive fight because she saw his phone and some girl was sending her text messages of a tattoo that she just got at like 3 a.m. So they were like breaking up, and now that my mom's getting extorted and she's having a fight with him, I'm suspecting that it's him.
Do you bring up the name Tato?
Yes.
What happened when you brought up the name Tato?
I said, have you ever heard of some guy Tato? Like, I thought it was a joke that there's a Tuto and a Tato, but have you ever heard of Tato? And then she started talking.
What did she say?
She said, yeah, I know Tato. Tato is Tuto's best friend. And she said, he's a bad dude. He's the head of the Latin Kings. She said, they went up to Tallahassee, and he's the one who rented a car, and he's the one who did this to Dan. And off my head's like, I'm freaking out because this is the guy that's now extorting my mom. And I'm like, Katie, is this guy incarcerated? Like, she's like, yeah. And I'm like, does he have brothers? She said he's got 4 or 5 brothers, but he's got a couple hundred brothers in the Latin Kings in Miami.
Let's stop there for a second. So why did you ask her if he was incarcerated?
Because the guy who came up to my mom said, my brother Tato is incarcerated. He's going through a hard time. And he needs your help. You need to take care of him the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuto.
Now, when Katie is telling you that there is a Tato, that he's the head of the Latin Kings, that he's incarcerated, and you know he has brothers, what starts going through your mind?
Holy shit, this is real. Like this is real extortion, and it's happening again.
What does Katie tell you about what happened in Tallahassee and who did what?
She told me that T was high on drugs, and got fast food.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second just to make it clear to the jury. I'm going to ask you, I know she used their nicknames, okay? Make that clear. But for the purposes of today, let's use their names so that there's no confusion. Okay,
So
I understand in the car she used nicknames, either Tato, Tuto, or T. But just for the purposes of today, use their names. Okay? What did she tell you about who did what in Tallahassee?
She said that Sigafredo was high on drugs at the hotel, and that Luis Rivera was the one who shot Dan.
Now, did she tell you that Tato was also behind your extortion? Or no?
She said that Sigfredo brought him to go do this, and that it was he got paid, but it was the extorter was Sigfredo.
Did she describe to you, you said she described to you about a rental car. Did she describe to you anything about the payments the next day?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said when she brought the money, she met up with them and she gave the money to Sigfredo and him, and that she didn't touch any of it, and that she didn't take a single dime for herself or anything like that.
Now, when you're hearing this in the car, by the way, how long do you think you were in the car for?
10 to 15 minutes, probably closer to 10.
How are you feeling, and what do you now want to do when you're in the car? You've just told your mom that you think it's the police, that it's all going to be okay. Now you've heard that there is a real Tato. How are you feeling, and what are you thinking about doing at this point in time?
I'm freaking out because I thought it was Sigfredo. Then I'm hearing all this stuff about this guy Tato, his name is Luis Rivera. Everything seeming real. I was extorted. Now my mom's getting extorted. Katie's telling me she doesn't think it's Tato or his people. He wouldn't do it like this. He would have done it the way it happened to me. She's telling me that she thinks it's a copycat of one of Tato's, someone who knows Tato and is doing a copycat on him, doing their own extortion, or it's probably, she thinks it's the police.
Now, how is she acting in the car?
She's upset. She's very upset.
And you've told her that they used her name, correct?
Yes.
What do you decide to do after she tells you this bombshell information?
Well, I mean, I have more questions than answers. When I got done talking to her in the car, I was more confused than ever. I had told my mom, I'm going to talk to Katie and see if her friend is behind this and if she can get him to stop. And now it's like open the door to all these other possibilities and scenarios of what it could be and what to do. So Katie was the only person on the planet that I could talk to about this and see if I could try to get it to stop. So I said, Katie, do you want to go inside and get some coffee? And I thought I'd be able to talk to her more and try to see what are we supposed to do.
Now, we know you like to talk. How about when you're scared and trying to figure things out?
I mean, I was freaking out. I was freaking out, and I'm trying to figure things out by talking out different scenarios out loud, thinking if it's this, we do this, or if we do this, what'll happen, or if we do this, what'll happen. And that's why it's a lot of it's very jumbled up, because I'm all over the place.
Okay. So you decide to go inside and get coffee. Katie agrees with you. And is that when you go into the restaurant called, and I always I pronounce it wrong, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Dolce Vita?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When you went into the restaurant, who did you think was behind it? Well, let me start by saying something else. You seen the audio of you in that restaurant, right? With Katie.
Yes.
Before that audio started, had you met with Katie in the restaurant for about 20 or 30 minutes?
We've been in there about a half hour talking.
So that audio doesn't capture anything in the beginning of your conversation, right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the beginning of the conversation. Obviously, it's many years ago. You're not going to remember word for word what was said. But generally, what was Katie telling you, and what were you telling Katie?
Katie was saying that it's the police. And I didn't care if it was the police. I was there because it was a bad guy. So I'm trying to figure out, like, is my family really in danger, and what should we do? And if they are in danger, what should we do?
Did you know that law enforcement at some point in the conversation started to record you?
No, I thought we were alone.
Now, your conversation with Katie in the restaurant, how were you talking? Were you talking freely or carefully?
No, I always spoke to Katie carefully.
Why was it so important for you to talk carefully to Katie in this restaurant?
Whenever I spoke to Katie, I needed her help. So I never wanted her to feel like I was trying to set her up or set her friends up, and in that regard. So every time I said something or phrased something, I was always really careful in how I spoke to her.
And again, at this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever that Katie was part of the extortion of you?
No, I did not think she was ever a part of it.
Now, the first thing that is caught on the recording is if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What were you saying here, and what was it in context to of what had been said before?
Okay, directly before that, Katie was talking about it being the police, and that she thinks it's the police. And I'm like, it's fine if it's the police. Like, we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence. Like, if we had anything to do with this, I'd be going to the airport right now. What you're saying is that it's the police. Like, they're not going to have evidence to show that we did something that we didn't do.
Charlie, without getting into all the details that I did with Agent Sanford, this communication at Dolce Vita happened in 2016. You were arrested in 2022. When did you know that the state thought that you had participated in the murder of Professor Markel?
When the probable cause affidavit was released.
And when was that affidavit released approximately?
I think it was leaked to the media, and I saw it in August of 2016.
Did you ever try to flee the country
Never.
after August 2016?
Never.
Why not?
Because I wasn't part of a murder. They weren't going to have any evidence to show I was part of a murder.
Now, you say during Dolce Vita, one second, Your Honor, I'm sorry, lost my spot. Is Dolce Vita a bit of an argument between you and Katie?
Yeah, you could say that.
And what is the argument about?
She's taking the position that it's the police, and you can't pay the police. And I wasn't as focused on the police as I was focused on, well, if it's a bad guy, what do we do? Like, we can't go to the police.
Why were you not focused on it being the police?
Because I didn't do a murder. I wasn't worried if it was the police.
Now, if it was a bad guy, what did you want her to do? What did you want Katie to do?
I wanted her to reach out to them and see if she could get them to stop. You know, maybe threaten them. Maybe she could pay them. Maybe she could tell them she's going to pay them. It's a one-time thing. I want to see if she could identify them and get them to stop.
Why did you want her to do that as opposed to you doing that?
She knew who the original people were. She knew Sigfredo. She knew this guy, Luis Rivera. And she'd be the only person who'd be able to identify them and get them to stop, and maybe they'd be afraid of her.
Now, throughout this recording, several times you try to sound tough. Is that the case?
Absolutely.
You say, I carry a gun on me, right?
Yes, I said that.
I mean, someone comes up to me if someone comes up to me, they better be ready to shoot because I'm going to shoot them. Someone come up to me asking for money in my house. When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his fucking driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. I'll take a break right there. Why are you talking tough?
I want to let her know, like, I've had enough. Like, and, you know, they're messing with my mom, they mess with me. Like, I've literally just had enough, and I'm trying to send that message.
Why do you bring up a gang member?
Because 45 minutes earlier, when I was sitting in the car with Katie, she told me that Luis Rivera was the head of the Latin Kings. And that's who the second extortion was, a Latin King gang member who was extorting my parents, which was actually the FBI, but it was...
Immediately after you say those lines, though, you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway. Why do you say that? You're being tough, and then you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Because I didn't want to scare her into thinking that I'm some kind of loose end, that at any point was I going to the police. I was making it clear that at no point I was going to the police.
You then say, Katie, this is not like some chick showing tattoos to your man. What are you talking about here?
That was in reference to their explosive fight that would send her and Sigfredo in opposite directions, and I was thinking that he was behind what had happened to my mom. I thought he was just sending a third party to collect.
And what are you trying to tell Katie to do?
I'm telling her to call this person and to contact them and see if she can get them to stop.
Now, you then say, they're not going away. I may wish they'd go away, but they're not going away. And then there's a bunch of unintelligibles, and there's a line that says, that you say, well, with a beard or a badge. Do you have any idea what you were talking about there?
I think we were talking about, is it a police officer or a bad guy?
And again, well, who would be the beard?
The beard would be a bad guy.
And who again was Katie trying to convince you it was?
She was trying to convince me it's the police.
Now, we've seen this conversation live, although we can't hear all of it. Are you doing more of the talking or more of the listening?
I'm doing the thinking out loud and talking.
You're not really listening to her at all, right?
No.
You again say, listen, if a badge comes up to you, tell them, have a nice day, officer. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. You say, if not, I don't talk to cops, sorry. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. What are you saying to Katie here?
I'm reassuring her that I'm keeping my mouth shut and I'm not going to the police and I'm not trying to set her up. But I wanted her to see if maybe make a payment.
Now, you say this person is not, this is after her long unintelligible. You say, well, Katie, this person is not going away. They came very equipped with details. What details are you talking about here?
They know about my payment to her with the checks. They know about the payment.
You then go on a bunch of long discussions about DNA in a rental car. Why do you bring up a rental car?
Because 40 minutes earlier, I was sitting in a car with her and she was telling me that Luis Rivera rented a car.
And during these long discussions, you're talking about how you don't really know anything. You, Charlie, doesn't really know anything. Why are you telling her repeatedly that you don't know anything.
I'm trying to reassure her that I'm harmless and that I don't have any real knowledge of what went on, and that, you know, I'm not some loose end that you guys need to go try to clean up.
Now, you then say, they said the guy's name was Tuto. I don't even know who the fuck it is. Did you know who Tuto was?
I knew who Tuto was.
Was this you confusing the names Tuto and Tato?
That's exactly what it was. I was getting the names mixed up.
And she asks you to describe what he looked like, right?
Yes.
And you say, some of it's unintelligible, but you say, well-spoken, like polite. She goes, polite and well-spoken. I said, did he act thug, or did he talk with like a thick Spanish accent or anything? She said, no. I said, was he white or Hispanic? She said he was white, but he could have been Hispanic. Why were these facts important to you and Katie?
Because I was comparing the original extortion that I had to the person that's extorting my mom to see if they fit the description.
And she says, so recognizable, and you say with no glasses, no hat, very well dressed. And she says, well dressed? As you're talking about this, what are the both of you trying to figure out?
We're trying to figure out, is this related to, is this real extortion or is this the police?
And what is Katie telling you of why she doesn't think this is real extortion and why she thinks it's the police?
Because of how it's being done, and these people wouldn't do it this way. But it still opened up the door to her where she said it could be a copycat and somebody just trying to piggyback the extortion and make it their own.
Now, you say to her, every time she's telling you it's the police, you kind of push back. Why do you push back?
The whole purpose of me being there with her was not to hear if it was the police. I needed her help if it wasn't the police.
10 minutes and 28 seconds into the recording, not the meeting, but the recording. The following thing is what you say. They didn't mention my name, which makes me think that these people only know part of the story, or they think they know part of the story. What are you telling Katie here?
I'm saying they didn't mention my name. They don't even know I was extorted, and that they only know part of the story. They know about the checks that my mom was writing to you, or they think they know part of the story. They don't realize that that was payment for an extortion, not payment for a murder.
So whoever's doing this thinks that you did a murder because they don't know that you were extorted.
Exactly.
And by the way, isn't that exactly what the bump is?
The bump is an extortion.
But isn't the bump designed in a way that they thought you did part of a murder, and the responses they got, they didn't understand because they only knew part of the story?
That's exactly it.
You then say, when everybody was there the next day, did you take any money? It's not like you're driving around in a Bentley, cruising around in a Mega Yacht. Someone, he must at some point, because otherwise he would have no idea I had anything to do with. First of all, remind the jury, how did you know what happened on July 19th, and when did you learn that?
July 19th, July 18th.
how did you know about the money drop? Let me ask that question.
Okay. Katie told me that the next day she brought the money to Luis and Sigfredo Garcia.
When did she tell you that?
She told me that in the car 30 minutes earlier.
Now, when you're asking this question, who is the everybody that you are referring to?
Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera.
What are you confirming here and why?
That she's not a part of it. I mean, she's broke. I was being sarcastic when I'm like, you're not cruising around in a mega yacht or driving a Bentley. Like, her card's getting declined at Old Navy, and she's borrowing $300 from me. So I didn't think she was a part of it. I didn't think at the time that she took any of that money. So that's why I said it like that, is that you didn't take any of the money next day, and they're saying that, like, I'm helping you out. So I'm thinking that, like, Sigfredo must have said something to Luis about the little things that I do to help you out with, lending you money. I gave her a car with 160,000 miles on it. Sigfredo must have said something to Luis, and then maybe one of his people is now trying to extort my family.
And in response, what does she say to you? Who does she say it is?
She thinks it's the police.
And so then you say to her, it could, I wish that it was a cop playing games. Why did you wish it was a cop playing games?
Because then it meant that my mom wasn't being extorted by Latin King gang members.
You say, and I'm not involved. You recall saying that?
Yeah.
Why didn't you specifically mention the word extortion in Dolce Vita? Why didn't you say, Katie, why are these the same people that did to me? These are the same people that are doing this to my mom that did it to me back in July of 2014. Why didn't you just say that in this recording?
I was being real careful when I spoke to Katie. I would never say the word extortion to her.
Why not?
Because I would get zero help, and she'd think I was setting her up.
And what were you
Probably
most concerned about at this point in time?
I was most concerned about the gang member that's now extorting my mom, and also about trying to get Katie to help me to stop it.
Again, you say, if it's a cop, I'm happy because I've got nothing to hide. You say that at least 3 times. Why do you tell her that?
Because she keeps on saying that it's the police. And I'm not worried about if it's the police. I'm worried about if it's a gang member and that's coming after my mom.
And as she's pushing back that she doesn't want to make the payment or reach out to the person, you then bring up, it's going to put a spotlight in the investigation. You start talking about the FBI and BBC News. First of all, what investigation are you talking about?
The murder investigations of Dan Markel.
And why are you trying to tell Katie that this is going to put a spotlight on this investigation? What are you why are you trying to tell her that?
I'm trying to tell her that this is a big deal. Like, if we go to the police on the second extortion, they're going to catch the second extortion, and when they catch them, they're going to turn, and the second extortion is going to turn in the first extortion. And then when you catch the first extortion, the police are going to come talk to us, and then when we tell them what happened, you're going to be in a lot of danger. There's no way I can talk to the police. So by catching the second, it's going to turn in the first. And that's exactly what I say in there.
Now, you tell her that you want her to give the guy the money, right?
Yes.
And she, again, what's her reaction to that?
She's like, you can't pay the cops. They're going to arrest you. They're going to think you're a part of it.
And so then you give a long-winded explanation of what she can say that won't incriminate herself, right?
Or make the police come talk to her. So I was saying, just tell them that you don't know anything.
Again, what are you trying to convince her to do?
Make a payment.
And she's refusing, right?
Yeah.
You say, that's all I was able to come up with. If it's the police, they can't take the money. They can't take the money. They won't even come meet you. If it's this guy, maybe in the back of his, he knows, unintelligible, fuck off, unintelligible, and that now he's fucking with his wife, and if he's fucking with him, you fuck with the king himself, you'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. What are you trying to say to her here?
I'm saying that maybe if you go and contact these people, they're going to know who you are. And they're going to realize, they'll know that your husband is Sigfredo Garcia. Sigfredo is about as scary of a guy as you can meet. And if Sigfredo has a problem with you, the only thing you could do to stop Sigfredo if he wants to come after you is to kill Sigfredo. So I wasn't talking about killing him, but I was saying if he knows who you are, he's going to be a big problem. So the only way they can stop Sigfredo is if they kill him, because he's a dangerous guy.
And is that precisely why you wanted her to be contacting this person?
Yeah, because they would know who her husband is, and they would cut it out.
You then say, and so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be like that Nazi shit, because this will be done. Who used that terminology with you?
That was an expression that Katie would use. She would say, like, this Nazi shit, like to go crazy on somebody. And that was a term that she would use, and I used it back to her. And it meant, I was saying, like, listen, like, I'm trying to sound tough also. So I said, listen, I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on this person and get them to stop. Like, this needs to end.
You say, I don't care what I have to spend. Ms. Kappelman asked one of the witnesses, aren't you admitting to doing a murder for hire here?
Absolutely not. I'm saying that I'll get somebody to act and go crazy on who's ever doing this and get them to stop. I mean, I'm not a scary guy like Sigfredo Garcia is, so I was trying to sound intimidating.
You then say, he doesn't have any bad feelings towards me, does he? Our paths never cross. I didn't know that the two of you would be working out. Why do you ask this?
Because I'm saying, like, I've been compliant. I've been paying every single month. It's not like I didn't do anything to him. I was still thinking maybe it could be him that's doing this, as I was saying it.
Now, in the video, you see Katie leaving the table for a bit, right?
Yes.
She leaves for about 2 minutes. And what happens when she leaves, before she comes back?
It's probably the first 2 minutes in the last 45 or 50 minutes that I stopped talking and just sat there and started thinking about everything that we've been talking about.
And as you're sitting there and thinking about it, what goes through your mind? What do you realize?
I just started thinking again about how different this is, and that the person's not hiding who they are. You know, there's no, I'm going to kill you in 48 hours. They're giving lots of information. You know, this is not the same people.
When she comes back, you give her the number, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember if you gave her a piece of paper, or if do you have any recollection of whether you gave her a piece of paper or she wrote down a number, or whether do you have any idea, any memory this many years later?
No, I think I may have just said it to her verbally or given her paper. I don't remember sitting here today.
And then you immediately start talking about how the guy didn't have glasses or a hat. Why was that the first thing that you started talking to her about when she came back?
Because I was thinking, like, for 2 years, I had no idea. You know, nothing was confirmed, the identity was hidden, it was just her friend. Now all of a sudden, this guy shows up and he's not even taking the precaution of trying to hide his identity. He has no problem showing his face.
And at this point in time, when she comes back, who do you think is behind this?
I'm coming around to her way of thinking that it's probably the police and a small chance that it's some sort of copycat, but more than likely it's just the police.
What do you ask her to do?
I still ask her to call the number just in the chance that, like, hey, if I'm wrong and it's not the police and it turns out to be somebody that really is dangerous, like I'm betting my mom's life on it being the police. So at least just call and make it so for that peace of mind that we confirm it is what we think it is.
At the end of the recording, you see that you're actually joking about something. How do you feel at the end of your meeting with her in Dolce Vita?
I feel much better. I mean, I'm back to the way I started when I came out there, is that I was thinking it was probably the police, and I felt even more likely it was the police after I got done with meeting with her.
Now, when you repeatedly say during this recording that you hope it's the police, did you understand that if it was the police, they thought they would be thinking that you were part of a murder?
Correct.
So why were you hoping it was the police?
Well, I wasn't part of a murder, and if it was the police, it meant there was no danger. Nobody's going to get hurt, and there's no danger to anyone in my family.
Judge, I'm going to move on to another topic.
Before you do that, members of the jury, does anyone need to take a break? Please raise your hand. We will take a brief break. For the next 10 minutes, we'll resume a little bit after 3:30.
I'm fine.
All right. You can step back down with your attorneys if you need to confer with them. We'll get started again in about 10 minutes.
Judge, we're going to try to fix the computer so I can...
You can go back to the witness stand. Everyone can be seated. Are they done in the restroom?
They had two left about 10 minutes ago, so I would like to believe them.
Okay. Mr. Rashbaum, time check. Where are we at in said examination?
I'm not sure you want to know.
I noticed before you had a script that it looked like you were
Don't,
half the way through.
The script is deceiving, but
Uh-huh.
I don't anticipate that this will end today. It may.
That much more ground to cover. All right.
I
Once
mean-
we get into tomorrow, how long?
I think that'd be a better question after today. No, look, we're going chronologically, right? So we just finished Dolce Vita.
Yes.
There are a couple calls I'm gonna play that are coming up, but then I'm gonna play very few calls.
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rashbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, at this time, I would like to move in Defendant's Exhibit 58, which are selected text messages on July 18th that we discussed earlier.
Very well. Any objection from the state other than what's already been made?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted over objection, you may proceed with publishing.
I don't need to publish, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you remember what you did when you left Dolce Vita?
Yes, I do.
And what did you do?
I got in the car and I called my mom up on the phone.
Where was your mom when you called her?
I think she was at the city park.
Now, throughout this call, you don't mention Katie's name. Why don't you mention her name?
I think I was just always just being careful, but I mean, there was no big deal. My mom knew that I was going to go meet Katie, and I just spoke in general terms.
You tell your mom that everything is fine. What are you telling your mom when you tell her that?
I'm letting her know that it's the police, because that's how I left it when I left my meeting with my mom before I went crazy and I heard all about Luis Rivera. I'm letting my mom know, like, everything's fine, it's the police.
At the end of this call, there's discussion about cheerleading and Passover. What is your level of concern when you have this call with your mom?
I believe that there is no danger to my family at this time, or very minimal.
Now, do you recall that the call got cut off? Well, let me say it differently. Withdraw the question, Your Honor. Do you recall that your mom, on the end of this call, had to call you back?
Yes.
And do you recall that about 5 minutes later, she did call you back?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Judge, at this point in time, I'd like to play State Exhibit G.
You may proceed.
And this is a call between you and your mom at 5:06 on April 20th. I don't hear anything.
Test your equipment again.
I didn't do it. Let's try it again.
Yeah. Hi, honey, sorry about that. I had to just schedule,
Nothing in the headphones now.
I think it's clear on the speakers, but I guess play it once again. Hold your thumbs up if you can hear it clearly over the speaker.
yeah. Hi, honey, sorry about that. I had to just schedule that for Monday because she was leaving.
Yeah,
So,
how about on the speakers? I know you can't hear it on the headphones.
You just want it to be a little bit louder on the speaker, you're saying? I'm not Bill Nye the Science Guy. I'm not sure why we can't get this to work from call to call, but
No, let's see if everyone can hear it without the headphones.
can you turn up the speaker?
It's at max capacity.
Oh, okay.
Which is lower than my voice, as we all know.
Except for when you're excited.
Exactly.
Good. I just so I hung out with my friend, and then she's gonna sleep on some stuff, and then she's gonna come tomorrow to either my office or Thanos' office and tell me how it works. How she thought about it.
okay.
So I'm still so I'll talk to her tomorrow. I wish her the best of luck.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So, you think she'll be okay? You think everything will be good for her?
I told her. I mean, I was explaining to you, with relationships, they either go one or two ways.
Right.
So it's going to be one or two ways. So,
Yeah. Well,
but that's
hopefully it's how you want it.
Yeah.
How it would be best for her. Yes, honey, you can. All right, Charlie. I love you.
What are they? Yeah, you're welcome. So
yeah, just
okay.
hoping Dad has a good day at the office.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I like him to have a good night's sleep. So
Yeah.
he works on a long day, like this long day.
But I truly would not worry about anything.
Wait a second, Lincoln, honey, this little girl is on now. Come here, honey. Wait till she finishes and then you'll go on. You don't think so?
Yeah, no, without a doubt, I wouldn't.
Okay, I hope so.
There's nothing to worry about.
No.
No.
So you'll be up at the office, you'll be at our office all day tomorrow?
From 11 to probably by 3, I'm going to be gone.
Oh, really? I'm done for the day?
Well, then I go to Thanos' office.
Oh, there's Santa. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
I hate this area of like Ives Dairy and 95.
Very crowded.
Oh my God, the traffic. So to go from like, I mean, literally, for me to go from like, on Biscayne to like, all the way to like 95, it's the same amount of time it takes me to go from my house to South Beach.
Wow.
Just east-west. It's quicker for me to go to South Beach from Fort Lauderdale than to be in Miami and go to the highway. I mean, it's just lane, like 2 schools and everything. So, all right, is that
That's the they're swinging, and I'm pushing as high as I can, and that's the squeak of the swings.
all right.
So I'm pushing them. The old grandma. All right, I love you.
Yeah, you probably feel, but I would worry about absolutely nothing.
Really?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I would not.
Well, if your theory is correct, then that'll be, we don't know that.
Well, listen, I mean, you have to realize something. It does them no good.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's nothing. They're not going to gain anything. They're still going to be in the same situation. It's not like you've ever threatened anybody or hurt anybody. So
no, I know that.
And listen, the thing is that they're not hiding who they are.
Right, not at all.
Not at all. So.
When you call your mom back, there's a reference to Harvey. Harvey's your dad, right?
Yes.
There's a reference to hoping, your mom says she hopes Harvey had a good day at the office. She'd like him to have a good night's sleep. What did you understand this to be a reference to?
My dad's about to find out what had happened to me 2 years earlier and what's happening to my mom now.
You're telling your mom repeatedly in this call that not to worry about anything. Why are you telling her not to worry about anything?
Because my mom was worried that a gay member was going to come and hurt her, or somebody was trying to extort her for money.
Now, you then say, not like you ever threatened anyone or hurt anyone, and you say, she says to you, well, if your theory is correct, what was your theory? Well, first of all, when did you go over your theories with each other?
When I saw my mom 2 hours before this call was placed.
And what was your theory and what was her theory?
My theory was that it's the police. My mom's theory was that it's a bad guy and they're going to hurt one, and then somebody else in the family is going to pay the money. And that this was a serious threat and her life's in danger.
You then start talking about, again, how there were no threats, no disguise. Why are you telling this to your mom?
I'm telling my mom that this is so different. It can't be the same person. It can't be the same people that are behind my extortion that are behind her extortion.
Moving on to State Exhibit H. Now, State Exhibit H is a call that's in evidence between Sigfredo Garcia and Katie Magbanawa. Do you recall listening to that call?
Yes, I do.
Now, you obviously weren't on the call initially, right?
I was never on that call.
On the call, you can hear them fighting, and Sigfredo is refusing to make the phone call, right?
Yes.
Again, what had you discussed with Katie at Dolce Vita? What were you hoping that she would do?
That she would at least make the phone call, even though we were pretty sure it was the police. I mean, there's still a chance that you're wrong, and this is a copycat who doesn't realize that I was extorted, and they're running their own extortion off of it and chasing down my mom.
The next day is now April 21st. And the state put in State's Exhibit J. And this is a 22-minute call between you and Catherine Magbanawa. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Was this the first time that you spoke with Katie after your meeting at Dolce Vita?
Yes, it is.
On this call, are you asking to meet with her?
Yes, I want to see her.
And how is she responding to meeting with you?
She's blowing me off. I'm trying to have her come to my office. I'm trying to have her come to the second office I'm at. She can't find it in her time to come meet me.
And when she seems that way, are you offering to pay for some things for her, like helping her get a hotel room and the keys?
Yeah, and that was actually even before the bump. She had asked me for something, and I said, sure, I'll do it for you. And it was a $300 hotel room. But that was before the bump. But yes.
Now, during this call, Katie starts talking about investments in properties. Do you remember that?
I do.
When she starts talking about the investments in the properties, at first, do you have any idea what she's talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
So in this trial, there's been a lot of talk about code. And the government has a nice little cheat sheet as to what they believe the various code words were. Did you and Katie ever discuss any code words?
There was never any code discussed.
But it's fair to say that when you're speaking on the phone with Katie and when you're speaking on the phone with your mom, you're talking very carefully.
Extremely carefully.
And for different reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about why you're talking carefully with Katie. What was the reason why you continued to talk very carefully on the phone with Katie?
I didn't want Katie to think that I was setting her up.
Now, when you say you didn't want her to think that you were setting her up, at this point in time, you didn't think she was part of any murder or any extortion, right?
Correct.
So how would you be setting her up?
Well, she's tied to the people who murdered Dan Markel, and I'm tied to her. So if I went to the police, I would be calling her up and trying to get them caught, and I'd be talking in a much more blunt way.
And what are you afraid of if she thinks that you're setting her up? There's probably a couple things you're afraid of, but what are some of those things that you're afraid of?
The number one thing is I'd get killed, because they think I'm a loose end.
Okay, what's the number two thing?
Number two thing is I'd get zero help. She would help me with nothing.
And help in finding out what?
Who's behind the second extortion of my mom?
Now, ultimately, during this call, you figure out what she's talking about with properties, right?
As she goes, I'm catching on to some of her lingo.
She says to you, I was talking to someone, do you think that would be a good investment? He was like, no, that is a really stupid, you should really use your head. What did you understand her to be saying? Who is the he?
Well, by this time she was back with her ex-husband, and I assumed that person to be Sigfredo Garcia.
Did you assume her to be saying to you, he doesn't want to make the phone call at this point?
No.
Now, she says, but he is going to look into a couple things, a couple of properties, and find out what's going on, and then I'll go from there because you can't just jump into a place you don't even know. What did you understand her to be telling you here?
She was saying that she's going to look into it. You just can't pay extortion. You don't even know who the person is.
She then says later in the call that she thinks that the property was posted incorrectly. She also says that she thinks it's a false lead.
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand her to be saying to you at that point in time?
She's trying to tell me that this is the police. This is not real extortion. And that's pretty much what she was saying, exactly what she was saying the day before.
She says it's one of two scenarios. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. What did you understand her to be saying were the two scenarios?
Well, the first one is the police, where she's like, you can't pay the police. And the second one would have been a copycat extorter, but not being possibly Luis Rivera or Sigfredo Garcia.
In response, you say, the thing is, that property came with full listing, everything but pictures. What are you saying here?
I'm saying that this extortion came with so much information. And that was the thing with the first extortion on July 18th, is that I had no information. Even when I guessed, the person wouldn't say, she just said, no, I'm not going to tell you.
And so the fact that it came with everything but the pictures, what did that make you feel it was?
That it was more than likely law enforcement. I mean, they were giving you phone numbers, they were giving you names, they weren't trying to hide who they were. It had to be, it more than likely was law enforcement, but it's still a small chance. It could have been a copycat extorter.
15 minutes and 45 seconds in this call. She says, I did some research. I will find out more. I don't want anyone to take advantage of you. How was she acting?
Like she was protecting me, and she was trying to help.
And incidentally, what did you think she was doing for you for the past 20 months since the extortion that occurred on July 18th?
I thought she was protecting me.
You then start talking with her about other types of real estate. Was this real estate at this point?
There was some real talk about real estate because she was working at a real estate company.
And you tell her that you'll lend her money for her real estate career?
Yeah, she once asked me if she ever found a good place, would I lend the money and go in partnership with her. I always said if you found the right deal, I would, but we never spoke any specifics beyond that.
And you talked to her about helping her out with her car?
Yeah.
Why were you offering to help Catherine Magbanua out with her real estate career and her car, and saying that at this point in time?
I didn't think that she was benefiting from the extortion of me at all. She always told me she never took any money. Her credit cards were getting declined at Old Navy. She's borrowing money. I thought that she got dragged into this in the same way I got dragged into this.
Now, the next call that's in evidence is K. And this is April 21 at, I believe, 11 o'clock a.m. One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
This is a call between you and your mom, correct?
Yes.
And this is the first call since the call that we just heard where your mom is swinging the boys at the park, right?
Right.
Now, there's a discussion on this call about meeting with your dad. Why were you going to meet with your dad?
Well, I knew that the night of the 20th, my mom was going to tell my dad what had happened to me and what's happening to her now. And I knew my dad was going to want to talk to me and find out what's going on. So I told my mom, listen, I'll talk to Dad when he wants to talk to me tomorrow, just have him meet me.
50 seconds into this call, which again, I don't think we need to play it, is K. You say, I saw a lot of police everywhere giving traffic tickets, so be careful. Anyway, that's who I think it is for multiple reasons. Multiple reasons. What are you telling your mom here?
I'm telling my mom, be careful where you talk about this. I don't want the police to know that I know anything or that I was extorted. They're going to come talk to you. So please be careful and be careful where you talk.
And when your mom responds, again, on the earlier call, well, that's good if your theory is correct. What do you understand your mom to be hoping for?
My mom was hoping it was the police.
Now, after this call, you have a call with your dad, and where do you all decide to meet for dinner?
I was originally going to just have my dad come by my house, but I was working late, and I told my dad I'll meet him at like a halfway point between my place and his place, and I met him for sushi down in Miami.
And let's talk about Matsuri. Did you go to the restaurant straight from work?
Yes, I did.
Who got there first?
I think my dad was there before me.
When you got there, could you all get a table right away?
No, it was not at night, but the place was packed.
Where did you go when you couldn't get a table?
We waited for about 15 minutes and told the person seating people that we'll just take a seat at the bar. Take 2 seats at the bar if you can.
Before you got seats at the bar, did you go anywhere to talk with your dad?
Yeah, we put our name down and we were just sitting outside the restaurant on a bench.
Did you notice anyone around you?
No.
As a result, were you able to talk freely?
Yeah.
Without going into the whole discussion again, what did you discuss generally with your dad?
I told him what had happened to me, and I told him that I thought it was the police that were doing this to mom, and that this is just so different.
Now, was it clear to you when you met with your dad in the outside of the restaurant that your mom had told him everything by that point in time?
She told him everything.
Was it clear that he knew that this was related to Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Now, at this point in time, I want to emphasize this point in time, did your mom or your dad know anything about Tato being in prison, confirmation that Sigfredo Garcia was the extorter? Did they know anything about that?
Well, the undercover had told my mom that Tato was incarcerated, but aside from that, everything that I had found out at lunch the day before, or meeting with Katie after I saw my mom, I hadn't spoken to my mom about it, so she knew none of that.
Now, was your dad upset with you?
He wanted to know why didn't I come to him, and I said, Dad, I thought if I went to you, I didn't think I'd be able to stop you from going to the police. I don't think you would have realized the danger that I was in, and the family you would be putting the family in. So I didn't want to tell anybody. The only reason I told Mom was because when I ended up picking up the checks from her is when she found out.
He now knows, though, right? He knows as of the evening of April 20th when your mom tells him, but he knows as of Matsuri.
Yes.
Does he say to you, Charlie, I got to go to the police?
No, I think my mom scared him pretty good.
And when you spoke to him, was he behind you in not going to the police?
Yeah, I mean, he understood why I didn't go. I mean, he understood how serious it was. This was not a small threat.
Did you tell him outside the restaurant before you go in to eat that you were pretty sure it was the police?
Yeah, and I went through all the reasons that we've just spoken about, that it was, I was fairly certain it was the police.
Now, you end up getting seated at the restaurant, and where do they seat you?
They seat us at the sushi bar. So.
Now, Matsuri, it's a pretty authentic Japanese sushi restaurant, right?
Yeah, it's in a strip shopping center, but you go in there and like half the people are Japanese. It's very authentic.
At first, did you notice anyone sitting next to your dad?
No, we just sat at the bar. It was just the two of us.
Later, did you notice someone?
Yes, a gentleman comes over and sits down next to my dad.
Now, before we get into some of the details, did anything initially strike you as very weird about this person who was sitting next to your dad? What was the first thing that struck you as being kind of off?
He was very rude.
How was he rude?
Well, I mean, we're sitting there, we got our dinner plates at the sushi bar, they serve you your food. And so your dinner plate's there and your drinks are there. And he comes over and he plops this big bag down right next to my dad's dinner plate. And it's like, you don't put your belongings on the dinner table. And it just struck me. I looked at the guy, he put his belongings down and his keys, and it's like sitting next to my dad's plate. I'd never seen that done like that before.
And that was off to you, right?
Yeah, I just thought the guy was rude. He was off, yeah.
I want to take you back to before you saw the guy. You've seen the recording. Was there some discussion between you and your dad before the recording that the jury has?
Yes.
Okay. But the recording starts with you almost mid-sentence saying, "I can even tell you he's at Giants Stadium." Do you remember that?
I do.
What are you talking about there?
I'm saying that we're talking about it being the police, and I'm saying the police are just following a lead that's not true.
Now, are you actually using the word police?
No.
Okay. You then say it's not done. By the way, what's the reference to Giant Stadium?
Supposedly some guy, Jimmy Hoffa, who got killed years ago, was buried in the end zone of Giant Stadium. So the police went and dug up the end zone, thinking that he was there because somebody said it, so they investigated it, but it was never true.
Now, you then say it's not done like that. What were you telling your dad was not done like that?
The extortion wasn't done like it was done to me. It's being done to my mom. That's not how it's done.
And you do this twice, but at 50 seconds into the recording, you say, "And the funny thing is," and you whisper something in your dad's ear.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't know the exact words, but what did you whisper into your dad's ear?
I was saying that they don't realize I was extorted the first time, and this is the same thing that's getting done. Then the second time I say, this is like, the funny thing is, this is like deja vu.
We're going to get to that.
Okay, sorry.
Then there is talk about why they didn't go to Wendy. And why did you think they didn't go to Wendy?
I think they didn't go to Wendy because the police already spoke to her.
And Harvey asks you if Katie agrees with you. Agrees with you about what?
That it's the police.
Throughout the video, you're seen repeatedly looking at the guy next to your dad.
Yes.
Why are you looking at him the second time? What piques your attention next?
Well, the waitress came over, and the first thing he said to her is, "What kind of salads do you have here?" And she even just looked at him. I mean, it's like, it's a sushi bar. You come here to eat sushi, and it's not a place where you come in and you're like, "What kind of salads you have here?" And then when I looked at him, he looked at me, and then he ordered his salad, and he ordered a California roll. So I was like, this guy really doesn't like sushi, and he's coming into a sushi restaurant at 9 o'clock at night by himself. He seems really odd.
Now, you then say again at some point, and the funny thing is, and it's unintelligible after. Do you think you know what you said at that point?
I said, this is like deja vu.
You're then eating and you say to your dad, I think there's a recorder in the bag. Your dad asks whether they can do that, and you say they can with a warrant. Why did you think there was a recorder in the bag, and who did you think was sitting next to your dad?
I mean, the way the guy ordered his food, I mean, he clearly doesn't like sushi, and he's sitting in a sushi restaurant, and then he's sitting there with this bag on a table next to our dinner plate. He's either the rudest guy ever, or could be a police officer, or I could be just completely wrong, and he is just a rude guy.
And so what happens after, as Ms. Kappelman says, he was made? What happens after you realize that he is a police officer, or someone, you have suspicions that he's a police officer?
Yeah, we no longer talk about the extortion.
Why don't you talk about it? What would be the problem with the police knowing about the extortion, the first extortion?
It's the same reason I didn't go to the police the night of July 18th, is that I was worried about my life, my family's life. And I bounced back and forth between should I go, should I not go? And every time I went through the pros and cons, I mean, it wasn't going to bring Dan back. The people who did this don't care about killing someone in the middle of the day. I mean, there's not a question, you know, especially sitting here and seeing Luis Rivera come in, and I know who Sigfredo Garcia is. I don't think these guys would have cared. I think they would have killed me.
Now, after dinner, you leave the restaurant and you go in the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And you thought you were gonna just go to your cars. Your dad walks you to your car first, and what happens?
We're just talking, and he's asking me a few more questions, and then he asked me about who's Tato. Like, what's the story with him? Did Katie know who Tato is?
And at that point in time, for the first time, did you tell your dad what you had learned in the car with Katie the day before?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm not holding anything back from my parents, and I told my dad that, yeah, Dad, Tato's a real person, and he's the head of the Latin Kings of Miami, and he's the one who killed Dan.
When you tell your dad that, how does he react?
He's like, look, you think it's the police, you know, why not, you know, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong, let's just go to the police now. Don't you think that's the safest thing to do? And I said, absolutely not. I mean, these people are connected, they know other people out there. I didn't go to the police originally. I don't want to do that. And he's like, well, I said, I think it's the police, so there's nobody's going to get hurt. And he's like, well, what if you're wrong? You know,
And did this discussion go back and forth for a while?
yeah, because I mean, what do you say when someone says, what if you're wrong? I mean, you're going to get killed.
What did you tell him you would continue to do?
I said, listen, I'm going to talk to Katie. Hopefully she'll come by and see me tomorrow, or I'll talk to her and see if she's reached out to these people and to see if it is legitimate extortion or if it's just the police.
Did you again go over with your dad all the reasons why you were sure it wasn't the police?
That it was the police.
I'm sorry, that it was the police.
Yeah, at that point I did. I rehashed everything again and went through everything that we discussed.
And at the end of leaving the restaurant, what did your dad agree to?
He agreed not to go to the police.
The next day, you speak with your mom, correct? This is April 22nd.
Yes, I do.
This is defense exhibit. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm a little confused. Hold on a second. This call is not in evidence. On this call, just to refresh your memory so that we don't have to play it. Well, let me first offer it into evidence. Judge, it's labeled Defense Exhibit 100. It's a call between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson on April 22nd. It's State Call 1695. We would move it into evidence.
Any objection from the state?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to escort you to the jury room. I'm going to listen to the call.
My gosh, this is painful, isn't it? I didn't think this would last very long at all. I thought we'd be done this morning. Easily by direct within 2 hours, 2.5 hours, maybe at most. And but now here we are all day long. He's trying to drag this out.
You can play the call, please.
Would you like me to play the full call or just the part that I plan on publishing?
So
Well,
we listened to
call
what,
itself?
5 hours of he recalled every detail, every little nuance, every little detail, exactly what they're doing, what else fit in between those periods. Because keep in mind the wiretaps were over a 2-week period, so he knows every detail over a 2-week period. It's just not credible.
The call is 15 minutes long, 15 minutes and 11 seconds long.
All right. Well, I believe the context of the call is really going to matter here, but how long is the portion that you plan to publish?
I plan on starting at around 5 minutes and 50 seconds in. And going till I can stop it at around 7:30.
All right. Go ahead and just start it from the beginning.
From the beginning of the call, 15 minutes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I started it.
Well, I guess it's a good thing when you're not hearing voices, but I do need to hear the voices to get through this issue.
I really hate computers.
Only on the phone. Why don't you say hello to? Sorry, hold on a second, okay?
Could you rewind at the beginning, Ms. Dugan?
Hey, sweetheart, how are you?
Good. What's going on?
Hello, Carly.
Hey, Dad.
How are you?
Good. What's going on?
Not too much. I got the boys finishing up a computer show. You finished? Good. Shut it off, Lincoln. Go brush your teeth, and I got to get Ben. Ben, go brush your teeth now. Ben, go brush your teeth. All right? I got Uncle Charlie on the phone. Why don't you say hello to? Sorry, hold on a second, okay?
Okay. Hey, sweetheart, how are you?
Good. What's going on?
Well, you know.
Any
No.
more drama?
No, I had a busy day. I got up early and cooking a lot of stuff to the Seder for tomorrow. And then went to no, Ben, go to Grandpa and get your teeth brushed. What's that? It's Hot Wheels. Really? Okay, Lincoln, go get your teeth brushed, baby. And then we went to the courthouse. It was very nice. We met Wendy's judge.
Oh, nice.
She is like your next door neighbor.
Really?
She had said that all along, because I remember the other judge she works for. Whoa.
Really?
Impossible, very difficult woman. This guy is like,
Like Bud?
Yeah, just like your neighbor, just sitting, friendly, talking, kidding about how, because one of the guys there, this black guy named Charlie, is with the girl now, and he's pretty serious. So he said, yeah, we've all been trying to tell him, secret to a happy marriage. He says, I'm married, I don't know, 30 years or something, this judge. He says, secret to a happy marriage is, yes, dear, it only works. He says, actually, what really works is, you're right, yes, dear. So he said, it's worked for me. He said, I'm happy, I got 2 great daughters, my life is good. He says, so I'm trying to tell Charlie, practice every day. Yes, dear, you're right. He said, you'll do great. So, but he's funny. He was like funny and casual, and it was Casual Friday, so he's just wearing like a pair of pants and a collared, like a collared shirt, casual shirt, t-shirt type thing, and so friendly. Just what Wendy said, a genuinely nice guy. You wouldn't think he's an appellate judge. You just wouldn't believe it. So, super nice guy, and I'm happy for her because she's a nice person for her to work with. And the other 4 people, that we met, also so nice.
Really?
Yeah, in fact, this guy Trinity, I think Trinity is Wendy's age. I think first she told me he used to be a cop, and then he went to law school, and now he's doing this. Beautiful job, Ben. And he, and he's the one that's married and has 2 kids. And it's such a difference because, for whatever reason, Ben didn't want the ice cream cake. So he went back and said, Wendy's office, we're all sitting and having cake. And after about 15 minutes, this guy Trinity gets up, and we thought he was in the bathroom. He has an extra brush in there. So there's some things that I was hoping. No, I'm going to ask him. He said, what time tomorrow? Hoping I'm going to have a little time with you tomorrow just to talk about some of the cases that we need to go over. So, okay. All your stuff. Okay, sweetheart. Okay, I'll get you one. So I would like, if that's possible, maybe. What do you think?
Well, I'm waking up early in the morning. I'm driving up to West Palm Beach.
I know you said that. I couldn't remember though what you were doing up there.
I'm going racing.
Oh. And he was doing something. Dad said, what's he doing? I said, you know what, I don't remember. He told me he was doing something.
Yeah, no, I'm going racing. I got all the guys going up there.
Yeah.
How
many of you were going?
I think just 4 of us.
Yeah. Is Scotty one of them?
Scott Jones. Scott Radius or Scott Jones?
Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on a second. What, Lincoln?
I know when the rescue bus first got their color.
Yeah?
When they scanned the vehicle, they scanned into the vehicle and then they transformed and they got their color.
Oh, okay. Tell them I'm going to get a book and go into bed with you, and I will be right there. Okay. I forgot about that. Okay. You can have, no, not this one, honey. Let me do this with you tomorrow, please, Ben. So you're going up there early. So what is that, like about 3-4 hours of racing or less?
Yeah, but I mean, you're looking at an hour. It's an hour and 15 minutes there. It's an hour and 15 minutes back here, and then I'll probably be there for 2.5 hours.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm hoping to get to your place by 5:30.
Okay. If it doesn't work, maybe maybe I'll stay a little bit later. Because dinner, it's not going to be a ladies' night.
No. I can always talk to you after. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Can I just ask you one thing?
Sure.
Has there been any more drama?
No.
Zero. Yeah. Did Dad tell you what I spoke to him about?
Yeah. And I have a couple of questions. That's what I want to have a chance to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, but it makes
to go over those cases.
Makes perfect sense, though, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
but I still have some questions and things that I think need to be addressed. But, you know, we'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I mean, listen, there's no rush. I don't start work till Monday.
Okay, sounds good.
It's not like asking you tomorrow, but
Yeah.
I've thought everything through again and again and again, and I think I'm 100% right.
Yeah. Oh, I would hope so. That would be, yeah.
Or 99% right, because none of it makes any sense.
No.
None of it makes any sense. I mean, there's no. It's not. I'm just telling you, it's not done like that. It's not. I know for a fact. It's not. It's not done like that at all. And they're approaching somebody who has nothing to do with anything, which is even sillier.
Yeah.
So listen, my feeling is that, you know, you go to. I'll tell you what my feeling is. But it's utter nonsense. Like that's the best way I can describe it. It's utter nonsense, and I wouldn't pay it any attention. No attention at all. It's not done like that. It's flat out. It's not done like that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I can say it on the phone without saying it, but it's not done in such a nice manner.
No.
No, it's not. It's not done like that. It's done like that if you want someone to talk to you. If it's otherwise, it would just be. It wouldn't be done like that.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing. You know, listen. If you're. Let's
I'll
talk to you later.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's really what I thought. I think it's nonsense.
Yeah.
Leave it at that.
Okay. All right, sweetie. So, are you going out tonight?
Nah, probably not, because I want to get up and race in the morning.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And then do all that.
Okay. Well, you're going to have fun tomorrow. That sounds great.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm buying the cart.
What cart?
I'm buying the go-kart tomorrow.
Oh, I thought you were racing cars.
Kart racing.
Oh, I thought CARS. Oh.
No, you can't rent cars to race. They'll never let you rent a car.
So, a cart. So what is everybody doing that? They buy carts?
Well, I'm buying my go-kart.
So what is everybody else doing?
They're renting it, yeah.
Portion you wish to publish.
But I'm going pro.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen, I've always wanted a go-kart.
With regard to the hearsay objection, the part that really struck my ear was your client saying it's not done this way. What is his qualification to essentially make this opinion if this is not hearsay?
His qualification is he's been extorted before, and he knows it's not done this way.
Assuming there are many ways to skin a cat, beyond the one way in which he's alleging to have been extorted, what is his foundation to make this opinion?
He's making an opinion based on his past, and it goes to his state of mind. So even though it's hearsay, it's an exception to the hearsay rule, which is his state of mind.
State any further argument. All right. I am going to sustain the objection. Your client may testify as to any matters he can recall, but specifically not getting into the substance of this call itself.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Let's bring back in the jurors.
May I approach the podium now?
You may. Everyone can be seated. The objection as to hearsay is sustained. You may continue.
The Matsuri meeting was on, dinner was on April 21, 2016, correct?
Yes.
The next day, you have a call with your mother. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
During that call with your mother, do you recall asking her whether Dad had told her everything that you told him the night before?
Yeah.
Overruled, we can answer the question. Does not get into the substance of. You may continue.
Yes, I asked her, had my dad told her everything that I talked with him at dinner about.
And on that call, what again do you tell your mom, even with what you had told your dad the night before?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, I'm going to allow him to answer the question as long as it's not going to get into an out-of-court statement. You may answer the question.
That it's not done this way, I know for a fact. And I'm 99% sure it is what I thought it was.
What was the basis for you telling your mom that?
I wanted to calm her down and tell her that I'm more sure that it's the police. The basis was the guy that sat next to us at the restaurant who went to the sushi restaurant and wanted to eat a California roll and was real rude.
Okay, now I want to go to April 23rd. Okay. April 23rd, Judge, may we go sidebar very briefly?
Approach.
Hey, Ashley. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a recap from today. This is so painful and boring to listen to, and I got court TV at 7 o'clock Central, 8 Eastern, so I'm probably not going to do another recap because there's not a whole lot to discuss that you all haven't picked up on, which is you're alienating a jury. This is boring as all get out. The slow nature of him asking the question, it's almost like he's treating him like he's has learning
On
disabilities
April
or something
23rd,
we can't comprehend.
do you find out later in the day that a letter has been sent to your parents' home?
The letter was
That your parents received a letter on April 23rd.
it was on a Monday. Was that the 23rd?
Can we show what exhibit is the letter? Do you have the letter?
I believe this is already entered into evidence.
It is. Do you have a letter? 79. We'll look at it after. I can't find it. Will you take my word that the letter was received by your parents on April 23rd?
Sure.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah, I think it was Monday the 25th.
Ah, you're right. Don't take my word. The letter was received on April 25th.
That I will agree with.
Okay. Now, on April 23rd, did you find out that Catherine Magbanawa and Sigfredo Garcia were in a big fight?
Yeah, I did, actually.
And did you learn that Catherine Magbanawa had left him?
Yeah, I believe when I called her on the phone, she said she took her shit and left.
Now, on the 23rd, when you find that out, were you upset?
Yeah.
Why were you upset?
Well, at this point in time, Katie had been protecting me in the first extortion. With Katie being with Sigfredo Garcia, that was the best chance I had to try to stop the second extortion or to find out who's behind it. And then it also made me think that the timing of their explosive breakup and the timing of the guy extorting my mom and the fact that I had just found out on Wednesday, the 20th, that Sigfredo was behind what happened to me was very suspicious. So it opened the door in my head to thinking, like, well, what if Katie's, what if she's breaking up with him because she found out that he's behind the extortion of my mom and she doesn't want to tell me? So my mind was going there.
And then 2 days later, the letter arrives at your parents' apartment, right?
Yes, on that Monday.
Okay, so let's talk about that Monday, April 25th. Where were you working that day?
I was actually working in the office in South Beach, just a couple blocks away.
And after work, where did you go?
I went over to my parents' house to stop off.
What happened when you got to your parents' house?
My parents were really shaken up because they got a very threatening letter mailed to them saying that you don't take me serious and Tato is fucked and soon you will be fucked too. And it was mailed to their apartment. So now they're saying, who's ever doing this, they know where we live, not just the building, they know the apartment number. Like this, they were scared.
Did your parents think that the letter was more threatening or less threatening than the original communication on the street?
Way more threatening.
And what did you do after you found out about the letter?
After I found out about the letter, I called Katie because I'm thinking, like, this has to be Sigfredo. Like, they're fighting and he was behind what happened to me. Not that this has to be, but like, it was real suspicious and I wanted to see what her feelings were. And she was avoiding me. I tried to see Katie on Thursday. I tried to have her come to my office, to either one of the offices I was working at. She wouldn't come. Tried to have her come on Friday. She wouldn't come. I wanted to see if she wanted to see me Saturday. She was avoiding me. And then it just all was lining up it was making me question a lot.
Now, the state put in M. Is that a call that you had with Katie about meeting with her, and this is after the letter arrives?
Yeah, I wanted her to come down to meet me.
Did she agree to meet with you on the evening of the 25th?
Yeah, she drove down to where I was at.
Where did you meet with her?
I met her at my parents' building. I was downstairs.
Did you meet her around the same place that you had met with your mom after the bump?
Yeah.
What did you do when you met? Did you stay in one spot or did you go someplace?
No, we just went for a walk along the sidewalk, along the water, and we walked probably a good 30, 40 minutes maybe.
What did you discuss on your walk?
I confronted her and asked her, do you think that this is Sigfredo that's doing this to my mom? And she again said, no, absolutely not. I'm like, but come on, can you tell me? Because you guys are fighting, and I know he was behind. Now, what happened to me is this what you guys are fighting about? Do you not want to tell me? And she was adamant that it wasn't him. And then I said, well, what about Tato? What about Luis Rivera? And she said, it doesn't seem like something he would do. This is not how he would do it. She said, but he is incarcerated, and Sigfredo did bring him on. He is the one who killed Dan. Is maybe one of his people is trying to do an extortion off of something that he thinks was a murder for hire, because whoever it is writing this thinks it was a murder for hire, which it wasn't. So I opened up that possibility. She said, well, probably not, but she said, it could be, it's probably the police. She still was like, it's the police, but it could be a copycat.
What did she tell you that she would do?
She was gonna call the number, and I was like, you haven't called yet. And she said, no, she hadn't. So I'm like, can you please call the number and see if you know these people and see if you can get it to stop?
After you did how long were you with her this evening on this walk where you're having this discussion?
I mean, it was probably 30 minutes there and 30 minutes back, and we sat for like 10 minutes. So, I mean, it was over an hour for sure, hour and a half.
When she left, did you stay in South Beach?
Yeah, and I also tried to get her to call the number by telling her like my parents are going to go to the police, like they are going to go if you don't give them some peace of mind and find out that confirm for me.
By the way, this is April 25th. Is that the last time that you saw Catherine Magbanua in person?
Yes.
Now, after you meet with her that night, do you meet with your parents again?
Yeah, I went over. My parents were actually at my sister's apartment, which was a few blocks away. So when I got done there, I sat for a little while, and then I went over to my parents' apartment, to my sister's apartment.
When you went to your sister's apartment, was she there?
No, she wasn't.
And who did you meet with?
My mom came downstairs. My dad stayed up in the apartment because the kids were sleeping.
Why did you meet with your mom alone outside of the apartment? What was your mom and dad afraid of?
I think that what they didn't want was Wendy coming home and then starting to question what's going on.
What did you tell your mom when you met with her?
I told her that I talked to Katie, and she does not think that it's Sigfredo, and she still thinks it's the police, and that she's going to look into it on the chance that it's a copycat, and it's a second layer of extortion.
Now, April 26th, the government put in Exhibit O, which is a call between Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua, and they put in a text message, which is P and Q, which are text messages between them. You recall that?
Yes.
And I know you weren't privy to this in real time, but those calls and text messages show that the two of them are fighting still, right?
Yeah.
And as a result of that, strike that, Your Honor. During those calls, what is Catherine Magbanua trying to get Sigfredo Garcia to do?
She wants him to call the number.
Now, the next morning, and this is R, 10:30 a.m., you have a call with your mom. Do you recall that?
Yeah, what date is that?
April 26th now.
Okay.
And you talk about whether she feels better about the things you told her last night. What were the things you told her last night?
I told her that it's the police, and that you're not going to be harmed, you're not in any danger. And my mom was hung up on the fact that the person was ratcheting up their threats, making deliveries to their apartment, telling them that they're going to be fucked if they don't pay up.
And there's some discussion about the letter being written like a girl. Do you remember that?
The beginning part of it was like a girl. The second part sounded real tough.
And so what did you mean about the beginning part of it being written like a girl?
If this guy's saying that he's a Latin king, I can't imagine a Latin king writing "you don't care" as a phrase. it doesn't sound right. Doesn't mean it's not a copycat, but it doesn't sound like that's who it is, who she thinks it is.
At the end of this call, and this is R again, around 2 minutes in, you say, one, they weren't the same person, without a doubt. Listen, I know, I actually do know how these things are done, and that was the same thing that I said. It is not done like this. Your mom says, yeah, that is what you explained. And you say, no, it is 48 hours. You recall that?
Exactly, yes.
When you say they aren't the same person, what are you saying?
I'm saying it's not the same people that extorted me that are extorting you. It's clearly not the same as the first extortion.
And when you say it's 48 hours, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to what happened to me on July 18th when I was told you got 48 hours or we're going to kill you.
We then go to State's Exhibit S, which is later that same day. And you learn that your dad didn't go to work that day.
Yeah.
Why were you upset about that?
Because I knew how this extortion was affecting them. I mean, my dad's probably missed 2 sick days in the last 20 years, and he's afraid he's going to get killed in the parking lot of him walking into his office because he's getting extorted by some Latin King gang member at this point, and he's afraid to go to work. So even though they're telling me they're okay, I know when my dad's not going to work, there's something seriously wrong.
And your mom asks you whether you ever checked the phone number I gave you last night. Again, what is she referring to?
She's saying, did you follow up on this? Is this person really a dangerous person?
Your mom then starts talking about fixing bridges. And you say, Mom, just stop with the fucking nonsense because I really don't want to come down there anymore. What are you frustrated with her about?
I'm frustrated. My mom's trying to talk carefully, and I understand that. But I'm letting her know, like, this is the police. Like, I do not think you're in any danger. This is not the same as the extortion that I dealt with. They're not approaching you the same way I was approached. There's so many things that are different. Like, I keep telling them, like, this is the police. You're not in any danger. And she's fixated. And I understand, so they're older. And someone's sending a letter to the house saying you're going to be fucked if you don't pay up. They're scared.
You say 7 minutes and 18 seconds into the call. It's not like, oh, we'll get one of them and the other one will start paying. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What are you referring to?
That's what my mom's theory was, is that they're going to get her, they're going to hurt her, and then someone else, and then they'll go to someone else in the family, and then they'll start paying them.
You then say, first of all, they don't give you a number. I mean, everything is so traceable. They also weren't disguised. Again, you say 10 seconds later, this is not how it's done. What are you reiterating over and over and over to your mom?
Is that these people aren't hiding who they are. And for 2 years, I was not given a name. I wasn't given phone numbers. These people have traceable devices. They're not hiding. It's not done like this. This is different. And then they kept saying, well, what if you're wrong? And that's what kept me looking into it.
Then we go to T. And by the way, T, just to be clear, S was a call with your mom.
By the way, just to be clear, if I was a judge, I'd be so sick of this, I'd shut them down and I'd say, you better speed this up. You're not going to be able to ask every question you want, but you're not going to bog down this courtroom.
And this was the
with your
first call you had with Katie after you met with her, right?
That's just basically not being effective at all. Now, he has a constitutional right to present a defense. In whatever areas of
Katie is
this
talking
case
about
you want to
a
present
client
in
and
contradiction
property,
to what they
right?
brought out on
Yes, she is.
the government's case in chief, that's one thing, but going
And
this
she asks
tedious,
you for a
torture
number.
method
Do
of
you
just
have the number
talking
on
so
you?
slow.
No.
And it's like they're almost on a stall technique here.
How were
That's
you
what I
going
really
to get
think
the
you're trying to
number?
do, is just
I
stall, be
figured I'd just call my
confused.
mom up and see if she had
And I
the
think
phone
that
number.
Rajban, because he's used to doing white collar defense, which is
And
mostly
on
Medicare
you,
type fraud,
you
you're
try
talking
to
about
get
thousands
the
and
number
thousands of
from your
pages of
mom, right?
documents.
Yes. I
Maybe
called
he
her.
has a mentality that this is how you defend a violent
And,
crime case, which just bog people
did your mom
down
have
with
the number?
minutia, such that your
No,
jury
she
can't even
said
think
they
about
should
it
give it to
anymore.
me.
And then at the end, they're going, well, we don't even remember what the prosecution brought up. So yeah, you know, and then they get a couple people to vote not guilty or something. So at least get a hung jury. So I'm just really shocked at this. And like I've been saying, things going on with these South Florida lawyers is just really bizarre to
Let's
me.
move on to
I've never seen anything like
W.
this.
Actually,
I
this is
don't-
W.
I don't think this reflects well on the attorneys down there at all whatsoever.
Now we go to the next day. The next day, you have a call with Catherine.
And of course, Charlie remembers exactly what happened the next
You have a
day. He
call
has
with
total
Catherine
recall.
Magbanua
You
at
name,
10:42
you ask him what he
in the morning.
ate that day. You ask him what he was wearing.
Kind of
You
spur your
ask
memory so
him
that
any
we
kind
don't
of
have to
detail.
play
He
it
has total
again.
recall.
This is the Drake call.
Oh,
You recall that call?
I recall it.
Okay. And during this call, there's some discussion
Why don't you make it shorter,
about
counsel, and just say,
helping
get
her
to
out
it.
with a
What happened during the
vacation.
call?
What was that about?
Say it quickly. Get to the point.
She had asked me, and it's on the wires before the bump. She wanted to go down to the Keys, and there's a place that I would stay at that I have a connection to, and I could get a room really inexpensive. So she had reached out to me.
There's some questions on whether Donna had a
Whether or
duty
not I could call
report
up
or
and
he had
get
a
that
duty
connection
report.
for her.
If you're being a
And I
victim
said,
of a
you know,
crime,
I
there's
would
not
pay
a
for it
duty to
for you.
report.
So
But,
I said, wherever
and
you
if
go,
you're
but
paying an extortion fee, then I think that there's probably not an issue with that. You're still a victim per se, unless you take part in another crime. But anyway, this is
Judge,
gone on so
can we
bizarre.
briefly go
I
sidetrack?
can't believe an attorney would take a case and
Very briefly.
listen to all this. Absolute nonsense. I have never seen a direct examination of a witness last all day like this, being so slow. Granted, they have a lot of issues they could cover, but you can somewhat streamline the key points. To go over a single detail like this and have your client have total recall like this, it just belies any kind of common sense. Looks like it's totally coached and rehearsed to the ad nauseum extreme, and then we got to sit there and listen to it. I mean, it's bad enough for us. I mean, most of us are home or somewhere in an office or something, but imagine the jury sitting there. And this guy's sitting here right here, it thinks they're all eating it up. He thinks he's going to walk out of this courtroom.
Now, one of the calls that's in evidence but was not played yesterday
You're muted, Carl.
is why, and that's a call to your mom your mom calls you at 12:25 p.m. On the 27th. There's some discussion about Miami Heat tickets. Do you recall that call?
Yes.
Okay. Rather than play the whole call, let me just ask you some questions to see if you remember it.
Sure.
Do you recall offering your parents Miami Heat tickets?
Yeah.
Playoffs.
I knew somebody who wanted to sell their tickets, so I wanted to see if they wanted to go.
And they did not want to go, right?
Yeah, they didn't want to go.
And why didn't they want to go?
They were still really upset about being extorted and the letter that came to the house on Monday. This was the day after my
I'm not saying
day
that
off from work.
slow roll torture approach is a good approach.
And again, what do you
what I'm
repeatedly
saying
tell your
is,
parents on this
This
call?
jury here has
I
seen
tell
all
them
the
it's not
horrific
done like
evidence of violence
This
against
is
Dan
basically
Markell.
I tell them it's not
There's
the
an
same people.
overwhelming amount of evidence
Yeah,
about
it's
who
one.
did it, who
Do
all
you
the
talk to
co-conspirators
them
were.
about the
So
location
this
they
thing taken
live?
all day.
And
is
the
not doing them
timing of
any
when
good.
the
What
bump
it's
occurred.
doing is just alienating
Yeah.
the jury, in my opinion.
And what do you recall
Jury's
telling
being
them about the
alienated.
location?
They're putting their heads down.
where
They're
they
dropping
live,
their
and the timing
notepads.
of the bump?
They're just like,
What I was saying
get
is that
over
they
this.
live in such a,
And I would
they live
say
in a
that
very
they're
small,
conveying that.
safe
What
area.
from my experience, when
For
jurors
someone to do that in the
are
middle of the
speaking
day,
to a counsel that's going on too long or acting
makes me think
inappropriate
that
in their
it's
minds, what they
even
do
more
is
the
they
police,
signal
because
through their body language they've had enough.
so
They'll maybe
easy for
cross
them
their
to get
arms, they'll
caught
lean their
doing
chair back.
something.
They won't
It's
look at the
almost like these
defendant
people
on the
don't
witness
care about their
stand.
call.
They'll look at the attorney and give
Okay,
them
so
like
let's
stern
briefly
eyes. Like,
recap before we go
are
on.
you kidding me? Are we
The letter
going to
comes
keep
on the
going on through
25th,
this
right?
nonsense?
Yes.
So that's the kind of stuff that
And no one
I
makes
think
any
Rajpam
payment.
just totally doesn't get it. He's in his own little world. All he wants to
The
do
bump
is
had happened
say
on
what
the
Charlie wants to
19th,
say. Charlie
and no
has
one,
told
a
him what
week
to
before,
say,
no one made any payment,
and that's
right?
what they're going with it. So they're doing this little dog and pony show, and they think they can
What's
bamboozle
the
a
next
jury, no doubt.
escalation point?
This kind of stuff would not
April
work in any other
28th?
place
What
I've
happens
ever
next?
seen
What do the police do next?
in the United
The
States.
guy that
So
came up to my mom on
I
the
just
street
don't.
and wrote the letter to the
I
house.
don't see how there's any chance
He's now
but
looking for her at work
a quick
and calling the
verdict
place
of
work
guilty.
and calling the office.
They'll probably take less than 2 hours.
And this is, I believe, State Exhibit 107, okay? Now, you're not on this call, right?
No, I think the guy called Erica.
Okay. And what happens after this call?
Is this the one where the undercover calls Erica?
Undercover calls Erica, and does someone call you after
Nothing
the
we can
undercover
complain
calls
about.
Yeah, he said to
The
Erica.
judge runs the courtroom, so
Mrs. Adelson some important papers.
defense has a constitutional right to
She knows what this is
present a
about.
defense. The judge is the gatekeeper of that.
She needs to call me.
So
then Erica called my mom and told her
this
about
kind of
person that
testimony,
called the
I think the
office.
judge has to let in because he doesn't want to
was
say
scared.
he
He's
denied
now
them a right to
tracking her
present a
down at work.
defense. That's
And
guaranteed
she
under
called
the
me up
Constitution.
to
But
really
like I say, the speed of this
Now,
and counsel
during this
just
period of
dragging
time,
out like that's
what
the
had
thing I
Catherine
would
McBanua been
I was a
telling
judge.
you
like
about
this.
her calling the number?
She said she called the number, and she called another number, and nobody picked up.
Keep in mind,
Your mom
Rajpam
calls you, and that's Z.
told the earlier judge he thought
That's Z.
with his witness
correct?
to
that's
be
Z,
going
on
6 or
April
7 days. He was
28th
just giving the
at
judge a warning.
9:42 a.m.
I guess maybe he was
And-
talking about Charlie testifying for 6 and 7 days.
Why did you tell your mom during that call that it's odd that the guy called the office? What was odd about it?
It was odd that he called the office because Katie had been telling me she's been calling the number. So it's odd that the guy's not picking up, but yet he's making phone calls.
After that call, there are a series of calls.
I think maybe his strategy is
Where
just
you
to
try to
make it so
reach
painfully
Catherine McBanua,
tortuous
right?
that maybe
Yes.
the
Why are you
prosecution
trying to
doesn't
reach
want
her?
to do
Because
much
I just heard
cross-examination
that
because
the
they
guy's
realize
calling
the
the
jury
office, and
doesn't
she
want to
said
go
she
through this
called and
whole
the guy
minutia
wasn't
all over
picking up,
again.
or
But
she maybe told me it was a non-working number.
yeah, I think.
And I was
But
trying.
I think the damage is already done. If I was a prosecutor, I'd be looking at what are your top takeaways.
Got into the office.
I mean, you've already got him admitting that.
Call AA, they played, the
that
state played
he-
for the jury. That's a
yeah, man.
voicemail where you say, hey, it's me.
And he
It's
freely
important.
and willingly
Call
gave it
me
up.
back.
There's no
Do you
threats.
remember
There
that?
wasn't a gun to his head. There wasn't
Yes,
a
sir.
knife to his throat. I mean, I just go over those details, and the fact
Now,
he never called the police,
BB
and go through
is on April 28th
nonsense.
at 10:43 in the
Him
morning.
handling this himself
And she calls
actually
you
set
back,
him up
correct?
to look like he paid for it to
Yes.
be done, as opposed to him being a victim of extortion or blackmail or whatever he's trying to say it's characterized as. So you just go through the
What
common
does
sense
Katie-
question like that.
If you remember, and I
and
can play it for you if you
I
need
would
it.
say I'd limit it.
What
My
does
key would
Katie
be
first
to limit
tell
my
you
cross-examination
about
to
the
about
phone
30
number
minutes.
when you call her back?
All this little stuff right
When
here
she
is
calls
putting
you
a
back.
spin on it. I don't think
She
it's really
says
worth
it's a
even questioning him on.
non-working
Because
number.
frankly,
And then
jurors aren't taking notes
and
on this
Gmail.
minutia, and he's just rambling.
It's been called
Okay,
100
he's just
times.
rambling. He's talking nonsense.
What do you understand her to be
Nobody's
saying
really
when she says
digesting or
it's a
remembering what he's saying.
non-working number?
Some of the things he's
That
saying, like
when you
some
call
of
a
you guys have
number,
pointed
it-
out,
it
saying
rings, and then you hear like a long beat.
where he says it's
and
utter
no
nonsense,
one's
it's
able to
utter
pick it up.
nonsense. It's not done that way. That's something I bring out in my
Later
closing
in this
argument.
call,
That's all the
BB,
defense has been, is utter
she then
nonsense.
tells you
So
that she's been calling the number.
Not killing
and
Wendy and leaving his family, you know, vulnerable and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, all those
When
kind
she
of things.
tells
The
you
major
that,
disease, that's the kind of stuff
how
I
do you
bring
feel?
out. So
I know she's lying to me.
if there's any one particular juror that would think, well, I'm not sure Charlie did it, then all these other jurors are going to come up with this kind of stuff and say, look, he said this, he did this. There's no way people do this kind of stuff.
At that point in time,
code.
I think
You
Miss
talking
Kappelman
code over what? Because you're
turned it
worried about
as
who
things got
listening in.
stressful.
So,
You started to get upset with her, right?
Yeah, I know she's lying to me.
I think on a
And
case like this, just doing reasonable doubt, trying to poke
finding
holes,
out
say
that
we
she's lying to you, what do you start
somebody's
to
memory,
think?
perception, bias, prior inconsistent
I start to
statement,
think that this could
motives.
be
Motives
Sigfredo.
is always the number one thing I'm
And
looking
that's-
for.
That's why she's
And
kind of covering.
prior
not wanting
convictions, you know,
to
like you had on
meet me when
Louise,
I
stuff
keep
like that.
asking
But I
her to
mean,
come meet me.
they haven't brought in a bunch of
I think she
flim
found out that
flam,
it's him, and she's just
terrible witnesses that
BSing me.
are really have a lot of baggage on them
Now,
other
at
than
some
Katie.
point after the
And Kate
argument
was
in the
played
middle of the
to be
call,
the go-between for finding a hitman.
you
And
soften
she even
and you
said that
say, if
on
someone's
August
messing
31st.
with you,
He asked
they're
her, do you know
messing
anybody
with
that could
me.
do some damage? I think if she would
Why
have
do
said
you
no,
do that?
he would have
So
dropped
at-
her like
at that
in
point-
no time. So
At that point, I wanted her to know,
part-
like, I'm on your side.
rebutting
I'm
this, I
trying to set you
don't
up,
think
I'm
so.
not-
I mean, I think
not
there's so
turning
much
anybody
evidence
in.
of
I know you're
a
innocent.
difference here
I had nothing
between
to
the
do
parties
with
that
this. You had nothing to do with
it's
it.
diametrically
I need your help.
opposed. They
That's why
can't
I'm calling her for help.
refute the government's case
At
with
the end
any
of the call, what does
credibility.
she tell you she'll
They're
do?
trying to rebut this.
What does she tell you to do?
I mean, they could maybe bring in somebody like
At the end of the call, she
Merrick
says,
Yemko to
"You
talk
call
about
her
how
over."
this thing
I'm
was
like, fine, I'll
super
come. I
heated.
don't know any
Dan
of
was
these
looking to
people.
do a body
No
slam
anyone's gonna
on
be afraid of me.
Wendy,
At
and
this
she
point,
was
I
looking
don't
at
care.
losing
I
her
said,
bar
you know what, let me
license. At
just
least
call
that's
the
what he
number and I get
expected.
to
We
the
already
office
heard
and
his lawyer
have a break.
corroborate some of
Like,
the
oh.
name. So
Does she tell
Anyway.
you like she did with Sigfredo on a later call? Does she tell you, make sure you don't call from your cell phone?
I'd object to this point now. This is going on
Does
too
she tell
long.
you like she did with Sigfredo on a later call? Make sure you call from a landline.
No.
And you call from your cell phone, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, before you call from your cell phone, you do *67. Why did you do *67?
In the event that it's a bad guy.
If you look at all this is scripted out. So we've been listening to a script for all day now, practically. So what does that mean? Whatever
By the
Rashbaum
way,
is looking at,
In
that's a script
DD,
they have
when
left
you're going back and
Charlie
forth,
to have
there's some
with his legal
calls
paper
between
file.
you and her,
So he's been able to put
trying
his
to get
all
the
day
number
long,
and
put a
seeing
little
if
note,
the caller
put a
ID,
little,
if there's caller
oh,
ID
ask
at
me
the,
this, oh,
at the
I remember
dental practice.
this, and so they've had,
She
you know,
says
a
to you,
year and
you
a
want me to
half
call from my
almost
fucking phone, and you
rehearsed
say,
how they wanna
I
say
can
this
care
story,
less
so-
where you call from.
So basically,
And she says,
you know,
exactly.
no different than a movie script.
Why do you not care
He's
where
the actor here.
either of you are
There's
calling
the
from?
director of the movie right
It's
there.
the
So
police,
he's using
it's
his
fine.
hands
I'm
to
worried
show
about if it's not the
emphasis
police.
and
And
passion about the
Why
case.
do
And
you think that it
Problem
doesn't
is,
matter where she calls from?
Because I don't think she's involved in
Absolute-
the extortion of me or the murder of
absolute-
Dan Markel.
really insane to think any of this is true.
At 1:51, a minute and 51 seconds into DD.
Seriously, if
And
anybody
again,
voted
DD
for
is
not
that
guilty
same
here and all this
app,
stuff,
Same morning, April
and
28th.
that's really an indictment
You say to her,
on Leon County,
They
I would
can listen
say.
to whatever conversations they want. You're talking about calling on your phone. Quote, they can listen to whatever conversations
Keep in mind,
they
they think of
want.
Leon County as a bunch of
Why do
country
you not
bumpkin
care
hicks, right?
about
They're too dumb to figure
anyone?
stuff out, so they just can come up there with all their money and flash all their lawyers, and they can basically go in there and just bamboozle and pull the wool over the eyes of these what they view as knuckleheads on the jury. I mean, think about it. I mean, Charlie's recalling stuff that I can't remember what I did yesterday. I can't remember what I ate for lunch yesterday. I really can't. And yet he's talking about sushi, what kind of sushi roll I think his dad had or something bizarre like that. He's talking about, and then he ordered a California roll, you know? I mean, this is bizarre. He could tell you how much of his, what he had to drink, how much of the drink he ate, how much ice he wanted on his drink. I mean, this thing's just really just so preposterous. Dan, no, Dan, you've been sort of saying this could work. This could work with what? Really? So you believe this? Do you really believe the people of Leon County that make up this jury are that a much suckered in to all this nonsense? Yeah, no, Tallahassee, the things that they made fun of these people are good people. They represent the average good old USA smaller, good-sized town, and they're just not going to fall for this. We had one anarchist type person that had pink or purple hair on the jury on the first one that Katie got a hung jury for that didn't follow the law. So, I mean, you have some outliers like that in any town. So,
Hello, you guy. Who's this? Who's this? Someone's been calling my family. I'm trying to figure out who this is.
you know, and I bet you jurors are like fed up like me and want to rant at defense counsel too, but they can't say anything.
Someone by the name of Sammy called?
Yeah, that's me, man.
What's going on?
Well, what's going on is my brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family's not been taken care of. I talked to a dentist. Why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave the number to a lady.
I don't know Tato.
No, John went home. He got
You don't know Tato?
he got so tired of this torture.
Katie and Tuto? They've been taken care of since the family problem been taken care of up north.
I don't know who you are.
You don't? Well, this isn't going away, my friend. Because let me tell you something. I was at Broward with Tato, and he told me the whole story. He told me nobody was taking care of him. Nobody was taking care of his family. The family was taking care of Katie and Tuto, and nothing's been taken care of with Tato. So we know what's going on. And Tato needs to be taken care of. Do the right thing. The lady already has the paperwork. She knows what I'm talking about. We know Katie. We know Tuto. We know they've been taken care of.
All right, let me look into things.
No more fucking around, man. No more fucking around. This ain't going away. You guys need to do the right thing for Tato. That's my brother, man. That's my brother, and he needs to be taken care of. His family needs to be taken care of, just like Katie and Tuto have been taken care of.
I've never met these people, but let me call you back, okay?
That's bullshit, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know this lady. I don't know your relationship with this lady, but we know what the fuck is going on. This ain't going away. Take care of Tato just like you take care of Katie and Tuto, man.
Yeah, so they look at these knuckle draggers as being too foolish to believe the fact that they wouldn't call the police. Of course, everyone on the jury would call the police as soon as they got extorted or blackmailed, right? So they're not going to be tricked into bamboozled and believing they're going to spend all these hours and hours of code talk.
Now, when he starts speaking and he says things like in reference to and do the right thing, what did that make you believe?
He sounded educated. He didn't sound like a Latin King gang member.
And after this call, going to GG, you have an 11-minute call with Katie, correct?
I do, yeah.
Now, you're not very good with names, are you?
I'm horrible with names.
So on that 11-minute call, not only do you again get the names Tuto and Tato confused, but now you start calling this undercover whose name is Simon, right?
Yeah, I changed his name by accident.
Did you do it on purpose to hide anything?
No, I'm just bad with names.
See, there he's squeezing his eyes shut.
Katie, that you told him you don't even know who these people are and you don't know what he's talking about. Why is it important for you to tell Katie that?
Well, because I don't want Katie to think that I'm trying to set her up or set her friends up.
Hey, just look at how thick that 3-ring binder is.
Yeah,
I think
but
he's,
at the same time, I'm
I
going
think
to
he's
her
only
help.
maybe 80% of the
Letting
way
her know
through.
The guy picked up the phone.
So there's more
As soon as I
torture
called.
that starts tomorrow.
There's some conversation on this call about her working at the office. Did Katie ever work at your office?
No, never.
So when she brings up on this call working at your office, why do you kind of just say, yeah, you're a great worker at the office, or whatever you say? Why do you not say, Katie, I don't know what you're talking about. You've never worked at the office.
Yeah, if I would have talked bluntly and said you don't work at the office and what the checks were for and that she was cashing them, she would have known I was setting her up or setting her friends up.
I think the cross
You
will be
say things on the call like
several hours. I would do
I
a
might
lot
have the
shorter because I
wrong
think the
key.
jury's checked out, but I
might
think
be
most
another
juries do
key.
it longer.
Why
I
do
would,
you tell her that?
I'd try to read them more and I'd be going, look, they've already made up their
She
mind. My cross
really
isn't going to do
quiet.
anything
Like,
different.
almost like
So
she sounded
I don't
like
want
she
them to
was
hold
trusting
against me that I'm doing this
almost like
hours
she
and
was
hours
suspecting
of
me
excruciating,
of
painful
trying to
cross-examination.
set her
Just
or
hit the
something.
highlights, or whatever you think the highlights
why I
are,
really
for however
push
long
her
you
to say,
think
like,
that
hey,
takes you, and then
I'm not setting
get
you
it
up
over with,
and
and
talk to her like
let's just
that.
try to let
What
this
was
jury go
all that
home
you cared about at this
with a
point in
verdict
time?
before the weekend's up.
I just wanted the extortion to stop.
And when you say you just wanted the extortion to stop,
You
who
know,
were
this,
you worried about? What were you worried about?
Well,
you want extortion to stop, but never call the police.
that
The maestro who knows how it works.
my parents were really
Trust me. This is the kind
I was worried that
of
my
thing this
parents
guy
would
knows
go
all
to the
about.
police
He's got friends and
and
connections with
cash the
not only
same
law
extortion
enforcement, but in the seedy
and
criminal
or go to
world.
the
So
police and
he never reached out to
tell
any
them
of
about what
those
happened to me
guys,
in
did
the
he? He
first
reaches
place.
out only to his
And
mom.
I was going to have to worry
Mostly
about
his
the
mom.
original extortion coming after me. And at this point, I know that it involves the head of the Latin Kings and Sigfredo Garcia. And I wasn't going to talk to the police.
You talked to her about the guy coming up with details. What details did he come up with on this call?
He knew about payment.
You
Yeah,
specifically
this is like a
tell her
filibuster.
that he mentioned her name, or a Katie. Why do you tell her that?
Because I'm letting her know this involves you. Like, I need your help, but this guy has details that are wrong, but he has details.
And on this call and some others, what do you tell her about your parents?
I tell her that my parents are close to going to the police to try to get her to help me.
Now, does Katie have any idea at this point in time, any idea whatsoever, that your mom had known for 21 months about the original extortion?
No,
Objection.
That's what I've been lying to Katie about and telling her that my parents have no idea what happened to me, and I just tell them it's a long story and I can't talk about it.
Okay. Exhibit II is already in evidence. On that call, it's a call between Katie and Sigfredo. Katie is filling Sigfredo in, correct?
Okay, so the government talked about all these conversations,
And on that
right?
call,
All
a minute
these
and
wiretaps.
47
So we
seconds
heard
into the call,
several
She
hours of
says to
videotapes
Sigfredo,
on it, but he's spending
and
like twice the
they're
time
very,
trying to
very
explain it
close
away.
to reporting
And
it all.
so he has a
What
right
is
to
she
rebut
talking
every
about?
little piece of information that
She's
the
letting her
government
know
has
what I've been telling
presented
her
to
is
the
that my
jury.
parents are going to go to the
I just
police
think that as a
and
matter of
take
judicial
friends
economy,
either
speeding
stop
up the process, the
or
judge, if I was a judge,
contact
I would just tell him,
I want to take
you're going
a
to talk
couple
faster
seconds
because
and dissect
we're not
this
going to
statement.
take a whole day without moving faster. So if it takes a whole
You
day or 2 days to
understand
direct, fine,
that the
but
state's
you're not going to
theory
talk slow like you are.
is that
Notice how
Katie,
slow he's talking the whole time. Like, it's almost like he's trying to
Sigfredo,
delay this
and
thing for
Luis
time
Rivera
purposes.
conspired not only with you, but also with your sister and your parents to kill Professor Markel.
I think Charlie's happy because
That's their theory.
look at how,
You
what percent do you
that
think got through there?
here,
Yeah, it looks about maybe
Katie
80%
is
they've
telling
gotten through.
Sigfredo, I'm worried
All right, well, that
that
thick
you're
binder,
going to
Charlie's
go
been
to the
working on that
police.
for the last year and a half almost. everything they're going to ask
I'm
him
not
has probably
telling
been
it to
worked
you.
on and
She's
edited,
telling it to
rehashed,
Sigfredo
revised.
Garcia.
Oh,
that
this
what's
thing would be a
happening?
total script
That's
job.
exactly what's happening.
Just like a little movie
Now,
director, you
the
got to know
state,
your lines.
You heard it in this trial, says Katie tried to silo people, right?
No, this is argumentative right here. I'd
Nonetheless,
object. I don't know why they're letting that go on.
Katie is telling
He's weaving in
Sigfredo
arguments and he's
that the very
giving such a
people
backloaded
that
question ahead of
according to
time.
the state
I'd start
are
objecting to this more.
co-conspirators for are going to go to the police and report what? Does it make any sense?
No, not at all.
No, you don't. I don't think the judge is going to limit the hours. He's going to, unless what they're presenting is like redundant from something he's talked about earlier. He's just rebutting, detail by detail what the government presented in their wiretap. So he's now going into the details of what they're saying makes a complete picture or explains away what otherwise looks incriminating. But
I'm going to go to JJ
so
now.
the judge, I believe, would be
That's the
wrong
same
to
day at 1:46.
stop this line of questioning. Like I say, I would just
15
speed it
minutes
up if I was the
later,
judge.
Sigfredo Garcia calls Katie back. And during this call, he says he's going to get rid of his phone. And Katie tells him not to call from his phone or from the office. Because he says, what does he say he's going to do?
I think he's going to call the person who's restoring the phone.
Now, before this point in time, Katie has told you that he and she, or at least she, has called the number how many times?
She said it's been called 100 times. She said it's non-working, it's a Gmail number.
Moving to later in the day, LL. This is a call between you and Katie.
The other thing is, like this point right here, later in the day, in a call between you and
the number.
Katie, LOL or whatever you just said. I mean, do you think the jurors are taking notes on every one of these details?
Yeah.
They're not. The prosecution had it so brilliant where they played all these, they went through the scroll and all that. He could go through the scroll again. He did that earlier on a couple things, but he's just I think, trying to do a delay, stall, and confusion
Yeah, they
technique.
were lying. I found out years later.
Yeah, I mean, I trust this judge. He's letting it roll with it. It's just painful for us. It's painful for the jury, but at the same time, he's hurting this case. So if that's what they want to do, they think this is helping their case. I would say you pull any of the jurors afterwards about what this technique was all about, and they're going to tell you it was torture as well.
Go to jail because you know what? People get mad when they go to jail and they feel like they have somebody to get back at. Recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
Why did you tell her that?
Of course he recalls. He has total recall.
I'm not going to the police, and I'm not turning anybody in.
Yeah, that'd be funny if the juror says, Your Honor, we've heard enough of this guy's
On a
talking.
later
Is there any way you can shut it down?
Do you recall saying what you thought the police could do to protect you?
I think I thought the police couldn't protect me.
Yeah, John's not there. Did Joel leave already? He might have left already. I saw him before. I think he's already left. He couldn't take any more either.
Got a few more minutes.
They've gotten together a bunch of times, including last night, Joel and John. And Joel's going to be on Court TV with me tonight, I saw. So he can tell you firsthand experience on dealing with this mania. Yeah, I mean, look how the gallery's cleared out. Joel. How often is this kind of technique effective? I've never seen it be effective. Yeah, total recall.
There's discussions on some of these calls about meeting Katie.
I mean, what do you really write down? Look at Georgia's got her pen there, but what's she going to write down? There's nothing to cross-examine them on. Jury isn't going to remember this. So if you're going to impeach somebody on something that's just mind-numbing
Now we get to O.
minutia.
And that's the same day.
Oh, he did say a few more minutes.
And it's
Okay, well that's,
your mom.
it's not a few more minutes he has, it's a few more minutes until the end of the day.
Refresh your memory on the call so that I don't have to play the whole thing. The call starts with you saying, I'd rather not talk on the phone. And then you
So he's
talk
talking about what was presented earlier in the minute in the evidence that is shown up on the screen. So this is a great way to bore the jury. Oh, there is Joel. Yeah, I see Joel. Okay.
Not
Look at Joel sitting back
99% sure of it.
in disgust.
I'm sure it's.
Why are you so sure of it at this point in time?
Because I'd spoken to the undercover, and when I spoke to him, I realized this is obviously not Sigfredo Garcia. And the way the guy spoke on the phone, and again, how different he was than how a real Latin king would be. He's not who he says he is. And at that point, I feel very strongly it's the police.
Yeah, well, Andy, keep in mind, Ruth did walk out hours ago.
And
She was
again,
disgusted
you
with it.
describe why you don't think
Yeah.
it's a real extortion, right?
Poor Phil Markel sitting there listening to this.
For the same reasons that we've gone over and over today, correct?
I mean, it is like unreal. I have never
Your
seen
mom
anything
says that they're barking up the wrong
so
tree.
tone deaf and not be
Why-
able to understand
understand her to
what
mean
you're doing.
when she
The
says
number one thing I'm always looking at as a trial advocate is who does your audience? Is your audience a judge? Is your audience a jury? What kind of jury is it? Is it a city that's more in a country environment? Is it more of a big city type
And your mom
environment?
says
Is it a mixture of the
24
two?
minutes and
Is it a
20
military
seconds
environment? You got it's a court martial.
I
You
just
got
hope they
all
don't
officers
go
on the
and
panel,
bother
maybe,
her.
or all officers and a third enlisted.
And you
Are you
respond,
talking about
Andy was
which branch of
stealing
service?
from
Every
day
single
one.
area of the country and every single courtroom has a
Just
different
getting
culture.
over this.
And so what you got to do is know what that culture is about and know how to appeal
What
to
is
that. So
Wendy
know your
just
audience
getting
is a foundational premise, I would say, as an advocate. So
But
here,
according to the state,
you're coming in as a Miami lawyer, and you don't know anything about what the people of Tallahassee are about. You don't know their culture. You don't know their standards. You don't know the way they use language. Like just him using the F word and saying it out fully. I don't agree that that's what the attorney should do. I believe that professional form in the courtroom. Now the prosecutor has done it early when they're citing other folks, and he's doing it here when he's citing other folks. What I do is I just say the F word and I say it's but spelled out. So I don't want to ever take away from the decorum and formality of the court and the professionalism expected as advocates. But in any event, but other things like, do these people have much patience for attorneys that go on and on and on? I mean, that's something a local attorney would know, but any attorney should know this kind of stuff. How long do we got to listen to this for? I mean, this would go on half a day still tomorrow. Looks like he's got 20% more of his 3-ring binder. And wow.
"33 minutes and 40 seconds into the call. And this was not played for the jury yesterday.
Oh.
You said
This is a big deal then.
they've got theories out there. Someone thinks that our family paid for this to be done. What are you saying here?
I'm saying it's the police, and their theory is they think it was a murder for hire, and that's why they're investigating it the way they're doing it, and they're pretending to be gang members who are coming back for more money.
Going back to Dolce Vita.
And that's why you continue to
Your
talk
Honor,
in
Dolce
code,
Vita
right?
Is, according to the state, the final straw that led to your arrest, right?
Yeah.
Going back to Dolce Vita, did you say something very similar?
Well, now he's going back to Dolce Vita. He already covered that.
Dolce Vita.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Yeah.
What did you say in Dolce Vita?
I said that they only know part of the story, where they think they know part of the story. And
What do they think?
they think it was a murder for hire. And that's,
What was it?
it was an extortion.
Yeah, 7 days. He said 6 or 7 days. Yeah. So, So it's already
Going to the next
5:36 Eastern time there. Wow, this is really.
PP, which is in evidence but was not published to the jury.
Okay, I'll do that, Dr. Cancella.
I want to play
Yeah, that thing was packed.
a
No,
portion of it.
no spare seats this morning, from what I understand. What's he doing? I think Ben's switching it to a different channel. Not sure.
I'm trying to make it split screen, but it's not working.
Okay, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to show me.
All right.
Thank you, though.
I got a couple
So
questions.
we got 20% more to go then for this cross-examination.
It's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer.
You say it's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer.
Yeah.
What are you saying here?
I'm saying I think it's a copycat extorter off of the first extortion.
All right, we have somebody from Tallahassee here. Adelson Hall, if you are on the jury, I don't know what you've seen
And
of
who
this.
did you think that copycat was?
Have you seen this testimony?
I
Tell
thought
us
the
what you think.
copycat could have been somebody from Luis Rivera, somebody that he may have known or known what he did, and now they're trying to do an extortion of their own, be a copycat.
And if it isn't a copycat, who still did you think it was
90% empty,
at
okay.
this point in time?
I thought it was most likely the police if it wasn't a copycat.
By the way, 22 minutes into that call, PP, there's reference to a jet ski incident.
Yeah,
Do you recall that?
Yes.
I guess Joel or Fancy would have to say what's going on now for note taking. But my guess is they're in protest right now. They're in protest mode. The jurors, they're fed up, absolutely fed up with this garbage.
Got out of the car and started threatening me in the street. And then started leaving threatening messages on my dad's phone that night.
Yeah, that'd be a hoot. No, I'm not asking if you know people on the jury, Allison. Have you seen enough of the case to form an opinion on whether the case has been proven beyond reasonable doubt?
Judge, I'm
Yeah, I don't want anybody talking to anybody on the jury. That's not what I'm saying. But
if you can stop it within 5 minutes, your next line of questioning.
I think it goes a little longer than that.
Very well.
Yeah, of course it does.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our break for the evening at this point. Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not look at any news coverage. Do not seek any information about the case. We'll resume tomorrow at 8:45. Please report by 8:30 and have a good evening.
Yeah, like I say, I don't know what the method that defense counsel is trying to do by torturing the jury with this line of questioning. Because if you torture a jury with this ad nauseum detail, that's just so much minutia, so much boring stuff, and it's not even credible. I mean, it's common sense. You got them on tape,
You may step down, Mr.
and
everyone
they
can be seated.
acted totally like guilty parties would if they ordered a hit on Dan. They do not act the opposite of that, as if they're extorted. when the real
go over the schedule for
focus
tomorrow.
extortion by law enforcement came at them, then obviously they were concerned about being law enforcement. They did not act like it was a second bump from some thugs from Latin Kings. So you can't have it both ways. They're just totally run amok and just absolute
Very well.
farcical type defense
Councilman,
theory
after
here.
your
So
cross-examination,
that's what he's saying.
does the state have any rebuttal witnesses that you intend to put on?
I think not, Your Honor.
Very well.
I think she said not. Yeah. This is,
witnesses after Mr.
seriously, if you can't make up your mind from this direct
We will have a redirect.
proposed contradiction of evidence between the state and the government.
How much time you spend with it, that's up to you. Then if the state is not going to put on any rebuttal, then at that point, we'll probably be able to go into the charge conference. I've been editing the instructions that I've sent, at least the initial draft, to you all. I would expect it would go fairly quickly, but as we'll see. Yes, sir.
May we briefly go sidebar to discuss one brief issue?
You can.
Okay, I didn't hear how long he said he was going to still continue on this, but is that what he said? 1 hour left? I didn't hear that, but 1 hour to him is probably more than that. So I hope the judge holds him to it. But so what Rashbaum can do now is after they break for a meal, he can go back to the jail cell and he can go and rehash the rest of that binder with Charlie and make sure he's got all his details memorized. So that's what they'll do. They'll allow him to go, even if it's after normal attorney visitation hours. For a trial like this, when he's got murder on the line, they're going to let him spend as much time as he needs. And I mean, that's the right thing to do. You want somebody to have a lawyer that's prepared and all that kind of stuff. I just don't understand that the trial tactics and strategy that we've seen here today. And I guess what I was worried about it when I seen it before, remember how he did this kind of like mind-numbing cross for a couple hours on Sergeant Corbett and trying to, to say ridiculous stuff like, well, you don't know what they did in between the 20 minutes of those two texts, did you? I mean, that kind of nonsense. So he went on and on about that. So that was 2 hours. For this being all day long, then I would say that I didn't think he would go to that level of tactics. And this is, I think it's going to backfire on him. I really do. So question here, why did Wendy say the Markel's grandparents' rights were unconstitutional? Well, I think there's some states that have passed, I know I'm talking about like 20 some years ago. I know some states like Texas, I think it was, that had a grandparents' visitation rights law that was passed. I know the Supreme Court there said it was unconstitutional. And so there's always been a lot of stuff fighting in the legislature on who has more control over the raising and nurturing of children. Is it the parents or is it the grandparents and stuff like that? So here it's a matter of the balancing of those two. And if the best interest of the child is to have some connection with the family that was killed off from the parent line, then that's I think is going to withstand scrutiny here. So for her to think that it should be unconstitutional for the Markels to see the two boys, Lincoln and Ben, that is so calculatingly cold, cruel, and an evil comment to make that it just shows that she really doesn't want anything to do with the Markels at all. And so parental elimination from the lives of the children through the death, and then extending it to all the other cousins. Because think about it, there's tons of cousins up there in Canada that are missing out. And for 6 years, they didn't see any of the Markels. And the only reason they got to see them because this thing authorized civil lawsuits if you don't get to see your grandkids. The statute didn't directly apply, as I understand, because it had to do with if there's a finding of guilt, wrongful death or conviction, then it kicked in. But it was enough to scare the Adelsons into capitulating here once in a blue moon and right before court for visitation, as I understand it. So, all right. So if the judge said he has an hour left, I guess that's a good thing. I hope he holds him to it. And I mean, if Wendy doesn't get charged with perjury at a minimum, think about it. They had rebuttal witnesses to say she had she was 2-time in Jeff Lacasse. and they had FBI to corroborate it. Can you think of anybody better to corroborate it than with their forensic eavesdropping and search warrant capabilities on what her digital trail was, talking to this Dave guy and where he was going and stuff like that? So they got her on that, and then on the visitation, the FBI also rebutted that as well, saying she had the Markells be the two boys for 6 years. So I mean, those are blatant lies. And so if what I've seen though is that a lot of prosecutors, they just sort of take it for granted that, you know, lying happens all the time, and we're not going to go after lies no matter how blatant and terrible they are, even in a murder case. So I would say that I hope they have a change of heart if they're sort of that normal mentality. I know when I had some case where somebody falsely accused somebody of sexual assault, I wanted to take them up to a felony level prosecution because they were lying. And they caused a whole lot of trouble for a whole lot of people. I mean, the amount of hours of law enforcement it took to try to go find somebody and all that kind of stuff. And for all that to be just a big joke and a false accusation, I thought somebody like that should be prosecuted. I mean, you can't allow people to do that kind of stuff and have some kind of a semblance of structure and fairness and justice in your judicial system. And Jerry's being wheeled out of the courtroom. That was a good one. So he was so scared he called the extortionist. Wasn't his brilliant argument that he did monthly payments for extortion? He needed to resume payments or what? Yeah, so let's see. The Markells worked so hard to pass legislation for grandparents' rights. Have they been able to see the boys? Yeah, a few. I think maybe once a year is all, maybe once or twice. And so that's why she said it was unconstitutional, because she hates it. She hates the fact that she was forced by this law, and she knew she was going to be called out on a cross-examination on visitation, as she was today. So it's been brought up in the other trials as well. You're denying access to the kids. So think about it. I know John posted something on our channel the other day. It's like if you're cruel enough to deny visitation to the Markell boys, you're cruel enough to commit murder against Dan Markell. Because the hatred of Dan Markell is revealed in your hatred of the kids having anything to do with the other Markells. And the Markells are outstanding citizens. These are not some people that, are in and out of prisons and into drugs and all kinds of horrible areas where the kids would be harmed because of where they live. No, these are fine, upstanding, well citizens to the community there in Toronto, and the Toronto area. So to sit there and say they shouldn't have any contact, because think about it, you're really punishing the kids. And the Markell grandparents are getting up there in age. You should want to maximize that for them. And think about Phil and Ruth. You lose your son and then you lose your grandsons in the same process of these monster type behaving people. All right, let me scroll down here. Sorry. Why are some admitting to believing this defense? Well, I wouldn't go by what people are saying here, okay? Because like I say, on the Murdo case, it was a huge percentage of people saying, oh, it's going to be hung jury. Oh, they're not going to find him guilty and all that kind of stuff. Well, it's just not reality here, what people are saying here. And I mean, you could have some Adelsons on here that are hiring people from India or some other country to, hire 100 foot.
Sorry for the confusion, but Capable it is that easy to install. My view is.
So I don't know what that talking is, but in any event, the yeah, I mean, there's so many lies. There's so many lies presented by these witnesses from the Adelsons. It's really just something that there's no way a jury's not going to see through this. There's no way. There's no way Tallahassee. Yeah. Okay. So Allison Hall, she's the one from Tallahassee. They shouldn't have put Jeff on the stand. Her saying she was cutting through Trescott is enough. That's not a cut through road. Everyone here knows that. Liar. No, I think Jeff is a very critical witness. He definitely was the first two trials, one of the key witnesses. He put this crime together. And the first time he came in there to interview, and he followed up with even more details in the months following, and they still seem to not be really get it what these people were about. So, and he also basically was set up to be the fall guy. So he was an absolutely huge critical witness for this. And he was also able to set up the fact that Wendy lied, and the timing of all the stuff with how he was being set up, and they were looking at having the first hit happen when he was out of town as well. So they're trying to coincide the hit with what the whereabouts with Jeff Lacasse were. So that's something I would disagree with you on. It was a huge thing to show that these aren't coincidences. It's all reflecting and planning of a murder. How long will that be in hours? Okay, I don't know what the question is, John. I guess that's a question for you, John. I'll let you answer that. No, it's not going to be an O.J. Simpson situation where the guy gets acquitted. No. Yeah, they drink their own crazy Kool-Aid. Okay. Carl, Andrea, there was another case in Georgia, she's saying, where somebody did a similar situation as Wendy, was charged with perjury. Well, good. Good. I mean, it's one thing if somebody makes a misstatement of fact, or they're forgetting something, or it's just normal. Nobody has perfect recall. People make mistakes all the time. We're talking about real calculated things, like you would know if you drove down Trescott. That's 9/10 of a mile. You say you saw the tape, but you saw how that road is all curved. There's all kinds of trees and foliage along it, so there's no way you would not be able to see, if you didn't turn down all the way and go almost a mile on Trescott, what was happening in front of the Dan Markel residence, right? So that's how it's so blatantly a lie on that. So you got that, you got the visitation, and then you got the boyfriend aspect. So all that was trying to deflect the fact that she was involved in this. So I mean, why not charge her with that? Carl, Andy School, Carl, have you ever been this flustered hearing a direct in defense of in your life? I've never seen anything just this butchered and torturous like this before. I think it's one thing if a defense is doing something that's going to work, and I don't like seeing something because it may be winning over a jury, but I think in this particular case, it's very frustrating to hear. I think it's insulting to a jury and anybody listening. So us being insulted by it does not mean that it's going to be, helping the government. So here I think it helps the prosecution. They're alienating the jury. The jury realizes that if you just put this much rubbish in front of a jury and expect them to look at it as good evidence, then they're going to see it for what it is. Because from my experience, jurors always realize the attorneys really know the truth, and you can tell by the way they act and the way they interact with the evidence, the court, and all that kind of stuff, and with them, which one is really telling the truth and knows they got truth on their side, and the other side always is revealing by the way they act, like they got something to hide as well. So why would you have something scripted to this degree? Why would you go to those level of details and have perfect recall? Because you know what? You're not going to remember a lot of stuff. So this extreme 100% recall is not realistic. You can remember bits and pieces and stuff like that, but really you're going to remember what your dad was eating at the Matsuri restaurant. Those kind of details you wouldn't think of even talking about here, right? So the jury just totally gets that, even if they're even listening to that part of it before. But no, I've never seen a direct examination of a defendant or any witness last for this long. Granted, there's a lot of information that they could cover, but the slowness of it, they should have really picked up the speed. I mean, this thing could have been done way sooner. So I wish George would have replied. So if Ruth can get the Constitution amended, would you give her access to her children? Yeah, that's a good one, Ann. I like that one. Yeah, the room does look serene. Oh, you're talking about my room? Oh, I didn't know which one you're talking about. I thought you meant the courtroom. I'm going back, so I don't know how old these are, if the court was in session or not. Okay, let's see. A big nothing burger, yeah. So he promised you he's going to show the piece of the puzzle, he's going to show you the truth, and he's going to prove that he's innocent. Has he done that? Has he done anything he promised in his opening statement? silly Billy Madison moment. Suddenly everyone is now dumber. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. The blinking is a code to the jury. So, yeah, no, I don't need to be a judge down there. I mean, this judge is very, he's a class act. He's a great guy, I think. All these judges have been really great. So I think that's really good. I don't sense any degree of corruption or bias or favor of any party here. They're really, exactly the way you want a judge to be. I just personally would be fed up with listening. I'd tell him to speed it up. But, maybe he's of the opinion, it's like, you know what, if he wants to alienate the jury and torture them worse and help the government get a conviction, then I'm going to let him do that. So, yeah, well, yeah, so I'm not faulting the judge at all. I have nothing but respect and admiration for the judge. I think he's doing great. I think he's doing a great job. It's just me. Maybe I have a shorter patience for lawyers doing this kind of stuff. It says, Allison says, how many times does Katie have to say on the stand that she lied in her trial? Say on the stand that she lied. He kept saying, well, you said this at your trial. And she said, I know. I said I lied to try to get off. I think you're talking about Jeff Lacoste saying something like that. So I think, I don't know exactly what that was. I think that had to do with her divorce proceedings, but that was never totally clear to me. So, yeah, I mean, I think really, I just think in terms of like a credible defense. I mean, if he would have come up with some story like he was abducted by an alien spaceship and they cloned him and put his clone in his living situation and job situation for a complete year of 2013 and 14 and 15 and 16, then maybe that would be more credible. I mean, this is just so stretching any reasonable interpretation of how people interact, the human nature of behavior and whatnot. And he doesn't come across as credible. He hasn't come across as an innocent person. Keep in mind, yesterday when he found out he didn't have to testify, he was like, oh wow, and he's smiling, talking to his counsel and all that, Rushbaum. And from my experience, innocent people don't act that way at all. They're ready to go. They want to testify. They've been waiting for a year and a half. Falsely accused, has been in jail. They're ready to go, and they want to let the jury know, I've been lied to about this whole time the prosecution's been presenting their case. This is what really happened, and they're not just relieved that they don't have to testify. So that was another thing. The jury obviously, I don't think the jury was in there when they saw that, but trust me, the body language she's given is nothing but consistent with somebody that they're going to perceive as guilty. Originally, I'd guess 46 hours for guilty. Now I'm thinking 20 minutes. I mean, yeah, I think, though, that you got a bunch of business people on there that'll probably be a foreman. There's some, like, 50s, in their 50s, like some business-type leaders, male and females, from what I understand. And I think they're going to have more of, like, a thorough process. So I don't think they're going, you know what, anybody here want to vote guilty? Yeah, they all vote guilty. Okay, let's just sign this. Let's go to the bathroom. Let's come out there in, 10, 15, 20 minutes. I don't think they're going to do that, but it sure be tempting if I was in there to do that. So, but yeah, I think if they come back, the quicker they come back on this, that means that's how much of a slam dunk win it was against the defense. So maybe he's hoping 4 jurors show up for a no-show tomorrow. Yeah, the odds of that happening are pretty slim to none, right? So don't think that's happening. So, okay, with that, if there's no other questions, I'm going to go ahead. Let me scroll to the end here. So we're going to start back up. I don't think I'm going to do it tonight. If I talk to John, we said I'd do something. But I think I've ranted enough here today. And I'm also up like it's before 6 in the morning to cover this. And I'm off at 8. So it's like a 14-hour day with some breaks in between. But yeah, my mind can be mush especially after a day like this, listening to this this trash story. Excuse me. So yeah, he's not outsmarting the jurors. Yeah, get one or two on the board. Yeah, KCL, that's true. A lot of times that happens where you're not going to ever have, I don't care how much slam dunk, you normally don't have 100% unanimous from the get-go. You got a couple of holdups. Well, I'm not sure. There's no way. So I think that I think they may have a couple that are not sure. I don't think you're having anybody to say he's innocent. And so, you know, and I think there is going to be such strong emotions from this jury. I think if there's any holdouts, it could come close to blows there, maybe not seriously, but I mean, it blows with words. They're going to be pretty ticked off, and so yeah, it's going to be pretty amazing to see how long this takes. So here's a question. So if Charlie, oops, not jumped on me. If Charlie's parents would have testified that the extortion plot is real, do you think he'd have a better chance of winning over on a juror or two? No, I don't think so, because I think I think they're going to come across as terrible liars. I mean, you cannot just manufacture defense and have jurors just automatically believe them because they got money, because they got all this prestigious lifestyle that they've been afforded, and granted, some of it was working for it as well. And so, but they squandered all that to allow their son to commit murder. This was not something that was done in the heat of passion. It wasn't that something happened on a spur of a moment. No, this was like true, calculated over many months to actually exterminate the two grandsons' lives. So, and they were all in on it. It's so obvious. Yeah, I think there's going to be indictments coming pretty soon. I don't know if they're going to do it right after this, but I think they got to probably recharge their batteries and then rethink of this. And I think there may be I think they'll pull the jury and talk to them. They have their contact info and say, hey, do you mind coming in? Can we talk to you? And say, hey, what do you think? What do you think we need to do what would you want for additional evidence if Donna, Harvey, or Wendy were here as co-defendants as well? So with that, I think defense strategy is to turn the jurors against the defendant. I mean, that's sort of really what was happening. I think, just my opinion. I've never set foot in Tallahassee before. I don't think I've ever driven through there. I've been to the Panhandle and I've been to Miami area before, but never that middle part. So, but I trust them. I think they're going to do the right thing, and I don't have any reservations about it. So. With that said, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hope you can join us. Have a good night, get some rest, and just try to download all this draining stuff you had to listen to today. So thank you and good night. Thanks for your help, Ben and John. Appreciate you guys.
No problem.
Okay, have a good night.